Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Lithium Signature Series brought to you by Nixa. And I don't actually know the other one, but my name is Trout, and I'm joined by the one and only Major Chafing, the EU phenom on the mic. It's going to be a good day. How are you feeling, mister?
Oh, I feel pressured now, mate. No, mate, I'm gassed, to be honest. I was saying to you before the show, me and Pabs, the last time we had anything to do with South African COD was all the way back in Vanguard, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, it's an absolute honour to be able to cast over South Africa's finest, who still need challengers input, which I'm still fuming about. But, yeah, it'll be a banging day, mate. It'll be a banging day.
Man, I'm so excited. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for having me on your stream. It's going to be a good time. We have the maps and everything up, but I mean, first things we've got to talk about here, you coming in from an EU's perspective, have you watched any of the games, or have you got any ideas going into it? What have your highlights so far in the tournament been?
Well, I haven't actually seen any of the games. I will hold my hands up. I was doing another tournament yesterday. But the orgs, obviously, Monarch, Nixa, Aerial, they're the top kind of three orgs. Even back when we were doing it in Vanguard, they were the top three orgs kind of pushing there or thereabouts. Dogs of War, another one that we cast over back then as well. So they're just a name all the time, every single time on the timeline. When hashtag CODSers going, you know, there's a lot happening in the South African scene. And yeah, these orgs are kind of embedded into kind of the pillars of South African COD. So it's good to see some returning names. Obviously, Kovs he's going to be pinging his tits off, to be honest, because he is playing from the EU. But yeah, no, he's been phenomenal over in Europe. Like, we've never had any doubts of kind of the ability that the South African guys have had, and it's going to be great to be able to cast over him once again here in starting off in winners final.
Yeah, man, like you said, well, that's the next we're going to talk about. It's going to be the Battle of Titans. Aerial Gaming versus Nixa. These guys go back to back, and here are the maps for you. And you can see, man, we spoke about this off stream, but starting things off on a new map is always a good thing for me, man. Walk us through the maps. How are you feeling?
Well, I really enjoy 6-star Hardpoint. I hated it when it first came out and when I was playing it, but I actually think it's a really well-balanced map. Kind of the difficulty that we had at the start of the game was that SMGs felt as though every map was incredibly stiff and the ARs kind of took over. We've obviously got the double invasion where you're kind of assuming that will be the case, but then we've also got a Vista Hardpoint thrown in, so I've got a feeling those Hardpoint maps are going to be pretty mixy, kind of mixed in with the traditional MW3 that we've had so far. But yeah, looking across the board at kind of the ability of the players that we've got, obviously shout out Bevs, another guy who I know from the scene, very sound bloke. Both teams are going to be stacked, I know that for a matter of fact, and every single time that I've ever seen South African COD, the maps between these two orgs have tended to be very, very good. There's been very few occasions when I've seen an absolute blowout from one team, and obviously you were saying before kind of the Nixa orgs having a bit of a merry-go-round and a bit of a split, so there's been a few changes floating about as well.
Yeah, 100%. I was actually going to talk about that right now. Aerial sort of picked up a new player, so Mage is taking a bit of a back seat, and they've picked up Adnan, who was on the core roster for Nixa before this tournament. So there is a little bit of a rivalry that way, and again, this is the strongest we've seen these two teams going up against one another in a very long time. And the last time these two teams at a core went up against each other, it went the way of Aerial. So now, with maybe a bit of a disadvantage in terms of pinging with Cobs, that is something else they can take advantage of. But again, these two teams stacked to the teeth. And it's just going to be an absolute brawl, man. I'm so excited.
Well, I mean, obviously, when we look through the bracket, you've obviously got the winner's side. You can see kind of the way Nixa have pushed all the way through, likewise to Aerial. But we can't obviously forget about on the loser's side. Kind of we've got Monarch who are waiting as well. I think the roster is it Coach Schemes, Trent, and is it Heroes as well in that four? So
yes.
Again, it's probably going to be a case of whoever drops down into them it's not going to be a case of whoever drops down thinks, right, okay, well, I've basically booked myself in that grand final, because I have a feeling that Monarch are not exactly going to be a pushover in that losers one from what I've seen of them.
And obviously Monarch have picked up Heroes, like you said, and that man alone has won 2 lands in the recent years. So the last 2 big lands were the ones that he took home. And under his leadership, I mean, they can do wondrous things. So I think, like you said, it's not going to be a walk in the park for whoever goes down. But again, we could be looking at a repeat for the grand finals, but that is obviously speculation at this point. But again, man, it is just going to be backwards and forwards. And okay, well, let's go back to the maps for a second and talk about how we're going to look at Vista. And you said it's a new map and you like how it's going to be SMG focused. How do you want to see the rotations going off? Because I know the spawns of this map can either be so great, or you can get a blessed spawn and then it's all chaos. What do you think the teams have to do to keep it locked down?
I think you've just got, I mean, the first thought that enters my head is paranoia. Like, I think sometimes you've got a rotation like the kind of the P2 hill. You've got kind of like the entry through the backside of the vents, and then that kind of that side entrance entrance from mid in through vents as well. But yeah, there's been a few times where you see a very rogue spawn appear for someone behind when they think they've got the rotation, and then all of a sudden, like an enemy arrow just goes out of nowhere and then just proceeds to chew through 3 players who are facing the wrong way. But yeah, P2, P3, especially P3 from the kind of the series that I cast yesterday, they seem to be more money hills, I would say, than the others. I think P3 is one, obviously, where you've got kind of that jump up, you've got the stairs round to the left. If you want to try and make a pinch, you've got a long route either through mid, where you're likely to get shot down as you go past DJs, or alternatively, if you're going on the pinch, it takes you a good 20 seconds to actually be able to do it. So I think P2 and P3 are probably going to be the ones where the teams try and cement themselves. But then again, P4, by that statue, if you get kind of a lot of presence in towards that building that oversees it, you can get a huge chunk of time on it as well. So it's good to see kind of money hills embedded into this one. And like before, kind of we were saying, these new maps that have come in feel as though they're more catered for the kind of the pacing of the game, as opposed to the likes of Invasion, High Rise, obviously older maps from MW2 all of those years ago. It definitely feels as though these maps are better balanced for the game, and I think that's why we're starting to see kind of some more exciting hard points as they come through.
And man, I'm just so excited to see if we're going to be starting off with 3 SMGs and 1 AI as it used to be back in the day. Yep. But man, it's interesting that you say that P3 can be a money hill, because I have seen the most rogue spawns on P3, because often it just takes one person, like, I'm chelling mid, you know, even though there's like 2 people anchoring, but all of a sudden the spawns flip one out and then it's just a bit of chaos left, right and center. But again, we're going to have to see how these teams convert it. I'm pretty sure we're going to be jumping in just a moment. We're getting everything together here.
Yep.
But yeah, man, so walk us through how everything has been going leading up to this in the EU side of things. I know we're here in South Africa, but I always like a little bit of international knowledge. And how do the teams take these newer maps going into it with a patch and everything like that? Obviously, the MCW nerf and the rival nerf, but I still feel that's the dirt-all gun, man. Do you think that the teams are using it correctly, for what you've seen at least?
Well, the first thing that always happens whenever there's a patch in EU, there's always a swarm of people moaning their tits off, to pardon the pun. There's always some form of complaint. Obviously, the thing is that the rival now hasn't had a nerf for a while, and the MCW's kind of been nerfed into the floor. So it's kind of a situation now where the SMG players, especially with some of these new maps coming in, are kind of licking their lips at the prospect of, right, okay, we've arguably got the better gun, and we're going into maps that favour us a little bit as well in some of these rotations. But yeah, I think EU's kind of been a little bit similar in the fact that we've kind of, I think every area's kind of got those staple teams. Obviously, Omit, Team War, the Clutch Rain roster that did split up. It looks as though that roster move has gone very, very bad for them, because I think the last time when they split, they finished 7th and 8th respectively. I think in elites that have just gone past, so not really great for them. But yeah, we've kind of got that cemented kind of battle of Omit versus Team War. But as casters, we love a storyline, and yeah, running with the rivalry in EU is always something like me and my Joe and Pabs always do all the time. And it looks as though kind of South Africa. I saw a couple of things on the timeline. I love it when the social media guys go back and forth from the accounts as well. In South Africa, they don't hold back. Some of the memes and the videos I've seen are absolutely banging.
Yeah, that's the thing. I go for the throat shot, man. There's no holding punches. You're gonna get it, and I think that's a big thing between Nixa and Aerial. They've had a good backwards and forwards on social media, and I think the record states that it is Nixa that has won more series. But I think you could never count out the underdog. Much like Monarch is waiting and licking their lips to whoever they see coming down to them. You know, it's just not going to be. I just don't think the level of Call of Duty that we have here, these 3 teams that are left in the tournament, no one is going down without swinging their hardest. You know what I mean? So I think it's just going to be as close as you can get the whole way. I don't see any blowouts. I mean, you spoke about this a little bit earlier. If there is a blowout, it's more of like a fluke. Maybe one team wasn't warmed up. But again, if you get blown out in the winners final, then you're a bit more warm. You're meeting a team that hasn't really warmed up, or maybe they have, but they are not as in it as you coming off of a series. So yeah, man, it's going to be a good time. And yeah, the other thing I wanted to talk about is going into the series with the 2 teams that are so head-to-head. Are there any star players apart from Carbs, because I know you've spoken about them in Bebs, that I can give you some perspective on? Is there anyone that you'd like to know more about?
Well, Lithium as a player is obviously one, you said beforehand, kind of very big name floating around. It looks as though he's almost like the scump equivalent for the South African scene, or thereabouts. Is he literally kind of as talented, as good, and as consistent as the likes of Cobs? Because obviously when Cobs came over to EU, he was very much in a position where he got straight into a very good challenger side. Everyone kind of gave him the respect. Is he kind of on a similar level to the likes of Cobbs? Is he kind of around that area, slightly better, slightly gooder, slightly gooder?
Exciting. I like that. I don't, man. We speak English.
Yeah.
But no, genuinely, in my opinion, I feel like Lithium is the most consistent player in the league. And he has been for many years. So I think that if he had the same opportunities that Cobbs had, it would be an absolute banger. All right, we're into the game.
Yeah,
Nixa versus Aerial. P1 is about to pop, and I'm curious to see who's going to get those power positions, who's going to get the first bit of time. Only time will tell.
Yeah, obviously Nixa going to be holding that preferred side on the P2 side, but Lithium, there you go. He's never mind.
Okay, well, reset.
It's, usually what happens when I do this is I wait for about 10 seconds, then I press the button because obviously lobby restart. But yeah, I mean, we saw straight away Lithium 2-piece right out the can. So yeah, he's is he a main SMG player then, Lithium? Is that interesting?
Generally, we talk about Lithium being the workhorse of the team, so he gets the most kills, he gets the most hill time. So if you want to see someone where the action is, it's normally on Lithium. But again, this is going to sound like a bit of a hot take, but Lithium also has the best internet in the country. Oh. So he basically hosts the server, him and Adnan. So it is truly the two landlords against each other on the opposing teams. Obviously, we're getting into it again. I can hear it counting down. But man, that was a good start. And Lithium, like you said, always hot and heavy off the start. And I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to do that again.
Yeah, I think obviously on Six Star, like that favoured P2 side, I'll be interested to see kind of whether both teams are just going to go at it P1 and whoever comes out on top is going to push through to P2, or whether, because in every team you'll always have that one player who's kind of plays things a bit more patiently, plays things long term. Would you have one player on both of these sides that you look to say, right, okay, he's probably the more level-headed one, plays for the spawns, early rotations? I assume both teams have a similar player for that?
Yeah, 100%. I'd say for the side of Aerial, it would be Rechi, and he is the man that does the dirty work behind the scene that you don't really get to see. And on the side of Nixa, I'd say between Enigma and Cobbs, those two are very capable of doing it themselves. Anyways, looks like it might be a rinse and repeat. As you can see, Cobbs trying to get you control, maybe find a few picks, but time and 2 kills going the way of Aerial to start off this map.
Yep. Early start, decent couple of gunfights, and it looks as though Aerial Gaming completely cement their position in towards that P1. It looks as though Aerial Gaming, they are going to be keeping an eye on that rotation as well. So just keeping an eye on the push through. Rechi, though, able to take down one. And there's a few names in there, actually, that don't quite link up with the rosters. So I believe Adnan being... oh, sorry, not Adnan. It is, I believe, Slammed, who's 999. Am I right in assuming that? Because
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Man, so good start here again. Still a lot of kills going the way of Aerial Gaming. They've cemented it quite well. They're keeping those spawns, like you said. So P1 to P2 looking pretty good. And man, for 200 ping Cobbs, his bullets are looking pretty crispy, if we're being honest.
Yeah, he's be interesting to see. If he puts up numbers on 200 ping, then I think it is safe to say he is arguably one of the goats of the scene if he can do it. But Aerial Gaming ready for the rotation. Cobbs just waiting, but potentially waiting a little bit too long. He's going to be forced to fly in and actually wins that first gunfight courtesy of a few windy shots. But Aerial Gaming, they're holding a really good amount of time here off the P2. The boys from Nixa are just slowly pushing him one at a time.
Yeah, and that's never going to work, right? If you fly at the hill, you got to have a little bit of backup. But as of right now, the backup looks like it might be here. Enigma finding the first, waiting for a little bit of reinforcements before he goes for the second kill. And it's going to be Cobbs who picks it up. And just like that, it is going to be a little bit of a mixy. Lithium with 2, including a teammate. But that could be Adnan holding back, finding a 2. He's looking for the third, but it's going to be Jack Frost who closes it down. But time, despite all the chaos, still going the way of Aerial.
Yeah, good 50-second chunk for the time being. Rechi will grab one pick. Cobbs, though, going to reply, and already there's a lot of white arrows of Nixa ready to go for the next hill. So it looks as though they're going to look to try and get set up number 5 here in Lithium. Going to be watching that push through mid. But there's a really heavy stack, actually, kind of over towards this mid side, over towards kind of curve as well. So Aerial Gaming going to look to try and push all the way around the back of the spawns. But there is a lot of Nixa Gaming presence here.
I mean, like you said, man, this is a good amount of anchoring going on here, and I like that term. It's nice and old. As you can see, Nixa picking up a little bit of time here as the pushes are coming a bit staggered from Aerial Gaming, and that's not going to work. We saw it not work on P2, and it seems like a rinse and repeat for the side of Aerial, and I have to wait slow and steady. But this is the hill like we spoke about where those spawns can be a little bit mixy.
Yeah.
But the way that Nixa has set up, they have anchored it and secured themselves like a stone wall, and it's pretty much a full mid-commit now. Coming out of the side of Aerial, that's going to be 2 down. It's just 2 on the point, but it could be the break potentially. All 4, not quite. Just Lithium. Looking for the 2 picks in Lithium. dipping and diving, looking to mix things up at the bar, and he gets the two-piece.
Yeah, and that is a huge chunk of time off the back of that P3. Lithium's still going to have a couple of gunfights. That's 5 in a row now for him. 1 off the streak. So he's going to be another man in Retchi, potentially opting to hit the Chow. He's decided better of it, probably the wiser of the two decisions. But now we have the bulletproof doors, actually, which is something very bizarre in this game. Very triggering as well, I must say. I've shot at them so many times and realised, can't actually do anything with them. But now, nice couple of kills coming through for both respective sides. It looks as though Aerial will have Retchi in the hilt in the opening stages of it. And I think is that Raz that's currently running as Jack Frost, able to pick off one. So they're going to look to try and push in. But again, that's a little bit worrying there if you are Aerial Gaming. They look to try and set up early on, Connor, and it looks as though Nixa have just punched straight back through.
Yeah, I was going to say, man, it was all down to Raz, Jack Frost. He had such a crucial role to stay alive in the back. Still getting more kills. One of the streaks now. Lithium helping out in the front. No streaks for Jack Frost, but I do believe Lithium, in the process, managed to find a few streaks. And Covs picking up the pieces where his teammates left off, and it's still time going the way of Nixa. They take the lead. And like you said, it was the side of Aerial there first, but just some crucial players coming out of the players, and they keep the hill for now. And Lithium, another two-piece, as he is just frying everything that moves.
Oh, mate. Well, he's living up to his name, that's for sure. He's leading the charge, currently 13-7, a minute of objective time as well. But now we go over to the poolside hill. Really difficult to try and stay alive in it. Retchi's going to be feeling aquacious for the time being, but they've locked him down. Aerial, you've got to think, though, Connor, off the back of these last two hills, if they don't hold this one, you do start to worry. But who's it going to be? None other than Lithium that's able to get the first pick. A couple of gunfights going on all over the place, but it just feels as though Nixa have kind of got their number with these aggressive pushes.
Absolutely. I mean, two-piece after two-piece. Just no one getting efficient trades here. Eventually, it's Adnan left alone trying to hold down the fort. He finds 2. Well, actually, just 1. It looked like 2, but there is a player close by. That being Covs on that 200 ping. He might have a little bit of lag comp, but not quite enough to get him through, as it's going to be Aerial finding a bit of time. But although they were there first, again, they're not able to solidify a good 30 or 40 seconds. It feels like they get 10 to 15, they get broken, and then they get back into the point. Sort of like staggered, not a real cemented time, as we've seen Nixa do. And we're going over to our second set of rotations here. And Covs, man, ping or not, he is shooting absolute nukes.
Yeah, well, a little bit of a pause prior to the P1 going live. Bevs is actually going to take a route all the way around the back here, so he might get some good timing potentially onto a couple of players. The first man in Raz, he does unfortunately fall, so now the pinch looking good here. If he's able to hit it quickly enough, there's a few players still lurking around, and potentially a little bit of hesitation that doesn't actually opt in his favour, but spots one. The shots are clean for the second as well, so the patience does pay off, but not enough. Nixa still on the hilt, and who other than Lithium just going to be holding these first engagements?
Just waiting in the wings to see if he can find one. He does exactly that. Time still wide for now. No one finding well, I was going to say no one finding time, but of course it's Lithium who makes me eat my words. Into the point he goes, and is still going to find a few more kills. Can't quite find another, but he makes a good read. Shots are clean, but again, it is Nixa finding that time. It does. You can never count them out, man. It feels like the trades are there, but there's always somebody close by, either finding a two-piece, or well, I was going to say that 2 players fall. Scrap time going the way of Aerial Gaming and Bevan. Another man running a route here to see if he can find some good timing onto Lithium, but of course Lithium looking left, right, and center to see if he can sniff out the players.
Yeah, he's got a man up above him. Lithium on the hunt. There's going to be 2 free kills here for him. Spots one, knows the second, flies round, and of course Lithium wins the gunfight. So Nixa, again, off the back of his ability, is able to almost char through 3 of them. But Nixa on the offensive. But they have got 2 players out the back and 2 hitting from the front, so this is not ideal for them. The pinch comes through. They've got to win the gunfights, and it is going to be a very Aerial Gaming kill feed. And it will still be one man in Lithium that's able to lurk around the front, but even he can't stay alive for long enough. And I'll tell you what, a little bit of back and forth, and there is still not much separating these sides, Connor.
In the interim, it seems as though we've always counted out Aerial, but they've managed to keep that lead despite the chaos. And of course, Lithium with another two-piece, 2 KD, 24 and 12. He truly is leading the troops to the best of his ability. Him and Jack Frost leading the lobby, and then some. But again, Adnan trying to hold up his end of things, and now Scrap Time going the way of Nixa potentially. But Adnan is there for a quick trade. Cobbs is there to find a bit more, but. Despite that, rotation won once again by a Nixa, and this is where they found the majority of time in the first set of rotations, and they're looking to rinse and repeat here at P3 and in the second set of rotations.
Yeah, well, Cobbs watching this lane. Nice work from him and his teammates now with the new hill popping means that they are going to have to just hold these lanes And Kov's still lurking. He's going to get a lot of information. The nade from Raz is going to land in the back pocket of Bev, so he goes down, and a little bit of a staggered push coming through here if they can't manage to win this next gunfight, which they're not able to. Adnan goes down, courtesy of another kill from Raz. They have got this on absolute lock, Nixa, and now we see that lead change looking pretty healthy, and another 30 seconds still on the cards here for them to potentially scoop up, but no one on the side of Aerial Gaming can punch in. But saying that, they do manage to win a couple of gunfights, but saying that as well, it's going to be none other than Lithium who chews through 3 players, and when it looked as though Aerial had a little bit of positivity to lean on, it just gets completely swept away from them.
Oh man, the rug was swept out from underneath them. Lithium finding a 3-piece, and despite all of that, it still feels as though Aerial is banging their head up against the wall. Only staggered pushes, and you can hope for maybe getting 1 or 2, but you can't do it every time. And I think that's where they faltered for them. And it's the second time they've done that. And if I was playing against Nixa or if I'm watching Monarch watching, I'd say, okay, we got to get to P3 first if we play them on this map, because that is.
Well, Aerial Gaming, they're locked in now. They've got to just hold this. It's a very difficult hill to hold sometimes, especially when the opposing team is coming from that high ground. Adnan's going to get a spawn out the back, though, and he's able to win one alongside Bevs, but they've still got 2 players ready and waiting underneath them. 30 seconds still remaining on this hill means that Nixa, if they hold this time, they are going to get a very sizable lead now, but the door opens. In flies Adnan, can't get a second. The trades go back and forth between both respective sides, but Raz is able to get 2. Kovs gets the 3rd. Huge 1-on-1 now up for Kovs, but again, not able to win that one, so Aerial Gaming clinging on by the skin of their teeth, and it will be their scrap time to be had. So we're pretty much close to evens. This one might go down to the wire at this rate.
Oh! Sorry, I'm back. I had a little bit of an incident issue there, courtesy of South Africa. But regardless, it was looking like as Bevan was trying to get a little bit aquatic there, but unable to find the second as the trades come on through. Close spawns in action for Aerial Gaming, but Kov's reading it so beautifully, getting a few more. Lithium holding down the fort, but Adnan cuts him down, but the kill's all white. 200 points secured now for Nixa. Aerial, they have to pull together, and they have to pull together quickly if they don't want to look at losing this map here on P5.
Yeah, well, neither side got a huge amount of time on this hill last time, but now 40 seconds remaining. Nixa, they've got the man on the time, but it will be a kill streak actually coming through, and 999 is definitely going to be what Nixa need, because they are going to need a little bit of help inside, but off the back of it, they actually win those remaining engagements that they need to, so Lithium just laying pro 32 and 17, by the way, with 2 minutes on the clock. The man is absolutely shredding and doing all the objective work as well. There's a big 1-on-1 on the hill, and it's going to be Lithium again that comes out on top. They can't seem to keep him under wraps for now, but they will get that scrap time. The P1 will ensue, and Nixa right on the precipice of taking this map.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what we spoke about. Lithium, the workhorse of the team, doing his best, keeping that cart on the tracks. Only 16 seconds needed now. But on the interim, it's going to be Bevan who finds a massive 2-piece, enough to open the door ajar to see if they can find a bit of time here. But Enigma, he has to make a play here, waiting for his teammates. You can see Nixa are doing exactly what you want to do. Working on the fundamentals, waiting for teammates. They know they have a bit of time in the back pocket. Here comes Cobbs with the first child. 3 will fall for Aerial. And just like that, the door kicked open. FBI, open up. Nixa looking for this first map.
Adnan's got some big gunfights. 1 for Adnan. Can't get the second, though, but the boys are coming through from mid-steps. Retchi gets 2. Oh, he's almost able to get the 3rd. It will be again Slammed, who's able just to take off that man. But 20 seconds on this hill is big time, actually. Nixa, if they can lurk, they might be able to pinch this off them. There's a big rotational gunfight that's able to go down. Nixa still just lurking, and this man on the screen, Lithium, he can smell blood. 2 players around him. Can he get the 2-piece? First for Lithium. Second gunfight, not able to win it. So now you look over towards the P2, and it will be Bevs up towards the backside of the hill. 2 players around him. He's got to go absolutely huge.
Man, he's got the world on his shoulders right now. Cobbs, he opens up for the first. Looking for the second, he finds it. Bevan, potentially making the play here. 20 seconds needed now. Here comes Lithium. He can't find the kills. What looked like an absolute Nixa war room has turned its head slightly here. Aerial Gaming holding down everything, but Cobbs makes a good read. But they have one opportunity to break. They only need 5 seconds. Trip 9 is here to pick up the pieces. 2 all fall. Nixa, just Cobbs. He has to make the play. He finds a 2-piece. It's coming down to the wire. What are the spawns looking like? It's going to be Cobbs with the 3-piece. 2 seconds. 1 second.
My God.
From the EU, 200 ping means nothing. Nixa, take map number 1. Goodness, it couldn't have gotten closer.
Oh my God. Well, there you go. The only representative from EU, I can argue, has just absolutely showered them with bullets towards the end of that. I think he got 5 in a row, did Cobbs, on 200 ping, Renetti or SMG. Does not matter. He absolutely shreds them. 250, 243. Connor, mate, that's map 1.
Man, if that's map 1, I don't think I'm going to have a voice by map 2. So, what a game. And I think that came backwards and forwards. That was insane, right? Rotation-wise, it was always aerial there first getting broken, and then the two hills where the most time was converted overall was P3 in both rotations for Nixa. So they've obviously got their fundamentals down. They can play either side of the coin. They can play break heavy, where they sort of, we call it the phase gameplay, where they just try their best to bully their way into the point. And then when they get their first, like Ultra, they tend to hold it as well. So you just got to be able to play, well, if you're in the shoes of Aerial, I don't even know how you counter that. And then you have someone like Cobbs at the end on 200 ping, just making an absolute hero play there, doing the Lord's work to get a 5-piece, break the hill. I mean, what can you do? That's just pure talent right there, man.
Yeah, I think sometimes you just gotta kind of put your hands up and say, man, we've just been bodied. It is what it is. Like, there were so many moments though where Nixa kind of pulled away, and then Aerial Gaming, off the back of some very scrappy gunfights, did actually take large chunks of time on some of those hills. Obviously, the Statue Hill, they got a sizable amount of time from Nixa. Kind of, as you say, they lent quite heavily on that P3. I don't think if they were as solid as they were on that P3 hill, they probably would have dropped that map by probably the best part of maybe 40-50 points in the end of that one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very strong hill for them. But, I mean, man, if this is a kickstart to what we could have potentially in this map, and potentially if this is a rematch, an early rematch for what could be the grand final, mate, this is going to be absolutely ridiculous. I don't think we'll have voices by the end of this if this is the way it's going.
Absolutely not, man. And this is some fantastic COD. I mean, fundamentals, if you talk about the fundamentals, these guys have got them down to a T. So now it is everyone at roughly an individual level can shoot pretty straight, and then your fundamentals come to work, and then you can see both teams did manage to win a couple of rotations, set up correctly, they get good time. But then you just have Lithium and Cobbs. I mean, those two have been the dynamic duo here for before Cobbs went over. Those two were the ones that would take over a map, and even with the ping disadvantage, it doesn't matter. Cobbs can still do it, and he has the aid of Lithium. I mean, I think Lithium put up like 6,500 damage. That's very difficult to count in the end, but again, going to a different game mode, different map, things might be a little bit different, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah, well, we're gonna slow it probably as far as you can on NW3 from going from that hotel whole point straight to an invasion, search and destroy, where the stiffest of boys make all the noise normally with ARs. So it will be Aerial Gaming on the offense. Bomb though looks as though it's going to be headed over towards the B site. Not sure whether any of these guys have smokes to work with. Yep, you can hear the smoke now being popped. All that vision being stopped over towards the point, and you would anticipate this bomb now goes down.
Well, that was an excellent nade. That's more info, and here's Cobbs in the wings trying to find another, but he's tagged up himself. He is about to get taken down indeed. So first blood drawn now for the side of Aerial. Life advantage, but they have to get that bomb down. You can see they're sort of getting pinched into a tough spot as Enigma gives haircuts for free. Adnan, we'll see you in the next round. All of a sudden, 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Bev's just keeping an eye on the pinch, potentially around the back. Bomb is now going down. So slammed. Manages to stick the plant, but now through dark, it looks as though it's going to be the call. This is risky, though. We've seen so many players going to the blender, going through here. Lithium first man out. There's the bait. There's the switch, though. They do manage to make it a 2 versus 2. Meanwhile, it's going to be a 1-on-1 over towards it. Never mind, actually. I think it was Retchy that caught him on the crossfire, which now means that Enigma has it all to do. 1 versus 2. Spots Retchy, but this is such a difficult position.
Oh man, just giving away his spot there. He sees trip 9, and that's going to be a one-way window. Getting away with his life, 18 seconds. That clock is ticking, so a 1 versus 3 in actuality. But he has to try and make it happen. Not quite able to do it. He tags up everything, but unable to finish the kill, and the 2 versus 1 comes through for Aerial. Round number 1. But not by any stretch of the imagination was that easy. Imagination was that easy for Aerial. That was still a tough round. So again, keeping that momentum is Nixa. And it looks like it's going to be a close game of Call of Duty to come.
Yeah, so nice work there from the boys in Aerial. They did the hardest part, really, in getting the bomb down. That's 90% of the work there. So if they're able to consistently do that, you might potentially worry for Nixa on this map, it must be said. But it's now going to be their turn to go on the offense. We'll have a look and see who's going to be in charge of bomb. And it's going to be Mr. 6K himself in Lithium. So slight change of direction in comparison to Aerial Gaming. Looks as though they're going to be toying with the idea of maybe taking this A, but there's quite a big spread across the map.
I think what they're doing right now is they're just trying to find something, right? First blood either side, then they can work around that. And that's typically how we see the South African Call of Duty. They don't really make an in-game decision or a pre-game decision. Well, it's going to be Bevan who finds the first anyway. So now already on the back foot is going to be Nixa, but A, looking like it is in the view here. Bit of information being thrown around, and that's going to be info and Retchy with the nade. Chef's kiss for a cooked nade, and that's going to be 2 down already for Nixa.
Yeah, Lithium, unfortunately, he just got a stun straight to the face, and he was running in treacle for the remainder of that. They couldn't escape the nade, and now Enigma trying to just gallop away, and they chase him down, and they grab the kill. So, I mean, off the back of the hard point, you'd think this one was not going to go too convincingly in one direction, but Aerial Gaming at the moment, Connor, they look as though they've got their number, especially on the defensive side. They didn't even drop a player, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it is still early on, eh? We don't want to count our
sure.
chickens before they hatch, but again, maybe this is just them sussing each other out to see what the style of gameplay is. And at the moment, Aerial being very aggressive on S&D. You can see Bevan overextending. It did work out, but you got to be careful now, right? You can't do it twice because they're going to be looking for you. But again, this is still early days, 2 rounds in. Good start, a little bit of a cushion, but now it is going to be them back on attack, and you can see here Lithium already getting aggressive. I spoke about it, and now he's looking for that first kill around A.
Yeah, they got a lot of information over towards A, actually, but there's going to be another. It looks like deja vu going. Everyone going straight down to B.
Well, rinse and repeat. If it ain't broke, why fix it? And you can see a full A commit, but that has opened up the potential for a flank here, and Lithium waiting in the wings to see if he can maybe get it. But Cobbs in a bit of an off angle here. I haven't seen many people lie prone in front of the tank. I like that. But you can see no one giving away even an inkling of information, as it's going to be Enigma who tags up one, and now they know the B hit is on. Here comes Lithium. You can see he's already looking for this kill onto Bevan.
Yeah, holding the cross from Dark. If he pushes through, though, even a man of his ability might second guess the idea of getting aggressive over towards there. But there's a peek, and Enigma is just going to absolutely wig slammed in that one. And first blood goes in their favour. The bomb is still in the hands, though, of Bevs after he picks it up off the corpse of his teammate. But again, huge standoff. They are going to smoke that dark push. So Kovs is going to have an engagement very close. Lithium, though, he's going to just fly straight through the smoke. No hesitation. Up towards the top side of Broken. Lithium grabs that first pick. And now by being on this high ground, you can see Aerial Gaming completely having to switch around to try and prioritise getting him gone. And it will now be a 2 versus 2. They're going to be in a difficult position, though, Con. They've got to try and grab that bomb. They've still got to plant it.
And they've got 10 seconds to do it. Here comes Lithium. Oh, excuse me. It was Jack Frost alive now in a 1 versus 1. No time to plant the bomb. It's going to have to be a kill. I'm not sure if he knows it. And I think it's going to be Retchi who's going to play the clock here, unable to finish it. And just like that, I mean, Nixa answered back. But again, it was like 50-50 plays, right? You push through Dark, you might get a kill, but it just unfolded correctly for Nixa there in the end. And they get their first round on the board.
Yeah, might potentially have been a little bit too much hesitation. I know the guys sometimes try and wait out for trophy systems to expire so that they can utilise smokes and that kind of thing. But I think they kind of cornered themselves in that occasion. They took just, I think, a little bit too long. Obviously, they gave away all the information to Nixa as their whereabouts. Nixa were obviously able to just to keep Lithium over towards that dark side. And they didn't really isolate those players over towards the site potentially as efficiently as they could have done.
I mean, how I spoke about how they were playing aggressively, it seems to have been stopped in its tracks right there. But I'm trying to get up and personal, but Enigma makes the read. First blood now drawn. And how I said you can't count the chickens before they hatch. It looks like the side of Nixa have hard counted Aerial for these past 2 rounds.
Yeah, well, slammed over towards mid-tank. There's information. No kill onto him, though. But meanwhile, Bevs has actually managed to get pushed up this broken side of the map, so he might be able to make a play here. There's the first pick onto Kovs, so ties it up. 3 lives apiece. He's still got another man directly chasing him from behind, and it should be a kill on the board for Nixa, and it will be. So bomb goes down. B site is completely in their control. This is a very good position for Nixa now.
Absolutely. Man advantage. They have all the players and all the information they need. They can watch all the angles. And you see Jack Frost playing concrete here just to see if he can find something through Dark. And if you're in the shoes of Aerial, right, you got to find that first pick. You got to find it quickly because otherwise that clock is ticking and it's ticking rather rapidly. Aerial, at least Retchi finds a bit of information there. He can maybe find the first pick, but it's going to be Enigma who finds 2. And Nixa answer back with another round. And like I said, man, game's still early and we are already even.
Yeah. One of the things me and Pams talk about all the time is kind of a team's ability to kind of understand what the other team is doing consistently and then finding that suitable counter. And I'd say 2 rounds off the back of that, looks as though Nixa have got kind of that initial style of play, at least from Aerial, kind of under wraps now. And it might be a case now of Aerial Gaming going to have to try and switch it up a little bit here. Enigma, you can see on the scoreboard, he's settled well and truly into the search now, 6-3. And yeah, him and his boys now tie it up 2 apiece.
Exactly, and I think that's just a testament to the veteranship that comes with Nixa, right? These players have been playing this game for long enough that they should have a good idea of how to drive the boat. And right now, that boat is steering straight out to sea. As you can see, Aerial still very heavy towards B, and you know, it hasn't worked now. Surely we try something a little bit different because you can see the entire spread from Nixa. They have every little nook and cranny covered, but Adnan potentially trying to open things up here. Lithium giving away his position. Mid-tank has to back up a little bit.
Yeah, well, not sure whether or not Raz is going to be able to spot that player all the way around the backside. He's just going to spot Retchi though, so there's a bit of info, and it looks as though just the option to maybe do a bit of baiting over towards that B site while sending everyone over towards the A site, but they're actually going to wrap back. So Bevs has got a lot of work before his teammates get here. It looks as though Enigma is going to be the first point of contact. He's got a lot of engagements on the cards here. You can see that Kovs is going to be the man over towards Dark holding that info. But now if you're aerial gaming, you want to see this hit quickly. And that's exactly what they do in towards the site. 3 versus 3.
Well, that's enough to open it up. They should be able to get the bomb down. I'm pretty sure they have a smoke in the back pocket, but of course it's Kovs in the back. Well, Lithium gets red. Bevan finds another, but here comes Jameen. No, not Jameen, sorry, Raz. The Jack Frost name really thrown me, but the bomb goes down. 2 versus 1. Jack Frost left alive. They know where he is. He gets the first kill, though. 1 versus 1. Retchy v Jack Frost. Good start here for Jack Frost, but it's going to be Retchy with the pixel angles. Retchy got to hit his shots, and now here comes a potential defuse. Not quite. It's going to be who's got the bigger cojones, and right now it looks like Jack Frost is hunting.
19 seconds, you've got to go, and he is able to win it. Raz with a huge moment, 5 now in a row for him. God bless the scoreboards, they're wrong. Look at the bottom right, 5 and 2 from him, unanswered. Nixa completely switched the game round, and now they take the lead.
Man, I think that first kill from Raz when he came around the corner there and just absolutely blissed. I think it was Trip 9 behind the TLB there, and geez, and then the aggression. You got to know, you got to back yourself. And right now, Jack Frost, in typical fashion, Raz is known as the human tyrant. Doesn't even need an AR to do it, as he's going to gun everything down with the pistol himself.
Well, now Onus is on aerial gaming for a little bit of a regain. They got to try and slow down Raz because he is one off that cruise missile. And that B site is going to open up very nicely for them if they're able to get it. Just to try and force those aerial gaming players inside. But Caster's Curse probably will die now, as it normally tends to go. But we'll keep an eye, see if he can manage to maybe get that important pick. There's going to be a lot of players actually pushing straight through. Kovs is going to push in towards mid-tank, but unfortunately it's going to come back to bite him as the first blood goes in favour of aerial gaming.
Well, Lithium looking for the second trade. Exactly right. 3 versus 3. But again, here comes Jack Frost, and that's going to be Streak. So B pretty much wide open and ready to go. But Retchy pushing up here. He sees one, surely. Yeah, he has info on one, but I'm pretty sure Lithium's going to see him as well. Now he's trapped between a rock and a Lithium, which is very tough, but it looks like the in-game decision is going to be back towards A. And I think that's just the comms there from Enigma saying, there's nothing on me. Surely we can get this bomb down.
Yeah, Adnan just second guessing, and there's the info that he needs. So you would assume that Retchy goes into action any second now. The Nado lands right in the back pocket of Lithium, who takes it like an absolute champ, it must be said. But now next pick's going to be important. Shots in from Adnan, can't get the kill. He's going to need a little bit of help shortly, though, from his teammate. And unfortunately, it is not going to arrive because Retchy has been taken down by Raz, who finds himself now on a 7 streak. They need to slow him down at the moment because he is having his way with them. Flies out into the gunfight, doesn't win it. Nixa 4 rounds in a row, looking good.
Man, they are looking better than good. These guys are looking golden right now. And it just took 2 rounds of a little bit of adjustment. They figured it out, and then they can hard counter as they wish. And it looks like you said, right? So the whole idea of what I've understood why Raz is doing so much work on S&D is because at the last LAN that he went to, he had an absolute stinker. I think in 3 games of S&D, he dropped 4 kills. And I think now he just wants to reclaim that crown as S&D king. But between him and Lithium, they tend to do that, and that's exactly what they've done here. Streaks to work with. Jack Frost still looking for a few more kills, and now they have the possibility to just retake B with that site. With the streaks, excuse me.
Yeah, well, there's going to be 2 players, or Adnan might have 2 in the blender here. They've gone straight in towards DVDs. Bevs is waiting. They've got 2 players trapped here. Enigma's actually going to be able to get the pick onto that one isolated player. It will be Slam that goes down. So 3 versus 4 in favour of Nixa once again. And they've still got these players pushed up here. Is Bev's going to check this corner, trying every angle to see if he can get a pick here. It looks as though Enigma's going to get all the information, but you fear, Connor, that as soon as they start pushing up B Street, you'll get the comm from Enigma, and these 2 players might wrap.
Absolutely, but I think that at the moment it just looks like Aero's a little bit antsy. They just don't know what they want to do. There's a little bit of backwards and forwards. Bevan knows that there are players in a DVD, but he has to find that first pick. It's just shots raining across the map here, but 30 seconds to work with. Nixa's played this perfectly. They're just choking that clock, and at the moment, another bit of info being seen there. So he sees one, gets the kill. 3 versus 3, but that is enough to open up A, surely. Information has to be coming through that they can make a play, but Kovs, trigger discipline out his ears. Just getting information, but punished.
Maybe overchannels that one a little bit. The bomb is now going down courtesy of Adnan. And Raz, 8 streak, by the way. As his teammate is unfortunately going to go down, so now he's going to need to make it double digits to win this round. I don't know if... Oh, Adnan has spotted him. This should surely be the end of his good fortune.
Well, not if it's a good old game of Ring Around the Rosie and the timing. Oh my goodness, you cannot make that up.
Oh, mate, they need to slow him down. He is now on a 10 streak on Invasion Surge. Diffuse comes through. My goodness, I want to know what his score is at the end of this one because it is well and truly the Raz Show. 5 rounds in a row, courtesy of him. He's still got that streak to work with. He's close to lapping them now.
Man, that's crazy. That time, you actually cannot make that up. I don't think I've seen that in a long time. He's just like, okay, surely he's following me. He gets his spidey senses tingling, turns around, gets God tier timing, gets the kill, and he has come out on top as the king of 1v1s 3 rounds in a row.
Oh, man. Jack Frost. Seems ironic, really, because the ice is looking well and truly in his veins. And Nixa now 1 round away from going 2-0 up in this one. And if you're Aerial Gaming, you need a regain and you need one quick.
Yeah, and they're going over to their worst game mode, that being Control. They have struggled in recent years. So Adnan, poised to make a play here. He gets information, but now he has to back on up because the timing is just not there for them. And Lithium tagging him up. Lithium alive by some miracle. Adnan eventually gets the kill. So now it's a 3 versus 4, but this is where Aerial has to come out of the woodworks and pull something together. Otherwise, they're going to be on the back foot going into Control.
Whoa. Ooh. Raz, everything just seems to be going in his favour at the moment. He doesn't overpeak that to his good fortune. But meanwhile, you've still got some more gunfights going in. Kovs is going to potentially decide better of it, or at least until he gets some reinforcements. And there it comes in the form of Enigma. Big pick, 3 versus 3. Again, it looks as though A-Site's going to be the destination, but Adnan, he's only able to pick off 1 before the trade comes through. 2 versus 2.
Man, it's crazy, right? These guys are just playing backwards and forwards here. And it looks like at every opportunity where there is potential for a clutch, it's going to be the side of Nixa that comes out on top. 2 versus 2 now. Bomb has to go down, but Bevan behind enemy lines. Potentially able to make a bit of a pinch play here, but looks like B's the call. Bomb should be going down for free as everyone is in Narnia at this point. Rotation will come on through. But now, again, poised to lose the round is Aerial, as the side of Nixa has done everything correct, including getting a bit more control around the map.
Yeah, the good thing is if they are going to try and push out Enigma from this back digger side, they do have a lot of options to work with. Oh, never mind. Those options just went straight down the pan, and Nixa take map number 2. Aerial Gaming, Connor, they started so well, 2-0 up, and Nixa just completely ruined them for the rest of the round, 6-2 in a row.
And that felt effortless in every way, right? I mean, what was that? It was a 1v2 from Jack Frost, and then another 1v1 in the following round, and now it just came down to it where they just had more control on the map. They knew what they wanted to do, and they executed it correctly, whereas it felt like Aerial was a little bit lackluster. The moment they had control, they sort of like, okay, what now? You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Just a little bit more cementing in what they want to do. Maybe the comms are a little bit different. I'm not entirely sure, but something needs to change, and needs to change now. Like I said, they're going to their worst game mode, being Control, and it is going to stay on the same map, and we know how heavily defensive orientated it is, and luckily it was Nixa's pick, so Aerial do start on defense. But man, the way that Nixa is currently shooting, if it moves, it's dead, and I think that is a tough prospect to come up against.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and keep these guys quiet now because, yeah, going on the back of another respawn here as well. So, obviously, they look good in the respawn. Obviously, a much more tighter affair in that first opening one. That's probably something that Aerial Gaming can take as a little bit of a shining light, is the fact that that first map was very close. And, obviously, because Kovs is running on 200 and God knows what ping on a respawn, it's obviously going to hinder him probably a little bit more than it would in a search and destroy. But, yeah, towards the later end of the search, it just felt as though Aerial kind of ran out of ideas, and more importantly, Nixa just kind of, they knew how to work it. Those opening rounds when Nixa were kind of playing a little bit hesitantly, they overchowed something and it kind of came back to bite them. But in the later stages, they literally played Aerial Gaming at their own game, and now they find themselves 2-0 up and right on the precipice of booking themselves in that grand final.
Well, they're on attack. I could be mistaken, but surely if this was Nixa's pick, they get defense? But I could be tweaking. Either way, it looks like B first tick under the belt. And here comes the choke point known as Dark. 2 will fall. Good start here for the side of Aerial, as they are trying to make an impact on the map, and they do that without losing more than 2 lives, and they secure B. So 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with. That's more than enough time to work an A. Yep.
Saying that, though, there have been numerous times where teams have had 2 minutes on the clock and they haven't been able to break the Enigma, no pun intended, that is that A point. It can be difficult, but more importantly, the gunfight's going in favour. Retchi has had a really good start to this map. It must be said, 3 in a row. He's going to get traded out by none other than Mr. Map 2 himself. And now another gunfight. He's able to win it. I'll tell you what, if they do not keep him quiet, Raz is just going to run the show, and it looks as though the boys from Aerial Gaming, they need to try and find his number quick.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, they started off hot. They had life count advantage, and now it's all but dwindled. Adnan may be making something happen here, but he gets traded. Trip9 takes an early grave, but here comes Retchy in the back. He is read by Jack Frost, but he is able to win the one. But again, the trade is instant. So right now, that 2 minutes and 15 seconds has dwindled rather quickly, and they need to make it happen. Like you said, the enigma that is A has to happen, but they need one good push. 3 players down, they can stack. But right now, it looks like Nixa has their number, and they punched it pretty well.
Yeah, well, Lithium obviously had a very, very good map 1. We'll see if he can continue it into map number 3. But at the moment, Aerial Gaming, they are struggling to even get close to the point. It looks as though they're consistently going to keep trying to push through Lithium. There you go. That's a chow. Absolutely smashes the door open and absolutely slams straight into the pavement. And it will be Nixa able to grab a couple of picks. You've still got a couple of players on the side of Aerial Gaming pushed up. Adnan being one of which, going to fly out on towards Enigma, but he somehow wins that gunfight. I thought he would have been dead to rights. The stun slapped him in the face, but the bullets on the counterpart were just good enough, didn't miss, and he took him down.
Well, right now, it just looks like the trades are just not there for Aerial. 2-piece after 2-piece. Jack Frost again looking for the third, but of course he gets away. The bait and switch is so perfect. Carv's looking over him. 25 seconds, 4 life difference. It looks like these guys have been bled dry, and Lithium running amok in and around DVD. Man, he's got a good idea of what movie to be watching, and that movie is the Aerial losing show.
Well, Adnan pops steady. But look at number 6, Enigma waiting around the corner. Oh, big win from Adnan. He might actually be able to get onto the point. No, he gets shot right in his ankles as he tries to get on towards it. Number 3, Bevs, though, is still lurking over towards the point. Oh, okay. Bevs decided, no, didn't want to touch it. So, there you go. First round on the board for Nixa. And, yeah, they had a lot of time to work with their comp, but that time runs out so quickly on Invasion, and they've just demonstrated that right there.
Well, I'm surprised that there actually wasn't the demon trap that came through there. When they had 3 down, I expected somebody to get up onto tank and just mow them down as they try to get out of spawn. Luckily, they managed to keep a bit of poise going through, but now onto defense. They did find 3 ticks, so if we're going to be counting ticks, and most likely this will be around 5 if it is rinse and repeat from the previous HP. Respawn still pretty strong for both teams. But now we get to see what the side of Nixa wants to do, and it looks like A is full and ready to go. Cobbs leading the troops.
First engagement for Kovs. He's able to win it. 9 and 3 actually coming through from him. Looking very, very good indeed, it must be said. On a hindered ping, but that initial A push is going to be stopped. And those white arrows of Nixa just going to gallop over towards the B point. So you will anticipate that there's not going to be a huge amount of resistance coming through from Aerial. They're getting all the info that they need, courtesy of that progress bar going up incredibly quickly. And some shots in. No kills as of yet. There's going to be a call that they are incredibly weak. Aerial Gaming still lurking by the point. It's still not done, but they might just hesitate a little bit too long here.
Man, you get to see them pushing forwards, and 3 go down by the skin of their teeth. It looks like Nixa unable to win the point, but Adnan with a huge 2-piece taking out the Titan himself. And here's the demon trap I was speaking about. You can see Aerial already pushing up here to see if they can force them into a bit of a hard place. But in the interim, looks like 2 players from Nixa slip on through. Trip9 trying to make a bit more of an impact himself, keeping B alive for now. Bevan looking for a bit of a pinch.
Yeah, Adnan's forced to back up as well. Bevs is still over here, so he might be able to grab a couple of respawns, and these lives might be golden to them if they can knock them down even further. No, Kovs, 6th sense. Don't know whether he spotted him or not, but checks underneath because they knew they were looking for him, and he found him and he bagged him. So nice work there from him and Nixa. They are still trailing by 5 lives though, but they are just looking to try and progress up the map now.
Well, they're just trying to get a bit of blue control, if I imagine correctly. Then they're going to look for a bit of a demon trap on the other end of things. Lithium! Goodness gracious. That's a pistol, by the way. It could be, I could have sworn it was a shotgun, but for now, 3 more will fall for the side of Aerial. Cobbs wins another. Goodness gracious, Bevan. A little bit windy, and that's going to be punishable by death. And into A we go. Already looking a little bit different, but Retchy with the 2-piece, that might have opened the door slightly ajar. 2-piece potentially from Trip9.
Surely, yeah, okay, the trade was coming through. He almost got the 2-piece there. I thought he did, but somehow it required a teammate just to finish them off. Retchy shots into Enigma. There's going to be 2 players ready and waiting, but he's got a teammate in the form of Adnan as well, looking to try and help out. And Adnan and Bevs chew through 3 Nixa players. 1 minute on the clock. Nixa are running out of lives very, very quickly here. And look at Bevs again. No hesitation. Straight up in the grill of Nixa. Another pick on the cards for him. Potentially another one. No, he's going to be shut down by whoever than Raz. And it will be Nixa with 45 seconds on the clock, but they have not got lives.
And there, the lives continue to dwindle as you see 2 more kills going the way of Aerial. And Bevan, again, when he gets going, he is like a fly that you simply cannot swat as he is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And manages to get some insane timing again, gets away from Enigma. Clock now ticking. Covs, though, opens the door slightly, shots in from Lithium, and of course that might be enough to open the door here, but time and lives not on the side of Nixa, but as I say, that 2 more will fall, 13 seconds, and here comes the stack. Richie has to make the play.
Oh, they can't get in. They've been caught on the crossfire. They need to get in. 2 players on. First tick done. If you are Aerial Gaming, you've got to try and compose yourself here, but at the same time, you're being forced to get in quickly. Adnan, he's just toying with the idea of going in, but he's so one-shot. Second tick's done, but is the collapse coming in at the right time? Pistol out, and Adnan gets 2. You've still got another man in Covs alive on the hill, but the Renetti does it all, and it puts the final sword straight through the stomach of Nixa in round number 2. Enigma has got 1 life and a dream. Bev shuts down that dream, and Aerial Gaming take the round.
Yeah, again, by the skin of their teeth, you cannot count Nixa out. That came down to the wire. 12.5 seconds. They fly into the point. They get 2 ticks off the end of it. So even though they lose the round, they are smiling from ear to ears. They know they already have 2 ticks up on Aerial. So if we're looking towards that map number 5, that round 5, you can see that they're already aiming for that as opposed to just winning all the rounds.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what. South African COD, it's just a vibe, isn't it? You just get so many good moments coming from it. But it will be Nixa 2-0 up in the series, but unfortunately not 2-0 up in the control. And now it's going to be
a bit of a change of pace.
Yeah, they've just completely switched this up. They are absolutely roaring towards the point. And I'll tell you what, Connor, sometimes this works very, very well. And it looks as though, at least for now, they've got the man on the point, and now they've got Nixa thinking.
Thinking that they need to get something going, and Trip 9 is cutting them off as they come close to it, and Adnan just soaking that time, getting a few more tick potential here, but he chulls out. Bit of an overzealous chull there, if we're being honest. Richie is there to help him out, and the mixy gunfights eventually go the way of Nixa. They have a 1 life count advantage, and they did find 1 tick, that being Aerial. And on to B we go, but here comes Lithium with a pinch.
Oh, Adnan potentially chows something he didn't really need to, or Bevs had to make sure he won that one. And he did fly straight out. Incredibly weak, though, means that he's going to get mopped up, and the team shots are looking good. But Retchi, the line up there from Covs and Enigma means that he's able to get both, and it will be Raz straight through dark. He gets 2. Woo! Almost got the 3rd. Quick snapper there from Bevs shuts him down while he was weak. And 1 tick on both respective points. But Nixa, they are pushed up the map, probably a little bit too far for Aerial Gaming's liking here.
Oh, that map control is so key, and you can see Lithium already hunting into Broken We Go, but he gets red. Cobs 2-bulleting people, it feels like, but Enigma is there to help him out. Another nade coming through, but as of right now, B potentially in the works here for the side of Aerial Gaming, but it's Retchi once again looking down these lanes to find some more, but Jack Frost close and personal with the shotgun pistol, getting a few more kills.
Well, slammed. Woo, just about able to worm away that one. But they've still got Lithium lurking over towards Dark, so that B point with 30 seconds isn't looking like the easiest thing now. Nice shots there. The call that the players are in. Oh, that was a chow. I'll tell you what, if he won that one, I think they might as well have packed up and gone home. Adnan picks off 1, but the time is still not looking good, because who have you got here? None other than Raz. Shots into Bevs. Bevs wins a big one, actually. If he doesn't win that, Covs is probably there to mop up what remains. They still don't have somebody currently on the point. They know that Covs is lurking around here, but they need to stop that clock. They do it, but unfortunately, they've only got 10 seconds left to work with. They are all falling by the wayside, and Nixa are steaming through them.
And they just got no control again. It just feels like for every kill there's a trade, and they hold up, right? You can see the map control from the side of Nixa, and the kills just work out beautifully in the end. It was the time that was the final undoing there. But again, only 2 ticks found. So that's already going to put them on the back foot. They are guaranteed an attacking round in round 5. If they don't, well, if they lose this defensive round, they are out of the not tournament. They're going down to losers. But again, they have to pull together now. And it was an electric start, like you said, over towards A. It worked so well, but unable to convert it to anything else other than 2 ticks, 1 on each side. Man, Nixa just looking so phenomenal on the map.
Yeah, and as mentioned, those kills. Enigma's is correct, but everyone else's is incorrect. Covs 19 and 15. Raz, you got 19 and 19, and they are going heavy over towards the A point. They've managed to get Lithium in, and he's going to be joined very quickly by Raz. Big kill, though, able to come through from both Bevs and Adnan. 3 fall, 4 fall, and that A point, they had a little bit of a glimmering hope there that they might be able to get a little bit of progression, but Aerial Gaming, fair dues to them, just completely slammed the door in their face.
Absolutely, but now they need to win their ones on towards B. But right now, it looks like the kill feed very white, and unfortunately there's a TK, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been dealt, and into B we go. First tick found, and this is where you can see Aerial faltered a little bit. The full stack is in, 2 ticks already found B, pretty much in the back pocket of Nixa here, and all of a sudden, Aerial has to play perfect COD if they want to stay alive here. And, well, Jack Frost finds pixel angles, and he'll rip you a new one.
Yeah, so knock knock. Who's there? Bullets. Nice shots in towards Adnan, and Enigma gets the second as well. I thought that surely a trade was going to come through, but now look at the swarm from Nixa. Bevs is going to have to hold the cross, and he does manage to do it. Takes down Kovs in towards that middle building. He will go, but look at the man, number 5, Lithium, round the back, able to grab one pick. You've still got a few Aerial Gaming players lurking around, but now they know he's here. Is he going to take the chow? If I was a betting man from what I've seen so far, he probably will. Is he going to fly around the Renetti? Not able to get the kill on that occasion. Aerial Gaming just breathing for the time being. 2 players on the A point, and Adnan watching the cross.
Well, that is a lot of map control already back for the side of Aerial, but you can see old P1 is where the side of Jack Frost looking to see if he can skate his way through into the point, but Bevan getting a bit aggressive in the spawn, but 2 will fall. So 2-on-2 trade, 2 players in mid, but right now it looks like Trip9 looking to be the man to make a bit of a faltering play towards Nixa, and all of a sudden it was just Lithium left alive here around AS&D to see if he can make a bit more of an impact. But right now, it is still time and lives in favor of Aerial Gaming. Trip9 looking for the second, but he can't quite find it.
Yep. Big kill coming through from Raz. And now the reinforcements are going to try and help Enigma out here. He's tagged up, and he is being chased frantically by those white arrows. Well, those aerial arrows, apologies. And now next engagements are going to be big. You've got a lot of information actually from Aerial, stunning both those players, and Bevs stands strong. And now with 40 seconds on the clock here and a life advantage of 5, Aerial Gaming find themselves in a position where they're looking very good, but saying that, I've just been made to eat my words.
Well, unless Bevan can make a bit more of an impact here, he stays alive. Rich is there to pick up the pieces. 2 will fall for the side of Nixa. But again, 23 seconds. Of course, it's Lithium, but Adnan cutting them off in the mid-map. Just trying to keep them as far away as possible. Adnan almost finds a blistering kill over towards DVD. But again, it's Enigma or Lithium that tend to make those hero plays, and they seem to go unsung. But here comes Lithium in the mid-map. Shots are not quite there for him, but Adnan gets taken down. Enigma is there. 6v10. Rechi has to hold this push off. Cobbs has a massive one to win, but Bevan is there to pick up the pieces, and it looks like Aerial forced the round 5, but unfortunately it is going to be an attacking round, looking them straight down the barrel.
I'll be perfectly honest with you, Connor. I have no idea who's got offense or defense here on this one. I've been so engrossed in the game. I don't know what the ticks are saying, so let's see what COD has in store for us. But at the moment, yeah, I mean, take your pick really at this point. Both teams look good in kind of, it's weird really, they've got kind of phases where they look really good. Obviously the opening break-offs when Nixa are on the offense, they look very, very good, but then later in the rounds Aerial Gaming seem to have them kind of trapped in. But saying that, Aerial Gaming are going to be the team on the offense, and Nixa, to be fair to them, they have looked good on the defense.
Absolutely, but I mean, we haven't seen an attacking win yet, so if this is where Aerial gets back into this game, it is going to be where they change the pace completely. Yeah. And Adnan flying forwards here, but he is tagged up to a ball here. 1 HP in a dream, but Bevan and Rechi pull the rabbit out of the hat, find 2, and onto A we go. Make it 3, as all of a sudden it's just Lithium left alive. The overzealous child, but is punished. And again, first tick found, but of course Bevan in the back, but instant trades all round.
Oh, big kill from Adnan. He's got another one up against Raz, and Adnan chewing through white arrows. Nixa dropping left, right, and centre. This double stack has been perfect for them here. 2 ticks, and the third now pending. Enigma's got it all to do. He falls down, and that is the first time that we have seen the A point so convincingly captured. And the shots are hella convincing here from Adnan. He is having a map at the moment, 32 and 22. If they can keep him shooting, this map looks like it's theirs for the taking.
Absolutely. Now they've got 2 minutes to work with, 4 lives in the back pocket over towards B, which we know is statistically the easier one to take. And Adnan looks like he's packer-punched his gameplay as he comes on the back. 2 will fall for the side of Nixa. Lithium poised to make a play, though. Trip9 trying to sniff him out, but Adnan in this top blue position, he can be such a menace. He knows the players are nearby, and he's looking for the kills, can't quite find them. The Chels are there. He is feeling like a king, but unfortunately that is going to be the push stopped dead in its tracks.
And the difficulty they've got is that Kovs is over towards JCB, and historically through just search and destroy, we know how difficult it can be to take people out of this position. He's forced to back up, and he's actually going to overchow on towards 999 there. So now the players, a little bit of a standoff. Aerial Gaming slowly progressing up the map. 2 players on, trophy down. This is a prime opportunity.
Well, they just have to find 1 or 2 kills here, and all of a sudden the book is going to be turned on its head. Adnan getting close and personal, finds the first. Keep playing his life very well, and it's going to be a TK. TK cops the last alive, but he finds a 2-piece, and all of a sudden it was looking great, but he is taking out Bevan and Adnan, go back to back. That's going to be the side open. No one is close, and it's just going to come down to these next few gunfights, but I believe I hear a streak. Unless I'm tweaking? Did I hear a streak? Yes, I'm tweaking. No one is close. It's going to be Adnan finding a few more kills. Onto the point we go. Bevan and everyone in the kitchen sink being thrown at it. 2 more kills go the way. Backshot has become massive. The trade is in. Aerial, by the skin of their teeth, into the point. Steal the map right out from underneath them, breaking the form, winning an attacking round. Goodness gracious, Tom, I don't think I'm going to be able to speak for the next week.
Oh my god. When I saw the 2-piece with the Renetti, I was like, there's no way Raz does this. You see the first hit, you see the second, but it will be none other than Slammed, who just about stops that in its tracks. My god, the ending to that one, I wasn't really quite sure where that was going. It was kind of tug of war back and forth, Connor, but eventually, at least they've got a map on the board now, because they're going to obviously need the reverse sweep if they're going to take this winners final, but what a vibey map to start that kickstart, really.
And we spoke about how the Ticks weren't looking great. Their second attacking round, they only got 2, and then they knew they were staring down an attacking round for round 5, and they managed to pull it out of the hat, and it came down to the wire as per usual. Every single map bar, the S&D, has been an absolute nail-biting finish, and I think that's just going to be a testament to what's happening. And we're going over to another map that we spoke about we were so looking forward to seeing, that being Vista HP, where we get to see those SMGs do a bit more damage on the map. And again, Adnan shooting nukes, Raz shooting nukes, Lithium doing lithium things. So right now it is truly a battle of the titans. It took a little while for Aerial to wake on up in that game, but they managed to do it, and now we get to see the potential of a reverse sweep. But you know, they say Rome wasn't built in a day, and that was the first brick in the colossal wall that they're trying to put up against Nixa.
Yeah, and to be fair to him, Adnan put some big numbers up in that one. I think if he didn't have that map, they're probably not taking it. So kind of off the back of a strong respawn, they're going into another one where they're probably going to lean on him potentially to put up numbers like that once again, because they have moments, don't they, Aerial Gaming, where they literally go blow for blow with this Nixa roster. I mean, the Nixa roster is no stranger to any sort of aggression and pushing the point. It's just a case of whether the boys from Aerial Gaming can kind of keep up with the pace that they set and winning those kind of important individual gunfights. But when Adnan was shooting like that, it felt as though Nixa maybe just the hesitations to push some things that they might have already thought they were pretty much guaranteed to win. I mean, we saw what Raz has got in his locker even towards the end with the Renetti. He almost managed to mop up 3. But yeah, I mean, what a map. But Aerial Gaming, they can take a lot of positives from that map 3, because I say they're going to need the reverse sweep, but that's a really, really strong start and some good individual performances to boot as well.
Man, my heart can't take this kind of gameplay, man. It's crazy. It's backwards and forwards, and we're going to a different map, different game mode, which is nice. Change of pace, as you can imagine. But again, man, I just feel like these two teams are so evenly matched. It can come down to individual players, and in that case, like you said, it was Trip 9, and it could have easily gone the other way with Raz doing what Raz does best, which is using the Renetti as a shotgun and getting those kills. He finds 2. I mean, if he found that 3rd, that was the play pretty much put in the grave. But again, man, this is going to be some high-tier Call of Duty. And tell me, do you have matchups at this sort of pace and caliber in the EU often?
We do, to be fair.
Okay, that's awesome.
We do. It's usually, though, when it comes to kind of the top 4 teams is when you start to see that real upgrade in pace. Obviously, we know the ability that kind of challengers teams have got in Europe, but there just always seems to be that extra bit of speed. I don't know. I think they've just got something where they respawn quicker, personally, because they just seem to get on the point so quickly. It usually tends to be the upper echelon of challenges where you see that next step up with pace and kind of combining it alongside smart gameplay as well, because everyone can play quickly. It's just whether or not some of these guys can do it and get the kills and do it smartly, and I think that's kind of what we're seeing from both of these teams here. Yes, they're quick, yes, they're aggressive, but it's kind of controlled aggression. It's not just butting heads constantly over and over and over. They do wait for each other, they do reinforce each other when they need to. And yeah, more often than not, it's proving to work, as and when both of the teams, when they stagger them a little bit. I think we saw it in the hard point in a couple of the hills where the likes of Nixa, they were kind of going in one at a time, and then it allowed Aerial Gaming to get quite a lot of time. But when both of these teams are coordinating pushes, yeah, I say the pace that they are setting is it's scary. It's difficult to keep up with, mate. It's horse 100%. Racing commentary, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I love it. Actually, should have been an auctioneer in my past life.
Yeah.
But anyways, here we go into the next map, Vista HP. And this is where you get to see, I'm not sure if Adnan's going to have the SMG or the AR in hand, but if he has the SMG and he's challing like he was challing at the end of that game, man, it is going to be an absolute blistering matchup.
Well, Vista Hardpoint, must say, big fan of this when it comes to watching it. Don't know what the players think about it, but who is it other than Adnan off the back of that strong map? Round and round he goes with Kovs. Renetti out. Shots not necessarily combining, but the opening hill is going to be in control of Aerial Gaming. And for any of you guys who haven't seen much of Vista, that P2 hill going to be literally kind of the mirror opposite down towards the bottom center of the map. But Adnan, nice shots into one, nice shots into two, and he is not slowing down.
Well, of course, the person who shuts him down is the person who's shooting equally as straight. And here comes Rechi trying to make it happen. He finds the first Jack Frost tagging up everything but the player. But it's going to be Bevan making a bit more of an impact on the other end here. Here comes Trip9 with a bit more aggression. Adnan to pick up the pieces. Aerial Gaming into P1, looking towards P2. Lithium cutting them down as they move.
Yeah, nice shots from Lithium. Can't get the second, though. The trade from Adnan is looking good. Trying to play his life a little bit. The health regen and trophy. Oh, he's just been weak for so long. It feels as though it's been an eternity. And unfortunately, his trophy can't keep him along forevermore. And it will result in him falling. So Nixa going to have the early control of the hill. You can see it towards this top cafe area, but Lithium, just no hesitation. He sees a name tag, he flies.
Man, he ordered himself a good old Rechi meal and top burger there before he falls. This is going to be Bevan who cuts him down. Cobb's alive on the point, shooting nukes as per usual, but the flood comes on through and the gates were not strong enough to hold them back. The break is perfect, and here comes a bit more mid-map control from the side of Aerial.
Yeah, nice work here from Slammed, able to pick off one. And still 26 seconds left on this one. There is a very rogue spawn, I believe, for number 3 Kovs right in the bottom left. So unfortunately, Rechi, even if he gets this pick, he's probably going to have no idea that a wild Kovs is just lurking straight in the back door. There's one for him. Adnan looking on for the chow, and unfortunately for Kovs, he's only able to get one kill. Strong bit of time, though, for Aerial Gaming. A little bit of a lead. But now we rotate to the next hill, and unfortunately for Aerial Gaming, it's only going to be Slammed. But if he can get another pick, this might be huge.
Well, he's looking for the child, but his teammates are there to help him out. It's all going to come down to Richie. He knows there's somebody coming close by. The comms should be immaculate at this point, as you can see, a bit of a backup here. And on the pop, it is going to be the side of Nixa, who should be getting a bit of time, but not quite. It looks like everything is being thrown at them, but it's going to be Richie with a massive two-piece, potentially flipping these spawns out. But again, splits in action, and Lithium making it happen, not quite take it out, and that might just be the side of Aerial who finds a bit of time here.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're locked in, ready to go. Adnan 8 and 4, strong start again from him, and he's continuing it. Bevs is going to get taken down in towards this mid-calf area. But now, with 25 seconds left, it's a question, do they push this one? Raz is deciding, yes, we do, brothers. In towards the hill he goes. He's going to get shot in the side, though. Are the trades nearby? Adnan's only able to grab one pick, so they do manage to get that 15 seconds. Bev's already rotated over towards the neighboring hill. And now, with a respawn coming up right next to him in the form of Adnan, it will now be boys of Nixa that have to try and break him. But this is very aggressive, actually, trying to push out this back spawn. It looks as though a couple of gunfights might go in their favor if they are able to get more than one. Nope, just the one. And Rechi, unfortunately, finds himself a little bit alone, but the boys are covering the cross.
Well, they have to keep them into that bit of a spawn trap here. As you can see here, almost finds the third, but it's a two-piece from a Jack Frost, and Cobbs follows it up. So it was looking like a pretty solid hold there for the boys at Aerial. But they're still doing a good job of keeping them off the point. So any time not going the way of Nixa is still good time in theory. And Adnan soaking it up now. Jack Frost, aggressive with that Renetti. You know what? Don't give him any other weapon. He can simply do it all. Adnan almost gets the snap, but the trade is there. Rechi up close and personal. Looking for the third, can't quite find it. Lithium cutting them down, but he is having a very slow one. Lithium not putting up typical Lithium numbers, 5 and 14, and I imagine that's exactly where everyone is looking right now to sort of rally the troops.
Yeah, Enigma's ready for the next hill. Oh, nice nades. That's surely him dead. Yeah, Rechi, good work. I think he's being killed by a stun to the chin as Rechi Lithium takes him down. But Rev's looking to try and mop up what's around him in towards this cafe area. But Lithium with a big two-piece. Nixa looking towards this bridge side hill. If they can get a strong setup here, they can hold a lot of time.
Well, they're going to have to hold it for as long as possible if they want to get back into this game. Here comes the first contest. Trip9 is there. Shots are good, but 2 on 2. And Trip9 around the back, trying to keep these close spawns. No one on the point, like we said. But again, Lithium, being that workhorse, playing away from the point to at least wait for some teammates. And here comes the reinforcements. First kills come on through. Rechi finds Lithium. It's going to be a contested point. And right now, it is going to be 3 that will fall for the side of Nixa. So they kick the door wide open. It looks like scrap time will be going the way of Aerial.
Oh, Adnan has just stopped anyone from getting close to it, saying that, oh, sorry, buddy, I've completely jinxed that for him again. But it will now be Lithium looking to try and grab some scrap time. But Aerial Gaming, they are leading at the moment. And the bit of scrap time that they get here will now push them to a 60-second advantage as we get ready for the P1. You can see the transition, not exactly the longest distance you've got to cover as Lithium finds himself in the engagements, up in the action once again. Shock, horror, as Bevs tries to fly in himself. One pick for him. The white arrows are swarming around him. He needs some reinforcements. They are coming through quickly. The trades, though, a little bit of back and forth, but there's a triple kill for 999, and it is going to be Aerial Gaming soaking up that P1 time.
Man, goodness gracious, talk about chaining a hill without the rotations. You can see they waltz their way, quite like Matilda, straight into the point, and Bevan almost wins another. But in the interim, it's all four that will fall. Nixa answer back, and they have to answer back relatively well as they need this full 30 left, and they need to get secured into the next point. And if you're in the shoes of Aerial, you can try to make it as mixy as possible on Old, and that's what Bevan is doing. Well, I was going to say, he snapped a little bit early there, but he manages to get round, get the kill. But again, a little bit mixy. Ooh. Time still going the way of Nixa.
Oh man, this is a bit of bleeding from Nixa. They are showing signs of a little bit of a regain that's needed here because they are down a substantial amount of points. The P2 now is going to be what they lean on. If they can hold a full 60 though, they'll be right back in this one, but we know how difficult this hill can be to hold. Kov's going to be on the time. They are stacking quite heavily in towards it. Number 2 in Enigma going to be watching. There's going to be a few players ready and waiting. One on the high ground. Retchy, first engagement. He wins it. Kovs goes ring around the rosy, but Bevs, Sixth Sense, spots him, bags him, and it will be Aerial Gaming back on the time. If you're Nixa, you are starting to worry a little bit because this is really starting to run away. They don't have the contest on the hill, but Enigma with a huge two-piece right when they need it.
And another player will fall in the form of Retchy. It's just at 9 in the mid-map, trying to keep them at least a little bit more scrappy towards this rotation. And you can see Nixa sort of rallying the troops now. That's a good amount of time to go their way. That'll put them within 30 points of Aerial Gaming. But they have to play it perfectly. And this rotation, God tier spawns just come on through for the side of Aerial by some miracle. And into the back we go. And of course, Jack Frost looking for a few of these players. And what's the time going to look like? Perfect. And it's going to be streaks, and 3 will that have fallen for Aerial. So now Nixa back into this game and then some.
Yep. Well, they're in the driving seat in the early stage of this hill. It's going to be down to an aerial break once again. Not exactly ideal to use the street to defend the point. They need to win these gunfights. First pick for a Lithium. Oh, he's going to fly onto the second. Sometimes you might say it's a bit careless, but when it works, my God, does it work. Two-piece again. He now finds himself 1 away from streaks. They're down by just 20 seconds. I'll tell you what, Aerial Gaming, they're going to start to panic a little bit now because if they give them 2 cruise missiles to work with, which they do, and a lot of time, which they do, Nixa, they are well and truly back in this game now.
Oh. Enigma with another 2-piece. They seem to be lining up for the side of Nixa here. As you can see, Lithium heating things up now. He found some streaks, like you said. Where he was faltering, he has now picked up the pieces. And this will be the first lead change of the game. And like you alluded to, it looks like Aerial sort of lackluster. Nice shots, though, but it doesn't matter. Mate might be a little bit too little too late on this point. As you can see, rotations already won for Nixa. So it looks like the second set of rotations, it was the side of Nixa that locked things in.
Yeah, and it's not an ideal weapon. This is probably the one place on the map where you're thinking comfortable for an AR, but Adnan, nice shots to take down the first man, but he's got to try and kill everyone because they're all around him. There's not much he can do on that one, so Retchy and the boys are going to have to try and push in from the front side of the hill. Can they do it? They've got the contest on, but that man falls. Number 7, Bevs, can he get some good timing out the back? You've still got one man in the back. Lithium's able to grab one, and it will be none other than Raz who grabs the second. He gets another one as well. They need to try and stop him because the lead change has now ensued. Nixa, they are in the lead, and they are killing everything that moves.
Yeah, I think that's sort of knocked Aerial for 6 runs here as they need to stop pushing the point alone. As you can see now, they reckon they can be the one-man army and the timing is no longer there for them. And this is going to be a bullying session. As you can see, already going towards the next point is going to be Jack Frost. He's going to find another, potentially working his way towards some more streaks. Actually, he finds some more streaks as he's already on a 7. And again, this is where things start to look a little bit crazy for Aerial Gaming. As they were in the driver's seat for so long, they seem to have forgotten how to play passenger. As right now, the side of Nixa, unbeaten for the last 3 hills.
Yeah, they have just completely battered them for the last 2 minutes or so. Bevs, big gunfight win, but now we see that streak invested by Raz. Is he going to be able to at least grab the man off the hill? Yes, he will. There's a big gunfight out the back. Lithium on the hunt here for Bevs. Can he spot him down? Bevs spots him. Bevs, big win. The trade, though, is instant. Number 6 hit. 999 ready and waiting for those players to push in. Jack Frost on the cross, shots in, not able to grab the kill, but now here come the white arrows. In they flood, but somehow Aerial Gaming find themselves still alive, courtesy of Adnan, but Lithium strikes hell from above, courtesy of that cruise missile, and now they're on the hill, and they're edging so close to that 250 point.
And if they can find this scrap time here, that'll put them within a few seconds. And you know that Aerial is feeling the pressures. They have to play everything that they've got. The playbook has to be read backwards and forwards and relatively quickly. Shots are in. Shots are looking good for the side of Nixa here. Adnan, only one to make a bit of an impact, as he's going to be able to find two, get them off the point. But 13 seconds is all that is needed. And we saw this in the first hard point. This is where Aerial have to pull finger, and they have the first bit of time here, but they cannot allow one break. Otherwise, that's going to be all she wrote.
Oh, I beg they don't do this to my heart. This is going to be ridiculous. High blood pressure going to be maintained and pushed out further. Everyone on the side of Aerial Gaming now, they're going to probably look to try and stack this. Look at Nixa go. So many white arrows. Pick a door, any door. In they fly. Bevs grabs two. Lithium with one. Kovs mops up the second, but again, another pick comes through from 999. They're still battering back and forth, but another big kill from Kovs. Adnan trades. Somebody's got to go in for Aerial Gaming. They're just trickling in one at a time, but they're winning gunfights now as one goes through for Jack Frost. Lithium gets two. Lithium gets three. 5 seconds and the dagger is done. Aerial Gaming can't touch it. Nixa take the map. Nixa take the series.
Goodness gracious, in a 3-1 fashion, and the way that that map started and the way that it ended, you would think they were two different series altogether. As Aerial Gaming, man, they had the reins of that horse and they were racing down towards the finish line, but unfortunately they tripped and fell. And Nixa, if you're going to make a mistake at this level, that is where you're going to bleed, and boy oh boy did they bleed. They had like an 80-point lead at a stage,
yeah.
But again, Nixa just so potent on respawn. They just need one player to pick up the sticks, and all of a sudden the map's turned on its head and it came down to the wire. But Nixa coming out on top. But man, if that is what the winners finals like, I can't wait to see what the grand finals going to be like.
I know. Just South African respawn, mate, I think is the best way to phrase it. That was incredible. 2 hard points we've had that have been absolutely banging. Again, Aerial Gaming, credit to them. They did push them to the wire, but unfortunately, the boys from Nixa are just too good, too coordinated, and the aggression that we saw Lithium kind of come into his own towards the later end of that one. We saw the triple in towards that P1. But yeah, really, really good work from those guys, and they will progress in towards that grand final. So the boys from Aerial Gaming, they're down but not out. They will be facing the lads from Monarch in that losers final. What we will do, guys, we will throw it to a break, let the guys get the vetoes, get ready, get prepped, get some sneak in them as well. No sponsor. Yeah, we'll get ready for that losers final, which hopefully, again, will just be another South African banger.
Absolutely. See you in a bit. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Lithium Signature Series here, brought to you by Nixa. And I asked before, but I forgot the name again.
MetaZero.
MetaZero and Nixa bring it to you. My name is Trout and this is Major Chafing. And Tom, we had an electric first series. How are you feeling about the one that we're going into?
Well, I'm still recovering from the last one, to be honest with you, mate. I think we've probably got another situation in this best of five where my assumption on South African COD being Mixi is probably going to be continued going into this one as well between these two teams, mate. We've got obviously the first map in 6 star was one that was very, very good in our previous series, and I have a feeling we're probably going to have a similar affair here between Aerial and Monarch in this losers final.
Oh man, I couldn't agree more. And then obviously Invasion S&D, so we've already seen what that's like. And I think that was a power pick from Monarch because they saw what happened in the previous game.
Yeah.
And again, Control Karachi. This is sort of like Optic Karachi. Aerial just come alive on this map. I don't know what it is, but this is their strongest control map, which is their weakest game mode, even though they pulled it out of the hat in the Invasion that we watched. But again, going back to Rio, another new map in the rotation, another newer map left for sort of like pacing of the game. And yeah, man, finishing it off at Karachi again if we run the distance. But I don't know, man. I feel like Aerial, they are here for blood. I think they're going down the way they went. They are here to sort of like pick up the pieces and make an impact. Yeah,
because it seems as though kind of the raw firepower of Nixa is probably the strongest. I mean, I haven't seen Monarch play, to be honest, so I'll hold fire on it. But it looks as though their respawn ability to just put up numbers. I mean, we saw what Raz did. We saw the Covs moment in that first map. Lithium, again, just speed on the map everywhere. As a core 4, I think their respawn ability just is very, very apparent. But it feels as though this Monarch roster kind of maybe kind of sitting in the weights, seeing what they can kind of work on and pull this Aerial Gaming roster apart with. I don't know much about these guys. Obviously, coach schemes, Trent and Heroes, you know more of them about than I do. But would you assume that this is probably going to be one that's pushed at least map 4?
Oh, minimum, I think all of these teams are evenly matched enough to at least go more than a 3-0. But again, this is where you have to hard counter where you can. And the veteranship that Heroes alone brings to the side of Monarch is insane. Like I said, he has won 2 LANs in the recent COD, and he is undefeated at LAN. So he knows what to do in high-pressure situations. Now he's in the comfort of his home. He has his teammates around him. Comms are going to be good. There's no more interfering from the crowd or anything like that. So this is where they can really lock it down. But they have to go up against a very warm Aerial team. And I think that might be sort of the thing that we have to count on for the side of Aerial, because both these teams can shoot straight, but whoever shoots straight on the day generally takes the map.
And I kind of think we saw towards the later stage of the respawn, the likes of Adnan, who was very much prevalent. We saw Bevs heat up as well. Although they didn't take that map 4, they did have phases where you thought, right, okay, in that first hard point, maybe a bit slow. But when you sort of see them coming to the forefront, obviously they managed to take that invasion control as well. It was one where I think now, like you say, we are going to get a very, very warm Aerial Gaming side in towards this losers final, but we are kicking it back off again on the 6-star hardpoint. Aerial Gaming obviously dropping that series to Nixa 3-1. They are going to be out. They are going to be looking for blood, and they're going to be on the map where they played the boys from Nixa so close last time.
Well, looking to see if they can fix the mistakes they made in the previous first map, and you can see Trip9 already looking towards P2, but he has to beat Heroes. Information is there. Stun comes through at the perfect time, and potential break in the works here as 2 more players from the side of Monarch will fall. Make it 3 and into the point go Aerial, trying to get back into this game, but the Spawn's still in favor of Monarch.
Yeah, those golden arrows from Monarch are just waiting for those players to inevitably push through mid. Another engagement here for Trent. Adnan, the man who was heated up in a few of those respawns, will finally get taken down, but we do see that explosive power that he's able to bring to the respawn. So Monarch have the rotation, everyone in position, they're all watching their relative lanes, but it's going to be down to Aerial to break in.
Well, it was going to be schemes to make a massive play there, but it's Trip9 with the 2-piece to potentially get these spawns to flip on out. But right now it looks like all power towards the front. As 3 will fall, it's just schemes again in the back, and he's going to make a good play, gets 2, but time again going the way of Aerial. They sort of just bullied their way into P1, and they did the same thing on P2. Yeah,
schemes just waiting so for the reach out, and again, 999 is going to be there, ready and waiting. 4 in a row now for him, looking for the 5th. It's going to be outside of the pool that he's able to get it, so 5 in a row, 1 away from a cruise, and the last thing they are going to want to do is give this man streaks in the early phase. Heroes, though, it might be an inevitable situation for him there. Stuns through the door, the double shout comes through, but that, I'll tell you what, they might be down a lot of points, but a very coordinated push is just going to stop that streak from coming through for 999.
sort of a sigh of relief to at least deny a little bit more utility in the back pocket of Aerial Gaming. But they have to win these rotations. And Schemes is there trying to lock them down, or actually he's not. He was in mid-map, and a TK comes through in the end. So now Spawn's lost. P3 looking like this is exactly what Aerial wants to do, because they got bullied by Nixa on this hill, and you can see they are trying to pick up exactly where they left off. Tighten the nuts where they can, and here comes Bevan with a 2-piece. And again, the strike while the iron is hot, and right now it is red hot for Aerial Gaming.
Yeah, they've got a lot of time to potentially be had on this hill as well. Bevs is just flying. He sees the trophy. He knows there's at least one here. One for Bevs, two for Bevs. Choose through both Coach and Schemes. You've still got Heroes, though, that was trying to make the, ironically enough, heroic play, but he's not able to do it. Bevs is on the hunt for number 5. His teammates, they are well and truly flourishing on this map now, and he is going on the hunt for number 5 and potentially number 6.
Well, he's just going ahead trying to flip out these spawns. Here comes Coach in the wings. He finds a 2-piece, enough to break on in. Nice shots. Richie was the last alive, so they're going to be happy to give up the good 20 seconds there, because they have 110 already in the back pocket, looking for the rotations. And here are those bulletproof. Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, we'll see you on Twitter. That was a good one. As you can see now, Bevan trying to hold down these spawns. He has to find another, but the rotation initially won by Monarch.
Oh my. Okay, well, we're still waiting for number 6. That felt as though that was for number 6. But Bevs again, another door. When's he going to ping in? Just waiting. Ooh, round and round they go. Surely number 6 is ready. There it is. Nice work from Bevs. Number 6, number 7.
Goodness.
And the Bluebird might be very much stacked with Bevs clips at the moment, because he is putting them to the sword.
Absolutely. He is absolutely mincing them, and these guys are coming straight back to the grind. As you can see, they have not taken him down. He's getting a bit more aggressive, but maybe a bit of an overchill there, but it doesn't matter. Damage has been dealt, and here comes Adnan to pick up the pieces, looking for a few more, but it doesn't matter. Time still going the way of Aerial Gaming, making it as staggered as possible. And of course, Trip 9 to fly in through the back. He knows there's a player nearby, but again, Coach finding that scrap time, but you cannot live off of scrap time, and it looks like Aerial's not even going to allow you to feed on that.
They need this scrap time big time. They need it, and unfortunately they don't get it. So number 8 though in Retchi is just going to be the lone man over towards the next hill. You've still got 4 players lurking around P2 here, so he's going to have to go through a lot of them. Adnan's going to fall, spots Coach, and nice shots there from Coach, and potentially a bit of a regain hill. Not necessarily the easiest one to do it, saying that, as we do now see the streak coming down from Bevs. Is it going to land with anyone? You anticipate surely at least one inside that pool, and that is not one that you want to go swimming in at that particular moment in time, but they do manage to get the kills, and Monica's still in the hill.
Absolutely. I mean, that was an excellent torpedo thrown through there, but it is able to alleviate the pressure for a moment. But the spawns still close enough to make this contestable here for the side of Monarch. And into the point we go. Coach just biding his time, waiting for some teammates. But again, every second you wait is a second more to the side of Aerial here. 29 seconds left, and at the moment it just feels like we wait for our teammates, but they're afraid. I don't know how else to explain that, as 2 more of them will fall. Here comes Trip 9, trying to get a bit more aquatic, but he gets taken out. And eventually it is going to be the side of Aerial that draw the final blow. P1 coming up once more, and Bevan already looking for another 2-piece.
Oh, Bevan. Oh my god. Stack up the clips. You can make a montage out of in this map. 18 and 8, 4 in a row, and his team now find themselves 110 points to the green. It is looking a little bit worrying now if you're a Monarch fan. They're getting put to bed pretty much in this first rotation already, but a big triple kill comes through from their team. They're going to need a few more of those, though, towards the later portion of this hard point, because that lead is going to be so difficult to try and recoup. You've still got Aerial Gaming players, though, just waiting for the right time to push in. It's going to be literally a pinch from every single side.
Well, Richie gets the ball rolling here, and we get to see Adnan following it up, but Heroes in the wings trying to be a little sneaky snake, but he can't find anything other than death, as you could see. 30 seconds is left on the clock, and Aerial Gaming will soak that up very happily, and in the process have flipped the spawns, so you can see these guys are playing a game of chess, whereas Monarch playing checkers at this point.
Oh, man. It's just looking brutal when you look across the kills. Bevs 20 and 10, Adnan positive by 4, 999 positive by 7. It is just something that Monarch are not able to deal with now, and they don't have the rotation towards the next hill. Retchi knows there's a couple of players pushing through mid. But Aerial Gaming, they're here, they're set up. The next engagements are going to be big for them here, because you've still got 50 seconds worth of time that Aerial Gaming still need to try and recoup. They're going to try and push their way through the back, but 999 is able to get one in the trade. You've still got another couple of players lurking here from Monarch. They haven't all fallen necessarily, but they've got to make some big plays. Big gunfight goes in their favour. Bev's in the hill, though, and he's been the man they've been struggling to keep quiet all map long.
Well, he's looking to see how loud he can shout now, as he can't actually get anything. It's just a nod. Maybe he's able to pick up the mic, but right now it's going to be backwards and forwards on the point. No longer winnable here for the side of Aerial Gaming, but they can still make it as scrappy as possible. Almost gets the two-piece, but Coach able to snap in the end. Schemes in the back. Again, so mixy. Bevan, he's looking for more. Goodness gracious, he couldn't quite get the snap in the end, but now going over towards P3, it actually looks like Monarch might have made the play, get the rotation, so scrap time going the way of Aerial.
That scrap time's going to put them so close, though. 10 seconds is going to put them on 2:34. And that, unfortunately, is not a scoreline you want to see if you're Monarch. They've got so many players in and around the hill. You've got number 3 Coach watching the back. He wins the first engagement. Triple Nine is just waiting for that right time to push. They know his whereabouts now, but the individual gunfights are going to be what makes or breaks them here. They're just starting to turtle up a little bit, but keep an eye on Coach. He's made the play. 1 kill, 2 kills alongside Heroes, 3 alongside Schemes, and the first wave is dealt with. Ooh.
It's just Bevan, the man, like you said, who has been nothing but loud on the map. But at the moment, again, time still ticking over here for the side of Monarch. It seems as though P3 is truly Aerial's kryptonite. But here comes the first set of shots. Trip 9 shooting through impenetrable walls, apparently. And in the interim, 4 will fall, and into the point we go. Ones are flipped on out. You have to throw everything you have at this point, as it's only 9 seconds. And here comes the first push. It's going to be Bevan and Trent. Well, Trent and... Heroes got back-to-back, finding 2, 3, Adnan last alive. Huge one-on-one here for him to win. He can't quite do it, but if you're Aerial, you're smiling because you're already going to the next point.
Yeah, Bebs is off to the races. You can see that Schemes is going to try and cut off a few reinforcements, but look at Bebs. He's already managed to get himself up towards that drop-down. And now 3 players pushing through mid. This might be brutal. They're going to go in the blender. 1 go in, 2 go in. The third, last one. In terms of Coach, doesn't get anywhere near. Aerial Gaming, respawn prowess is there for all to see. That was very comfortable.
Man, that was a masterclass of HP there. Managed to get the rotations, and when they didn't, they just bullied their way into the point. So showing that these guys obviously ironed out the kinks of their first 6-star hardpoint, and they put on a showing for us here. And again, still the first game, and like we said, they are coming off of a very hot game before that, so they're warm, and obviously Monarch had some time to study it. But again, fantastic showing there. Nothing to be scoffed at for the side of Monarch. They're sort of working it out, going to a different game mode on a map that Aerial has already lost today quite significantly. So if you're in Monarch's shoes, this is where you tighten it up, figure out what they want to do. But on the flip side of the coin, this is where Aerial say, right, we've had back-to-back maps now where we know what to do because it's been done to us. They can sort of figure out exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of the boys from Monarch are going to have to try and look at every single positive aspect they can try and take for potentially, like say, off that map if they were watching VOD, if they were doing their homework to see if they can take one off Aerial. But at the same time, if you're Aerial Gaming, you're feeling very confident off the back of that map 1. I think Retchy was only 10 and 17, and they still won 250 to 126. So if he was also frying, you do look at the boys of Monarch and think, right, okay, you're going to need something a little bit special to keep these guys quiet. As you mentioned, though, it's slower game mode, much slower map in Invasion, so the opportunity is there for this kind of upset map after that first one. But I say, if you're a betting man, Aerial Gaming, they just look so good.
Man, and I see you noticed the stats of Richie. They're 10 and 17, but I think he is sort of the unsung hero. When it wasn't Bevan on rotation, it was always Richie. So 9 times out of 10, when they got that rotation, they got spawns along with it. But it's so difficult to shine when your teammates are absolutely blistering everything that moves.
Yeah.
So again, this is where the roster has that ability to have pop-off players. But you got to find that consistency, because it's great and it's a brilliant showing when you have these players that can sort of take over, but you got to be able to rein it in, get it together, because now you can be punished if that one player doesn't have a good series. Then all of a sudden your sort of like trump card is out of the window, and then you get capitalized on. But again, Aerial, they have played this map, they know what they want to do, and they know what adjustments they need to make. Monarch have to do exactly the opposite and try to hard counter where they can.
And the thing is, as well, as much as we don't like to look too far ahead into the series, obviously map 2 and 3, Karachi Control, you then go in towards that hard point again, and it's on Rio, which again, fast-paced map, fast-paced action, might not look great. So you do fear for Monarch if they don't take map 2, and map 3 goes obviously 3-0, you're done anyway, but if you hit that map 4, you've got to then come in quick to that one, because you ramp the pace up straight away again, and it looks as though kind of Monarch were just lacking the kind of quick engagements and the quick trades that the boys from Aerial were just able to provide in that one. So yeah, I think this map 2 might potentially be the make or break of this series. Obviously, we don't like to call it too quickly, but Aerial Gaming, you've got to give them credit where it's due. Map 1, very good, looking as though they're 1 foot in the door. Although it's only been 1 map, they are already going to be lining up that grand final rematch.
Absolutely, and here we go over towards B as the tried and tested method here for Aerial Gaming. Heroes gets away with his life by some miracle. I guess some of those bullets would have gone singing past his head, but he's alive, and that is information gained. Now we get to see a bit of a retake potential for the side of Monarch.
Well, Schemes is holding the Dark Cross. So Aerial sticking to their bread and butter pushes over towards this site. There's the info. 1 cross 2, cross 3 drops down. Ooh, Staglitch versus Staglitch. Schemes is able to get the first pick, though. They do get onto the site. Trent, though. Oh, man, that's COD timing. He literally repositioned the second that 999 manages to get over towards that JCB. So now spots him. Bomb! Can't go down. That's a big kill.
Well, this is exactly what you speak about, right? Whoa, okay, I was going to say there's almost a two-piece lining up there for him. 2v2 all of a sudden. Schemes knows where Adnan is, and Adnan fears no evils, for he shall chow. But gets away with nothing but death, trying to get that bomb down. Richie left in a 1 versus 2.
He's got to push out one of these lanes. He knows he's got to do it. I quite like this play, though. Boot. Bang. There's one for Retchi. 1 versus 1 up against Coach. And he might spot him on the cross. Coach flies across. Whoa. Can't quite win it. The play was there, but unfortunately, the shot's just too crisp.
Oh, man, and that was just unfortunate timing. Caught in the middle of a sprint. He managed to get a couple of them on, gets the tags in. But Coach just more ready for the gunfight. Almost takes it to a wire there. But again, Monarch doing their homework. They know how to counter. They made enough of a ruckus in mid-map to force Aerial to commit to their usual. And then they just collapsed on that.
Well, first round on the board for the Golden Arrows. Schemes with a very good round. And they're going to need a little bit more of that, it must be said. Aerial defense, though. Let's see what they decide to try and opt to do. It looks as though it's going to be a pretty standard push, spread across the board, playing for info, but Monarch, they are headed to B.
Well, it looks like if Aerial can do it, maybe they can do it as well. But Schemes, information has been found on him. They know where he is. But again, slow and steady wins the race. And right now, it looks like 2 players will commit towards B for the side of Aerial. Schemes has to find this first pick.
Yeah, and slammed here, 999. Just playing for information, so again, it's just trying to tease out any sort of tacticals, any sort of trophies. And are Monarch going to toy with the idea of maybe rotating out, or are they just going to stick with this? You can see 999 just literally leaping back and forth, bunny mode. He's just waiting to see if anyone appears.
I think that would check me if I had to check the dark and I see somebody doing that. I would not. I would be afraid to chell that because he's on X Games mode right now, flying in and out. But again, here comes the smoke. Potential line cut through, and they're going to wrap through dark. It's going to be 2 to fall straight into the teeth of Adnan, and he took a big bite. And that's the bomb down in mid. 27 seconds. It looks like Monarch caught on the back foot, but properly.
Well, the next pick has to be a golden one. There's so much information of where these players are, but they're in such power spots. But saying that Coach has managed to slip through behind mid-tank. Is he going to win it? No, he's not. He's not going to be able to win it. He's going to get shut down. His teammates' hopes are looking very doom and gloom in this one. They fall by the wayside, and Aerial Gaming will take that round very convincingly. Didn't drop a life.
Absolutely, and I think that came down to them just keeping the map control, much how Nixa did it to them. It was just the entirety of Monarch being afraid to push up on the map. Eventually they throw the smoke, thinking they've got a good idea here to send it through mid. Ooh, a little bit of extra love on the end of that kill, I didn't even realize. And then they try to make a cut through mid-map, and unfortunately straight into the teeth of Adnan, and Aerial onto back, quite proudly, if you will.
Yeah, a little bit of spice on top of that from Bevs. He's obviously wanting to try and get a little bit rent-free in the heads of those Monarch Gaming players. But now, to be or not to be, it looks as though it is to be. And only Heroes is going to be there at that back JCB. But again, Schemes is going to be doing exactly what he did last time. Just holding that cross. 3 players on the side of Monarch are going to be here for engagements as and when. It's just a case of who spots who first, and more importantly, who gets that first pick.
Well, Heroes is poised for that first blood. He has a trophy to help him out, so that at least cooks a few of those nades coming down. But again, it feels as though when you commit to a site for either of these sides, they don't actually commit to it. They're looking for that first blood before they move onto the point. Here comes the smoke, and we're going to see them try to do exactly what happened, but it's Schemes shooting everything but players, and that might have just opened the door towards B. Here comes Adnan, and he knows Heroes is nearby, but it's going to be the first and second blood drawn relatively quickly. 3 versus 2 for Monarch to clutch on up.
Trent's going to try and peek through this door, you feel, any second. If he opens it, he's going to see him. Sees him prone. That's a beautiful angle there from Trent. Big kill as well. Adnan's going to be forced to having to try and get this bomb down, but it is going to be Trent now that needs the 1 versus 2. Goes through one player, needs to go through both Adnan and Retchi. Not going to be easy for him. Just keeping an eye on that wrap, but he's not going to spot anyone. Retchi going to force over towards that back broken area, playing for the info on the cross. It looks as though he's going to try and work his way around the back here of Richie. 30 seconds. He's got to be quick, and he needs this next kill pronto because he's going to have to challenge Adnan as well.
Well, he spots him. A mere frame is enough to get him hunting. But like you said, time is ticking, 18 seconds, and now it's the eternal game of ring around the rosy. But goodness, the snap onto Trip 9. Oh, Adnan, sorry, he gets the kill in the end, but it was Richie who cleaned up. And Aerial Gaming with 2 to their name.
Yep. Switch it up a little bit. The bomb going down, obviously the hardest part over towards that site, and unfortunately for Monarch, even with the check over towards that dark cross, no bullets were put in. I think it was it Heroes as well over towards that back JCB that got taken out quite early on. And as soon as you lose that power position, you're just inviting people to push into the site. That's exactly what they do. They get the bomb down, and obviously all the responsibility was then put upon Trent, currently 2 and 3, and him and his boys going to be back on the offense. But again, it looks as though every team so far, every round from these teams has been over towards this B site. Are we going to see a switch up though?
Well, there's your switch up like you requested, but that nade gets a lot of information. And Adnan draws the first blood and gets away with his life. And there, he has done the Lord's work himself as Trip 9 is there to pick up the pieces. Trent getting tagged up, but he's still alive. So now 2 players down. Monarch on the back foot once more, looking to find something towards A. And of course, Adnan is waiting for it. And here comes the second Chal.
Wow.
Richie takes out Coach. Trent left in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, they know where Trent is as well. They know he's stuck here in this bus stop area. The nade weakens him up, and all it takes is a pain up pretty much at this stage to take him down. Adnan on the hunt, smells blood. Aerial Gaming. Rounds in succession now starting to form. If you're Monarch now, Connie, you're going to start to be a little bit worried because these rounds are starting to slip away from you. And more importantly, they're slipping away quite convincingly, especially when these boys are on the defense. They look very, very strong.
Absolutely. And I think, like I said, what they needed to tighten up in the next game was map control because I didn't have any, but they've done exactly that here. They're not allowing any openings, and when there is a slight opening, they're watching it close enough to find that first blood, and they've done it 2 rounds in a row now. And this is where their momentum starts to shift in their favor quite significantly. And like you said, Monarch has to pull finger here, otherwise they're going to be in trouble.
Well, Heroes was watching a little bit of the cross, but all those players are crossing behind the backside of Blue, so he's not going to get any information from that viewpoint. The schemes, again, back JCB, typical spot. Doesn't have a trophy as of yet, though. So if they decide to opt to lob a lot of tacticals over to him, saying that, oh, the stun lands, but now the nades, that trophy's come down in the nick of time.
Enough to save him, but it is now gone. So if there are any nades left, now's the time to use them. Here comes Adnan, smokers out. Lines of sight have been diminished, and Trent, I bet you Schemes is screaming for aid as well as Heroes in the mid-map. He gets tagged up to a ball here, but here comes Schemes alive in the power spot. But again, when the setup is there, it's good for the side of Monarch, and they just need to withstand the second set of pushes.
Oh, Heroes has read this so well. Nice shots there to take down one. Going to try and dip away the nade. Is it going to cover him for long enough? Number 3, 9. And I'm just going to push straight through it. I'll tell you what, if you've got a mindset where you see a nade and you push straight through, that is the mindset I want. Holy, he saw it, he ran with it, and his boys have now got complete site control. 999 going to plant the bomb now, and it's going to be down to a Monarch retake.
Well, here's Coach potentially able to make a bit of an impact here towards Bridge. Gives away his position, and you can see Trip 9, he fears no evil as of right now. Bevan is just giving out calls left, right, and center. Richie in the mid-map. Again, it just feels as though when there's an opening, not Richie, Aerial is going to capitalize on it. Here comes another push, though. Bevs with the first blood.
Bevs might just fly at this. He is. Woo, shots are going everywhere, but not into a body. Oh, no. They've gone absolutely haywire with those bullets, and none of them have collided. But now, 2 versus 2, 18 seconds left on the clock, but they've got to try and work a defuse here, and you can see the Retchie's on the power spot, on the heady. There's one head, there's the second head, and that is Aerial Gaming to a T. Beautiful round.
Man, that was a fantastic 2 versus 2 in the end there, and that just came down to a choke point, right? You gotta fly something at the point, and if you have Richie here aiming down sights and he sees the second, he didn't even hesitate to go for that snap. Aerial Gaming looking like an altogether different machine compared to the previous series.
Man, this losers final is very one-sided at the moment. You don't want to count Monarch out just yet, but they need something, and they need something fast. That has been 4 rounds, I believe, in a row for Aerial Gaming. The first round for Monarch, very good. Unfortunately, Aerial Gaming have just completely taken over this map too, and so far they've taken over the series. It's going to be difficult for Monarch to try and regain after those rounds, but it's going to potentially come off the back of probably a first blood. I think they need Connor at this stage. They just need to grab fundamentals really by the scruff of the neck, because at the moment they just keep dropping lives needlessly.
100%. And we also spoke about that, about how the fundamentals are so entrenched in this aerial side, and that's exactly what they capitalize on. If you play good card at core, you're going to do well on the map, and at the moment it looks like you can see Adnan getting aggressive. Those are some ambitious shots, but it doesn't matter. At least he has a bit more info. He knows where the players are. And look at the net tightening closer and closer around Monarch. They are just getting boxed further and further into their spawn. Here's Trip 9 in the mid-map, and they know they have to make the play soon. Adnan, ready and waiting.
Yeah, he's just going to back out though for the time being. They're going to push up towards that middle tank, but 999's going to be here. They're so trapped though in DVDs. Oh, how many times have they just been tickled with bullets without a first blood? But now the clock is not on their side. 30 seconds. They've got to try and force the hand of Aerial Gaming here, but they are consistently spread behind these power spots. They go in towards that P1 building, but Adnan's going to be here. If they try and switch down this street side, you can see number 4 on the minimap, Retchi's going to be waiting, so it's just kind of a case of pick the lesser of the two evils, but Schemes, good timing. First pick on the card, 13 seconds. This bomb needs to go down, though.
Well, if anyone is going to have anything to say about it, it is going to be Trip 9. A lot of information being held by the side of Monarch, and trophies are there to aid. 2 on 2. Bomb did manage to go down in the middle of that fray, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be Trent at the close range with that MCW. He's going to play it relatively well as he's waiting to see how cool he can get here in the freezer.
Whoa. Trip 9, he's played this perfectly. There's the first pick. Now it's all on Trent. You've got to make this one quick. Oh, they've just pinched him. They know where he is. That is coordination to perfection. And both players now combining for a 10 streak. Monarch, they cannot keep these two players down. 999 and Retchi are all over them like a rash. 5 kills apiece. 5-1 now is the score. And Aerial Gaming are 1 round away from going 2-0 up in this losers final.
And bear in mind, that is 5 straight rounds. They have yet to drop a round since they took their first. So, again, these guys, they have got it under lock and key, and they are looking to pretty much put them away for the rest of the series. As you said, this is such a crucial one for them to win because we're going to another respawn on an aerial favored map. Man, Monarch, I've seen crazier things, but it needs to happen, and it needs to happen right now. Otherwise, that ball of momentum is just going to spin away from them way too quickly.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you've got 2 players on the side of Aerial Gaming who are 1 kill away from a cruise missile as well, so you fear as soon as they get this, potentially they're going to probably use it to break in towards the B site. Number 8 Heroes is going to be here on his lonesome. He's going to have Schemes watching the cross from dark again, but we saw Aerial Gaming just completely bully their way into it last time. Got to be careful. They smoked the mid-cross, actually, so they've managed to get a couple of players right around the back, and you can see that Adnan just going to be second-guessing himself. The next engagement's going to be so important. Those yellow arrows are slowly starting to form, but now they're going to back up. Adnan opens the door. There's going to be 2 players right out here. Surely he's going to get one. One for Adnan, one for Retchi, and Monarch. You could see what they were trying to do, but unfortunately, it just completely collapses, and look what Retchi's got in his back pocket.
Oh man, I don't even know what to say to that. It looks like there was an overextend, maybe trying to make a big play. Yeah. But those 50-50 players obviously go the way of Aerial now. The bomb's going to go down. 4 versus 2 for the retake. Make it a 1 versus 4 as Adnan finds another one. Trent sent to an early grave. Heroes trying to make a heroic play, but he has to check his corners, and he's unable to win the one. Aerial Gaming, 6 straight rounds of S&D. Man, these guys are here to put up numbers.
Well, they won better themselves than what they did against Nixa on the flip side of things, so they obviously dropped it 6-2, and they've just managed to batter Monarch through no better word on that map. And map 1 and map 2, Con, they have not been close, to be honest. Obviously, you want to kind of hold a little bit of glimmer for a shining light potentially for Monarch at the moment, but unfortunately, I think they've just run into an Aerial Gaming side that are warmed up, and they have got a revenge on the horizon up against that Nixa roster.
Absolutely, and you can see that from the stats. Adnan with 2,500 damage, right? He only had 6 kills, but man, oh man, was he getting his team shots in because everyone else was picking up the pieces when they needed to. And that was a map where we spoke about when all of the players from Aerial go off, like Retchi did, because he had a slow map 1, map 2, S&D took over. He got streaks, even though it was in the last round. When all the players are shooting straight, it's a hard counter, man. What can you do against that? Because at every opportunity where the first blood could have gone 50-50, it went the way of Aerial.
Yeah, and as I frantically press the right buttons, map 2 will obviously update in just a second, guys, but just a recap of the series so far. So 250, 126, as we now go in towards map number 3 on Karachi Control. And I mean, if you're in that dressing room, Con, what are you saying to the boys of Monarch? Because they need quite a resurgence now. It's going to have to start on a bit of an attack-heavy map in Karachi Control. So it's a bit of a weird one, Karachi. Sometimes it can go very well for you or very badly. Obviously, we know how quickly players can get away with kills, stack that calf hill, and then all of a sudden the defensive side just completely capitulates. So it's a bit of a messy map on the cards, but they just really got. I think just kills is what they need at the moment. They just aren't winning those engagements that they need to.
Oh, man, I agree. They got to win their ones, but I will say there is a shining glimmer of hope here for the side of Monarch, as I have personally witnessed a 2 versus 11 clutch from this side on this map. So they have that. They have got reps in it, but again, they have to be certain about what they want to do. They're going to have to commit to something, because I also feel in that previous map there was a lot of disjoint between the teammates, because maybe cross-comming, I'm not entirely sure, but once there was a decision made, they sort of double backed on themselves and they just got caught with their pants down. And you can see Retchy getting aggressive here, trying to see if he can find that first blood, but it's going to be Heroes who manages to find it.
Yeah, Heroes able to grab one, not able to grab any more though, so instantly 2 drop for both respective teams, but it looks as though Monarch are going to play a pretty standard push straight in towards the middle of the map, and the last thing you are going to want to see on these defensive sides here, if you're a Monarch fan, is the boys of Aerial Gaming just pinning them back, chewing through lives. It can be a very brutal map to some teams if they're not careful of doing that, Con.
Absolutely, and you can see they're just trying to keep them as far away from the point as possible. In the interim, they did manage to find 1 tick, but right now that time is less than a minute. They are 2 lives down, make it 3. As you can see, they are just keeping them so boxed in that market spawn, waiting for any opening, and here it comes. Retchy with 1. Retchy looking for a potential second, as Heroes trying to make it happen, trying to get Holy in bottom church, but he waits for his teammates, and it's going to be Bevan who finds them at their worst.
Yeah, only able to get 1 though is Bev. That time is not looking great already, down to 35 seconds. They know that 1 man's in secret, so 999 should go down, and he does. So a nice 2 kills there coming through. Oh, the trade's going to come through. Bev's just gone straight over the top, so he might be able to get all the fish in. The barrel, 1, 2, 3. They all fall down, and now Trent finds himself in a position where he needs to try and mop up what remains, because all of his teammates just seem to scatter and hit the deck around him, and 25 seconds is not looking good now with nobody on the point, and nobody near the point, should I say.
Absolutely, and you can see the power positions already being held, and if Trip9 is hitting shots like that, a 2-piece is free, even though it's not supposed to be. But as of right now, Trent, the last man, the last glimmer of hope here, 8 seconds and counting. He has to make it happen, but the teammates have to make the fall, and here it comes. That's the point we go. From the top ropes, but 3 will fall. Superman has nothing on that man, even though it was but a fart in the wind, as Aerial Gaming just absolutely dominate that first round of Control.
I think that was the peak moment there, was the off the top rope kind of shotsy dive movement, but unfortunately just flew straight into the barrel of bullets again in towards that point, and man, that is not ideal there for the boys of Monarch. So the offensive sides do tend to like this map because the ability to get on the point and stack it very quickly, but they just struggled to get past the 50 point mark really in terms of that middle ground there. They couldn't really get past mid every single time. There was someone watching Coop side, there was someone watching mid. I don't think they even tried to push round to the B side, and unfortunately for them, they just stumble, trip, and they find themselves 1-0 down now.
Absolutely, and you can see here the side of Aerial hard countering the typical pushes as they fly into the point unknown, getting aggressive as per usual. But there is one player, that's going to be Heroes, in that top 2 position, trying to make it as mixy as possible, but the trades are quick. First tick now found, Schemes in hole, trying to find something. He gets tags on, but there's still players on the point. Coach looking for a 2-piece, he does exactly that. Trip9 almost finds the third, but Trip9 alive for now. But again,
nice
good
shots.
start. Wow, I was going to say that was an excellent kill there, but Retchy gets the 2-piece of his own, and here we go, and that has been the door opened at B. Look, 2 plays from Aerial, already trying to get a double chicken dinner on the plate.
Yeah, 2 wings, ready and waiting. And now it's just a case of who decides to try and push over towards that back alley side. We know how difficult this can be. 999's watching over. Trent surely going to be blended. Oh, he's managed to get himself in towards the corner. The nade, no, not going to pick him off just yet. Oh, nice shots though from 999. His teammates are mopping up around him, and it's clean up in aisle 4 as Adnan just manages to butcher through 2. They're on the point, and this is not looking good now for Monarch. They've got to try and funnel their way through. It looks as though it's going to be that yellow alley that they're going to try and push through, but Adnan's on a 5. Adnan's on a 6. Streak is ready. Round's pretty much done, and it is doom and gloom for Monarch.
Man, there were just so many gunfights that were absolutely essential for Monarch, and they just could not win them. It was just straight blendy from the side of Aerial Gaming, and these guys are here. They're making a point. We go down 3-1, and that was, they feel, not a true representation of what they're capable of. And I mean, this is it, right? This is A-level playing. I swear, these guys have put everything into the playbook, and they are just getting kills left, right, and center. And I mean, what can you do against that, right? You get 3 players down, and all of a sudden Monarch has to funnel through either yellow alley or back hop up, and it's just a blendy either way.
Yeah, that's why it's so rough at A. If it looks as though you're going to lose A early on, I think you've just got to bite the bullet. You've got to go B, and you've got to try and get yourself out over towards that jump up and get over the other side of it. Because if you get pinned back, there's an airborne Adnan is now going to find himself working his way up through red rather than through the window that he very optimistically tried to fly towards. But yeah, they need something of a regain now. They're obviously back up right against the ropes now because they need the reverse sweep in the map. They need the reverse sweep in the series. But that E point has been done very, very quickly. But look what Aerial Gaming are doing. Gone straight over towards the point, and Coach is going to find himself a very busy man.
Absolutely, and I think that's the difference, right? That's exactly what happened in the previous round, whereas there was no quick rotation coming out of the side of Monarch, and that just opened the door, but here it comes. Heroes, again, looking for a few more of these kills around tickets, but he's not able to find it as the read is but perfect, and even the spawn kills are not working out for the side of Monarch. It was an excellent A commit there, but now they have to face the orange wall. As you can see, Trip9 fighting more, give him 3! Line him up and knock him down as he's gonna... he punched everyone's ticket there, and another push stopped in his tracks. All 4 will fall. And now you can see it's getting a bit mixy. Even further into the fray we go for Monarch.
Yeah, 5 down on lives as well. Trip9's got a streak as well. I don't think we've seen the streak come down from Adnan. No, we haven't. So 2 cruise missiles trailing on lives. And the B point now is just going to be that little bit more difficult to get to. Adnan laying prone. Adnan able to get one. Somehow slithers away. Nope, not quite able to. But Reggie, no. I was going to say, he looks as though he might be able to grab one at least. But he's not. And the doorway does open. Bev's just laying prone inside Bus. I quite like this play, actually, to see if any crossover. They're desperately checking for him, but he's going to get snuffed out. Nice work. The yellow arrow's on the point now. And Monarch in a prime position. Never mind, they've all died.
Yeah, in a prime position for a mere moment as his Trent, lost alive, has to make a hero play here. But everyone in the kitchen sink is flying towards him. He can't find anything other than a stun to the teeth. 5 lives between the two now. Reinforcements are in, and this is where you just got to bleed that clock, right? You can just slowly push on out, get a bit more control. And Monarch, they need 4 down. They can't get onto the point, stack it. But Bevan, close and personal, waiting for the next kill.
Yeah, he's just waiting for that first engagement. And again, the lives are going far away from Monarch. Oh, and I think one of them has decided, you know what, it's the weekend, I'm going to go do something else because one of them has gone. I think it was his schemes that's decided better of it. I think he's gone, you know what, boys, I'll go grab a beer because that's pretty much what he's going to need now to try and forget this one at the moment because they are now trailing by 9. It's 3 versus 4. The dream has just completely been eviscerated by this Aerial Gaming roster. We're seeing streaks from above, teammates and enemies. Doesn't matter if it moves, it dies. And Aerial Gaming, they are punching their ticket, as you said, Con, straight in towards that grand final. They are ready for revenge by the looks of things.
I just want to note that we haven't actually looked at Trip9's score. He's currently 21-4. So the man cannot be stopped. He is on a burner of burners. So at the moment, 3 versus 14. Monarch just blown clean out of the water, and Bevan getting a bit friendly with his teammates, as you can see here. A masterclass. Wow. Just for some salt in the wound. He got that in less than a second. Aerial Gaming just completely waltzed over Monarch in a 3-0 fashion, and quite dominantly, if I might say.
Well, Monarch waited patiently for this series to appear at their lap, waiting in the losers bracket, and unfortunately they waited longer than the series lasted by the looks of things, because that was absolutely brutal for Monarch. And yeah, that crown has been absolutely slapped off the heads of each of those players, and we find ourselves in a position, Con, where we go, right, okay, rematch. It was almost as though Aerial went, yeah, okay, Monarch, done, right, back to business. Yeah, exactly. Give us this grand final.
I imagine they were like, okay, guys, this is actually our warm-up, let's get ready for it. And then that was, I mean, I don't even know what other to describe it as, just a complete walkover, right? I mean, normally we don't see such dominant things in the grand finals, and especially losers finals, because that's normally the team that's made a good run, maybe knocked out a bit earlier by one of the top tier teams. But man, Aerial, they're just a different force to be reckoned with. They were just completely winning every one they could. 21-4? I don't think I've seen a stat line like that for a long time.
I know, that's like pubs, isn't it? That is literally like,
yeah, literally.
That is pubs running a G8 gun, pretty much. But wow, yeah, what an ability from those guys. And that is a very quick 3-0, and we find ourselves in a position where we get that rematch. So what we will do, guys, as the guys sort out vetoes and they get ready, grab a bit of scran. Hopefully the guys are a little bit quicker on the old vetoes. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And yeah, we'll be back with that grand final. It's going to be a rematch. Nixa versus Aerial. You will not want to miss this one.
See you in a bit. Hello everyone and welcome back to the one series to rule them all. My name is Trout, this is Major Chafing, and we are here with the Lithium Signature Series brought to you by Nixa and MetaZero. I didn't forget this time. How are we feeling?
Oh, don't worry, mate. I stumble over those entries all the time, so you're good. Mate, I'll tell you what though, we kind of anticipated this might be the grand final. Obviously, it is now the grand final, and to be honest, mate, I can't wait to get cracking into this one because, yeah, map set, interesting one, mate. I don't know if you want to go ahead and tell the tale on this one because the first 5 look very familiar.
Yeah, it looks like we're having a bit of a rinse and repeat here of the first 5 maps, and then we're changing it up a little bit with some high-rise control, and then a 6-star S&D. So only 2 new maps. Well, actually, there's no new maps in the pool at all because we were going to run to a high-rise anyway if we went to the map 5. So again, we get to see how Aerial is going to try their best to tighten up. As you can see here, 250, 243, 6-2, and 3-2, and then 250, 219, where I fear that the side of Aerial dropped the ball a little bit on that Vista, but I'm sure after the absolute beating that they dished out to Monarch, I think these guys are here and they're ready for a good game.
Yeah, I was going to say, so obviously the first 5 maps exactly the same, so for anyone who is interested, you can see a lot of close maps, bar the map 2. Every single one of them was an absolute bang on our part. So when obviously we go and have a look at the new best of 7, it is yeah, very much deja vu. Obviously, though, for anyone who did miss the series previous drought, we've obviously had an Aerial Gaming side who look very, very ready to claim a lot of heads in revenge. They've run through Monarch 3-0, one of the quickest series you're ever likely going to see, 251, 26, 6-1, and 3-0. So I think we're kind of in prime position, really, to get this one pushed out probably the distance if the boys of Nixa don't really come out flying here, because Aerial Gaming look hot off the press.
Absolutely, and I think that it would be an injustice to not run the distance, right? These guys are here, they've shown up good numbers, and the first series was close. It wasn't like, sure, it was a 3-1, but it was a close 3-1 bar, the S&D.
Yeah.
And I think now with a bit more practice under their belts, Aerial are here, they're going to try their best to get as many maps and potentially the whole series off of Nixa, obviously them being the favorites. And like you said, best of 7, there's a lot of Call of Duties come up here, man. And I think this is where you got to see the other end of the spectrum, whereas now Aerial has been playing for 3.5 hours pretty much straight, and now they got to do it for another entire series. Man, I think that you got to be careful not to burn the wick at both ends, and I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to keep their tempo up throughout this entire series. Yeah,
I definitely think there's a fine line between getting reps and feeling warm and then just exhausting yourself mentally within the game from doing too many. Obviously the ridiculous kind of series that we see throughout the weekend, obviously the more of them there are, the more draining they are to these players that are taking part in them. So we'll have to see whether or not the guys have got enough steam to keep going all this way. But obviously for me as a neutral looking into this one, Colin, there's been a few names that cropped up. Obviously in the last time these guys fought in that winners final, you had Jack Frost on the screen, which I said was ironic really because he had ice in his veins in a few of them. Raz was phenomenal. Obviously Lithium, we know what he brings in respawns now, it's pretty obvious, and Kovs just fries on 200 ping. So this Nixa roster, even with kind of Kovs hindered with one hand tied behind his back, they are very much a very strong outfit as a 4. And again, you mentioned Enigma, he never really puts a foot wrong, so it's going to be a case of Aerial going to have to come out swinging full frontal on this one, because otherwise they might find themselves just being blitzed out another hard point again and find themselves maybe 2-0 down in the series before they even know it.
Absolutely, and I think that's a very important thing to touch on, right? You can't make any mistakes or as little mistakes as possible, because at this level, especially with the pace at which these teams play at, any mistake is going to be capitalized on. That goes both ways. So if there's one falter, whether it be 1 or 2 kills that don't go your way, all of a sudden things get turned on its head, and then, like you said, 2-0 down, and then we've got to start that ball rolling again. But I fear that this is where Aerial come in, right, as that dark horse ready to make a good impact. They've already gone down. They've got nothing to lose. Second place is on the horizon if they lose, and I mean, that's a good amount of money. 29,000 Rand, I think, is first prize. So everyone is very, very chuffed with the way it's gone. I mean, these two are undoubtedly the top 2 teams in the country, and now it's just to prove who is the best in the country. And I think they're going to put everything they have and the kitchen sink up for sale, and I'm curious to see if anyone at Nixa is going to be buying anything from Aerial.
Yeah, so we'll have a wait and see. We're just waiting on one guy to join the lobby, and then we should be good to go. But interesting thing in the best of 7, Colin, is obviously we've got 2 controls, and control was the game mode that Aerial did manage to pinch off of the Nixa lads. So obviously they're going to want a kind of a reenactment of that invasion control on map number 3, but already looking at 2 maps where they think, right, okay, well, we can do those. It's just a case of potentially if they can get to that map 6. Obviously, the search and destroy was very convincing in map 2 the last time these guys met at 6-2. So Nixa don't really seem, if you're going to pick a weakness and you're going to point at something that might be a bit of a chink in the armor for the Nixa guys, it might potentially be those 2 controls. But obviously that second control being map 6, they've got to get there first, which will be some outing.
Well, they gotta. There's a long road of COD ahead of us. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And I think that it would, like I said, Injustice if we don't get to run the distance. And I don't know, man. I feel like if Trip 9 specifically can keep his tempo up the way he did in that control, I mean, 21 and 4.
Yeah.
That's hard to quell. That's a fire that's raging. It's not even just a little like slow burn. That is absolute inferno level. You are in trouble if you come up against that. And you can see from his chals and everything like that. Same way with Adnan. And a bit more insider information. It appears that they have agreed to a Joburg host, which is a bit of a hindrance to the Cape Town guys, but it's a bigger hindrance for Cobs as it's the furthest away from EU.
Well, this is the thing. It's a case of, right, if they've knocked us off out of winners, I mean, it's just gamesmanship, isn't it? At that point, you've got to try, if you can do it and you want to win, because I say there's a lot of money on the line here, 42k prize pool. You're going to try, and even if people might call it ratty or whatever it is, players at this level do what they need to do to win. So you've got to kind of say, right, okay, well, the rules are the rules. They're there to be had. And it looks as though Aerial Gaming are going to try and give themselves as much of an advantage as possible in this series. And fair enough. I would probably do the same, to be honest, coming up against this Nixa roster.
100%. I mean, all's fair in love and war, and this is absolutely war. And here we go. Map number 1 loading in the background, as we can see here.
Yeah, so we're just... I don't want to press the button too early because I've been bitten so many times. But yeah, we can wait on the guys. Obviously, we should be ready to go for this one. But early predictions, Trout, are we going to get a similar outing in map 1, do you think? Very close affair, obviously, 252, 43. Do you think it's going to be similar again?
Absolutely. I think it might even be within 1 point. We'll have to wait and see.
So we are now ready to go here in the grand final of the Lithium 42k Signature Series, and Aerial Gaming going to look to try and do what they couldn't do in that winners final and knock these boys off their perch. So best of 7 getting underway in the 6-star hotel, and it looks as though it's a fairly early start here for Aerial Gaming. Looking good, 3 dead already.
Sorry, just a bit of an emergency. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you go, mate. So, boys of Aerial Gaming able to grab 1 pick. Lithium, though, combines for 2 alongside Covs. That makes 3. So the P1 is now completely white on the map. And more importantly, Enigma are going to be ready for the P2. So shots into Bevs on steps. He's going to fall. And wow, that kill feed has gone incredibly white incredibly quickly. So the boys of Lithium and Coat, they are looking very, very good straight off the rip here. So P2, you can see that Covs is already looking to try and push out this side of the map. And 200 ping doesn't matter. Absolutely eviscerates him in that one. And another kill coming through for Cobb. So holding the backline, and that combined streak of 11 is looking very, very good here. If you are Nixa, that is a lot of time on the board to potentially be had here. 50 seconds still remaining. It looks as though they're going around the outside, but they're just being met with Nixa bullets. A couple of kills go through, though. 999 or 999, and Retchi are able to grab a couple of kills. Retchi, nice kill there to grab 1, but again, it's going to be who other than Raz, who's able to grab a couple of kills himself. But Aerial Gaming find themselves back inside the hill.
And I am back, and you can see here the spawns have flipped on out in the last second ditch effort from Aerial Gaming here. As you can see, 200 ping or not, it doesn't matter. The dynamic duo of Cobs and Lithium taking over as best they can. And it looks like they might just be able to hold on for a little bit longer, that being Aerial Gaming here, but they have to go towards that P3, and we know how much of a potent hill it is for a Nixa, but it's going to be a crucial set of 1v1s, and it looks like it has just been won by Cobs. Goodness gracious, that child was ambitious.
Oh, it doesn't matter what server he's on by the looks of it. He's able to grab 1. Can't get any more, though. But now another big one-on-1 here. It's going to be Raz up against Adnan, 2 of the biggest slayers of the squad. And now he's going to have reinforced. Doesn't matter. Raz just snaps straight onto him as if to say, get out of the way, Bevs. I'm having a one-on-one over here, buddy. There's 2 on the core for him going up those stairs. And there's potential another couple of engagements as they're looking to try and push in. But Raz is grand final ready. 3 in a row. 9 and 3. Looking very good.
And here comes Trip9 to see if he can pick up the pieces where they were left off, but it's going to be a TK, and that might just get the ball rolling. And unfortunately for the side of Aerial, there was an immediate trade. But here comes Lithium looking for Retchy. Enigma is there to help him out. Contest is still in. Only 20 seconds between these two teams, just about. And that 25 seconds is looking pretty scrumptious for the side of Nixa as they can hold it and look towards next with a big smile on their faces. It looks like that one-on-one won by Jack Frost and potentially spawns already secured for people.
Yeah, Raz is ready. Retchy flies over the top of the steps and he's met with lead on the other side of it. Adnan though with a good trade, so just by having his presence over towards this back building, it is going to be important just from stopping the likes of Enigma from getting right in towards the action. Going to drop down onto the low area. He's able to pick off one, but Aerial Gaming rotation looks good. They're ready to go. They just need to stop the waves of kills now.
Absolutely, and here comes Jack Frost trying to get a little bit frosty around the bottom of the map here. He knows that there is an important one-on-one, but here comes the fly. But it doesn't matter. Enigma's there to pick up the pieces. He's trying to throw up fists to the Cape Town Special. Not able to come on through, but the break is broken. And nonetheless, you can see Enigma still soaking time here, and that lead beginning to develop here for Nixa.
Well, Enigma, there's a few players dropping down in towards this marshland area. There's one for him. A second player is ready and waiting in the wings in the form of Adnan. But he's got to also watch that back door side as well. So when will they decide to try and push him out here? This is a big chunk of time here with 25 seconds. They do not want to drop this. And in they go. 999 and Retchy. They all managed to fly in and they managed to get that man off the hill. So 16 seconds worth of scrap time isn't ideal, but it's better than nothing. And it will just reduce that deficit to probably around 30 points there or thereabouts. Everyone getting ready in towards the middle portion of the map. A bit of a split though coming through from Nixa. A large spread of players all over the place.
Well, now with them being spread so thin on the ground, they have to win their ones. This first set of trades comes on through, and that might have just opened the door for number 6. That's going to be Trip9 trying to work his way on through, but Bevan is red in the pinch. But here comes Trip9 trying to get a little bit aquatic, like you said. He finds the first. He knows there's somebody nearby, that being Jack Frost. And here comes the trades. 2 will fall. All of a sudden, it's just Lithium on the point, but he is such a force to be reckoned with. In the water, out the water, it doesn't matter. Rich is there for the contest, but he has to win this as well, but he doesn't quite do it. And it looks like we've got Aquaman on the side here, so Lithium's still finding more and more kills in this point.
Yeah. Ignore Marvel. It's not a trident he's equipped with. It's a Renetti. It's in the form of Lithium. And there you go. Aqua born and bred by the looks of it. 5 in a row now for him. 1 off streak. 60 deficit now is going to be for Aerial to try and pull back while the guys get ready in towards P1. 1 win for Kovs, who is having a very good map considering the situation he is in. Running 200 ping. Shots in towards the face of Retchy. And it looks as though Aerial are going to try and punch their way through the front. Big kill though from 999. Retchy and the boys looking to try and reinforce that first opening pick. 1 comes through, but keep an eye on Lithium. Ever energetic. 1 kill. Flies round potentially onto a second, but Adnan just completely 180s. Beams him off the point, and Aerial Gaming ready for P1.
Oh, perfect break at the perfect time as they need this hill at a full 60 to get back into the series, as it's looking like the roles have been reversed, whereas on the receiving side is Aerial, as they have been knocked for 6 runs, like I said. But here comes Cobbs around the back. First kill comes through. Lithium on the other end doing what Lithium does, and Enigma actually picking up the pieces. Adnan last alive. He can't make it happen. What was a good 30-second hold became 15 seconds, and you can see P2 already in the sights of Nixa trying to work their way on through as best they can.
Nice work from Lithium. Trades though need to be efficient. Adnan flies across. The full dolphin dives and manages to win that gunfight as well. I don't think they know that 999 is here in the back, so he spots Lithium. Doesn't shoot. The stun check though going to slow him down. Surely going to fly out. There's 1 pick for 999. Out the back he goes. He's still got to go through Enigma though, who's just holding these spawns out the back. Able to get 1. Can't get the second. And I'll tell you what, Aerial Gaming, they now have the rotation, but how many times have we seen Nixa just punch straight back in towards the hill?
Well, Lithium had a crucial kill there. That 1-on-1 could have made it 50-50. But right now, it's Cobbs in the front. 200 ping, doesn't matter. He's able to kill you at every angle. It's just Bevan alive again. Adnan there to help him, but he gets taken out. And again, it just feels like the moment there's a little bit of structure and control, the side of Nixa just bully them out of the point as they simply waltz on in once again.
Lithium with 1. Jack Frost in Raz with the second, and now Renetti's. I swear he uses that as his primary weapon sometimes. You think he's going in for a chow, he's still got 20 bullets, just whips the Renetti out, but not able to win that one on that occasion. But again, it is still white arrows in that hill. They want that scrap time, and that's going to push them very, very close to the 200-point mark. You can see Aerial Gaming, they're ready on the rotation, and they are going to invest the cruise missile now from Lithium. Going to look to see if he can try and get someone in towards that statue area. He can't do it. Streak is gone. Adnan with 2, Adnan with 3, and Aerial Gaming looking good.
Well, Adnan making a crucial play there, has to stay alive, but it's Lithium. Man, he needs 1 frame and you are going to get... Whoa, my goodness! Okay, Lithium is playing, apparently he is the server, as he almost finds a third shot so crispy it is pretty much deep fried. You can see Jack Frost around the back makes the read, gets the kill, not quite. It's going to be 4 down for the side of Nixa, and finally a little bit of control being held here by the boys at Aerial Gaming, and they need to get back into this game, otherwise it's going to run away from them really quickly. Enigma winning a crucial one, they may be able to get a bit of a split spawn to come on through.
Oh, they can still pinch onto Adnan, who's just playing his life behind the bar. He's not on the time as of yet, but again, this man just seems to provide when his team need it. A second for him. Not going to get the third as Lithium decides. Nope, won't make that shout. But potentially another one ready and waiting around the corner. Oh, the stun is going to slap Adnan right in the face. Spots Lithium, though, flying out. And it will be 10 seconds of scrap time again for Aerial Gaming. So it looks as though we're having a similar affair to what we had before the last time these two teams met. Cobbs is going to get taken down. Adnan on the prowl to see if there's anyone else. There will be 2 more players pushing from this statue side, but he's going to be laying prone right in the open. And it will be a pick. Nobody on the time just yet.
Well, that lead has diminished. Sorry, wow, goodness, I just had like a mini stroke trying to say that. The lead has diminished, and now there's 30 points between the two. Bevan is behind enemy lines, has to stay alive here. 2 more will fall. Streak invested. Oh my goodness, Bevan goes massive. Jack Frost, though, there to pick up the scrap time. He's going to make it happen, not quite. Almost finds a 3-piece, but here we go. Back into the fray. This is enough to put them back into an even game, but that's with every last second of scrap. And we have to go over towards where Aquaman was himself, the Trident, also known as the Renetti, but Retchy with the double. Retchy looking for the triple. Can't quite happen. There is a TK, but the rotation has to be perfect.
Oh man, again, that's a big 20 seconds though. I don't know if Aerial Gaming can afford to let them have this. Bevs flies round. Bevs wins 1. Can't win any more. So that scrap time looks as though it is now pretty much secured. Aerial Gaming going to rotate all the way across the map, as you can see. But keep an eye on Raz. He's been a thorn in their side all map long, and he's going to have 1 freebie. Make that 2. 999 going to be able to bite his way in towards that kind of bar over towards the hill, but now it's just a case of what side do you check. He's going to decide to try and plunge into the depths where he's met by Raz, but 999, big kill, able to soak up some time as well to boot with it. So now Nixa, the onus is on them to break in.
Absolutely, and here comes Cobbs. 1 framing as well, looking for the second, and it's going to be another going his way. Make it 3, Cobbs! Again, when he needs it most, he finds the multi. And Bevan, last alive here on the front lines. There are some more players to back him up here, but again, it is still time going the way of Nixa. They have to get in to contest at the last second. Lithium still alive once more, eventually taken out. Not quite. Adnan takes out Cobbs. That is enough to put them at 200 points, but they have to look towards P1 now, and that setup has to be perfect. Adnan already got his head on a swivel, looking to see if he can find these first kills.
There's a lot of players going to cross over here. I don't know if even Adnan with his ability is going to be able to grab all of these, but saying that, Bevs has now completely reinforced him. 1 for Bevs, looking to try and jump over the DJ booth and bust some moves, see if he can get anything more than that. No, he's just going to grab a nade straight to the face, but you can see Adnan still on the hill. They now know he's here. They're going to try and push him out. Shots into Lithium, but no aim assist means that they're going to go absolutely here, there, and everywhere. 17 seconds is all what remains for Nixa. Everyone is dying by the wayside. Big kill from 999, but he's going to need a potential triple kill if his boys are going to break back in. 10 seconds is all that remains. They've got to go.
Well, he's waiting, and I like that play. I like the confidence. I like the cool, calm, collected. As 2 will fall. Enigma with a huge 2-piece. He's eventually traded. It's Lithium. Lithium to make the play. No longer winnable here for the side of Aerial, but very much still winnable for Nixa. If Lithium goes massive, of course he does. He gets 2, but that's going to be the scrap time. Still going the way of Aerial Gaming, unless Enigma can get this break, and they only need 5 seconds. And now they need to be playing their resources correctly. As you can see, number 5 already on that rotation. Bevan looking for next. Cobbs trying to get some kills, close range. 15 seconds and counting, but it's going to be another 2-piece. Into the point we go. They can win here. 2 seconds, 1 second, no one is close. And it is, of course, the slow burn that eventually engulfs into a flame. Nixa taking map number 1 down to the wire. But again, it just felt too mixy from Aerial. No real control, and when they had it, broken too easily.
Yeah, and I think Bevs had a really rough map. I think he was triple negative at one point, and then he slowly went back towards double negative as Enigma lights up the last remaining body. I think, where is it? Yeah, 22 and 35 from Bevs. Obviously, a hell of a lot of engagements, but unfortunately, engagements that don't go in their favour. So 250, 226. I mean, it was pretty much deja vu, and it kind of what we saw before. Very, very mixy affair. Again, moments where Aerial had the control. Obviously, they had that P2 rotation, but when you give Nixa that ability to be able to just keep eking away at scrap time, it adds up, and unfortunately at the end it just got too much for him.
Absolutely, you just need between the two teams, they just needed 160 and they would have been in the game. But at every opportunity, they were broken too early and they weren't able to get a suitable amount of time. And then it just snowballed into that. And then at every opportunity where you think the scraps are going their way, of course, it's going to be Enigma or Raz just being a thorn in their side. And it's always Raz, right? He finds those routes. He's the man to make it happen. He just gets through mid-map, onto Tiki. He finds that two-piece. And that's enough to break the setup to the point where you have to have everyone and their feels like their dog on it with their heads on a swivel, trying to get more kills, but there's just no control.
Yeah, and I think when you've always got that one player that's looking to try and hit flank, you second guess yourself. You think, right, okay, well, everyone's going to hit front, and then you think, oh no, hang on a minute. One player then starts to hesitate. They then double back. All of a sudden, if the other team does just decide to fully stack front, you're one man down already with that person trying to kind of keep an eye, say, head on the swivel to watch what's coming through. But very, very strong map one from both of the respective teams. Obviously, Knicks are now going to find themselves 1-0 up, exactly as we saw in that winners final, and obviously we're now going to be galloping into an invasion search and destroy, which did end very convincingly 6-2. So now it's a question, Con, of whether the Aerial Gaming lads have done their homework really on this one.
Well, they've had a good amount of reps on it, as this is going to be the third time we loaded this map with them, and they did it very well against Monarch.
Yeah.
But that was an entirely different kettle of worms compared to this here of Nixa. So we're going to see which bird comes out on top, because of right now it seems as though the high flying of Nixa is still going strong.
Yeah. So we'll just wait before we do press that big green button and get in towards it. But the boys from Nixa, looks as though they're happy with everything, and so too are Aerial Gaming. So map 2 underway. If you did miss map 1, 250, 226. Shock horror. It was relatively close between these two, but we now go in towards map number 2, where Aerial Gaming last time again dropped this one 6-2 to Nixa. And they will be on that defensive side first. It looks as though it's going to be a very heavy push in towards this CAF area. Adnan's going to have first engagement. A lot of information. The first bloods is what got away from Aerial Gaming last time. We'll see if they can manage to get some better ones this time.
Well, at least he managed to get away with his life, and that's a good amount of info being held by the side of Aerial Gaming. But it's just going to come down to a couple mixy one-on-ones. Trip line with the first blood, though, and that's already going to put them on the back foot. Now they need to think about where they're going to be attacking next. As of right now, Adnan getting nice and comfortable. Some say he likes cosplaying a carpet, and at the moment he's living up to that.
It's a full belly down at the moment. But 999 still holding mid-tank. And it looks as though the bomb in the hands of Lithium is going to be headed straight over to the front desk of Bev, over towards that B site, and 999 just waiting. Again, playing that dark cross. And we're going to see the other jumping bunnies that we saw last time. Oh, he knows they're there. He's just instantly going to start putting bullets across, but they've got to go. And now Bev's engagements, they're going to come through thick and fast now. A lot of players around him. Can they manage to slay him out? Yes, they can. They've got full site control, but look at Adnan. Around the back he goes, super speedy.
And he's in the perfect spot to find a 3-piece. He finds the first, looking for the second, but it doesn't matter. His teammates are there. The information was held. And they just managed to crumble that cookie as it came around the corner.
I think that was just the quick advantage of realising, right, okay, we can repinch this. Obviously, we saw kind of Aerial Gaming before. They were very, very hesitant, weren't they, for kind of trying to retake site, especially over towards that B site. But that, there was no hesitation there. As soon as, I think it was Bev's got dropped, everyone just flooded through dark, and they just hit that, realising they have absolutely no time to work with Nixa, and it paid off absolute dividends for them. 999 with 2, and Richie and Adnan mopping up the remaining.
Well, that's going to be the first round. Already a bit of a change of pace here. You can see defensively they struggled against Nixa. But here, oh my word, Adnan nearly rips him on the cross, but not quite able to do it. As first blood almost being held here by Kovs, doing exactly what Adnan did, maybe a little bit more aggressive. But again, we have to wait and see. The shots are in. The trade not quite there. How is he alive?
I don't know. Oh, and it's going to come back to bite them because Lithium has just made the pinch and he's chewed through 2. Bevs is there. Ding dong. Never mind. He's going to shoot him in the back. Bevs with 1, but there's going to be so many players around him. And just when we were starting to praise Aerial, Nixa decided to kick it up a gear, courtesy of a Kov's first blood and a very quick Lithium pinch straight through mid, no hesitation. I swear that SMG just looks like an AR in his hand sometimes because he just beamed 2 players straight out of mid.
Yeah, man, and I'm really surprised as to how Cobb stayed alive there. I felt like there was like 8 or 9 shots put into him. That's insane. As he got away, got that first blood, like you said, got away, and then Lithium just out there one-framing people. It's tough. You know, these guys, they, like you said, Aerial's going to give every advantage they can to themselves, but it doesn't seem to mean much, as both of those players are still absolutely skating around the map.
So, what are Aerial Gaming going to try and do on the defensive? Adnan's going straight back into CAF again like he did last time. Tucks himself in a corner, and he's got a lot of information there. Enigma, if you pop your head up there, mate, you're probably going to get it ripped off. Whoop, there it is. There's the first pick. There's another man ready and waiting just outside the hill in Kovs. Can't find him, though. In towards Freezer he goes, and there's another engagement potentially looming over towards middle map. So this is all about winning your ones here. There's a lot of gunfights that potentially might ensue. It's just a case of which colour will come out on top.
Well, Cobb's not giving away his position, and over towards Trip 9 they go, but Trip 9 misses no shots. As you can see, Cobbs is there, gets away with his life once more, but the pinch is in. Jack Frost is there. Back and through mid we go. Bebs holding down B to the best of his ability, but the bomb has been placed in a bit of a precarious position as Cobb's looking to retrieve it.
Whoa. Even with the as good as the SMG is, oh no, no, not able to do that one. Bit optimistic there from Cobbs, trying to worm his way around the corner, and unfortunately for Raz, he finds himself in a very difficult spot. Should be a free pick though onto Retchy. Playing that angle, there's one for him, but now he's got to try and retrieve the bomb. And Plant said bomb, so 18 seconds. Bomb down in towards mid, able to retrieve it. It looks as though he's headed over towards this B site where he is going to come off across Bevs on that dig. And unfortunately, that is just a gunfight, which is so hard to win.
Oh man, that could have gone either way. And the moment he gets that kill, that is absolutely the door wide open for the 1v3 clutch. And he's done it before. He did a 1v2 and he made it very, very mixy here. But in the end, Bevan gets the shots, gets the kill. And Aerial take the lead, but this is where they hit their ceiling in the previous time they matched up, and that was 2 rounds. Let's see if they can beat that.
Well, a little bit of back and forth. Didn't really see a huge amount of it the last time these guys met on Invasion. It was 2-0 and then just Nixa to the finish line. But Aerial Gaming, only bit of back and forth as they now find themselves trying to work up what they can think of on this attacking round. So bomb in the hands of 999 does spot the head of Jack Frost, but not able to get the pick. So a little bit of info. Tacticals being exchanged as well. No first blood as of yet. And again, a very, very tetchy round here. Not really much, neither team really giving away much.
I think they're truly just playing around that first blood, right? They're trying to see who can open up somewhere, and it's going to be Cobbs with the trigger discipline. Enough to make it as difficult as possible to get on forwards. Bevan tags up Lithium, but he gets away with his life again. It's just a little bit of probing on either side to see where they can find some form of weakness. But right now, it looks like A in the sights of Aerial Gaming.
Well, Cobbs is going to have first engagement, you fear. Well, no, maybe not. There's a couple going towards mid-tank here. They have got a lot of mid-cap map control, but they've got to try and bully Lithium out of here. But this man doesn't like to be bullied. But that time, there's not really much they can do about it. But Kovs, they've opened the door. But Kovs is staying so quiet. There's one pick for him. He's got his teammate watching his outer lane. Whoa! I wish my SMG shot like that, man. That is criminal from him. 2 versus 3. Retchy's got the pinch. 2 versus 2. And this bomb is still not planted.
Well, 1 versus 2 now for Cobbs, but the man has got the mythical feat as he finds a third in the round, gets away with his life. Around the corner we go. 1v1. Retchy versus Cobbs. The pre-fire is in. The shots are in. Retchy comes out on top. The battle of pistols won by the man with the longer beard.
Oh, my goodness. I thought he was going to get the ace then for a second when I saw the third get ripped off. I just had a feeling it was going to be a Cobbs thing, but unfortunately there, the reposition from Retchy, the aggression just to push him out, catches him a little bit unaware, and it will be another round on the board for Aerial. So they've already managed to better themselves from the last time these guys met. 3-1 up, looking very good. And this man on your screen, Con, is having a whale of a time. 5-2, really good performance from Retchy so far.
Retchy is picking up where he left off in the previous S&D. We had a bit of a tough time. But again, I don't know. It just seems as though Cobbs doesn't... The ping has no effect on him. He is still shooting laser beams. So it feels as though previously they had to shut down Lithium. Now they have to shut down Cobbs. They do exactly that. Trip 9 in his typical spot here. Ah, man, he is the tank incarnate as he's getting these kills mid-map every single time.
Doesn't seem to be losing his ones at the moment, 999. Bevs, though. Oh, there's some information. There's a lot of information. 999 obviously still holding dark. And now nades, in they go. 360s from 999 isn't going to come up to anything. And unfortunately there, his teammate in Bevs drops over towards the B site. There you go. And now it's going to be the difficult position of them trying to retake this site.
Well, Retchy's poised to get at least some form of a kill, but Jack Frost in that power position. TLB so strong, so difficult to get through. And it's going to be Retchy getting some tags, getting shot in the back. Enigma with the late flank, but he didn't actually finish the kill. And this might come back to bite him, as I'm pretty sure you would have seen him there. Surely he saw the cross. What's the timing going to work like? Oh, and it's going to be Enigma finding Retchy. 1v3 now for 999. Make it a 1v2, goodness. My SMG does not shoot like that.
Well, here he goes. He's got to go to the races, and he's got to go there quick. Unfortunately, Raz is going to tag him up. Lithium, meanwhile, is completely regen. So up they pop, and down he falls. Nixa take the round. A much-needed round, actually, considering the way this game has been going. If they didn't take that round and they suddenly find themselves 4-1 down, you're probably banking on Aerial Gaming to see this one out. But at the same time, this Nixa Rosti, I just don't think you count them out on anything at this stage. I say I've only seen a short glimpse of them, but they just seem like a team that if they want to lean forward, they will lean forward.
Absolutely. I mean, if the fire's under their seats, they're going to be absolutely frying. So at the moment, it's still backwards and forwards. Like you said, it's going to be a little bit of a tit for tat. But Once a team solidifies 2 or 3 rounds in a row, I think that's where we get to see a little bit more crumbling under the pressure. But again, slight advantage for Aerial Gaming. They have to keep it going as we don't want to see the good old 5-3 curse come on in.
Well, Aerial Gaming again, just playing it very carefully. They are going to now push up the map ever so slightly. Bev's going to try and play that cheesy spot to see if he can spot anyone in towards Caf. He can't. But Retchy's going to spot a few bodies. They are taking a lot of players down this B Street side. They've got a lot of map control as well. You can see Cobs is pushed right up behind this dumpster down towards this B Street side. So if they try and push up this lane, it is going to be very, very brutal for them. But they are now in towards that middle building. Retchy grabs the pick though on towards Cobs, who just got a little bit overzealous there over towards that B site. And now it looks as though they're going to fly out onto the side. Lithium, how many can he grab? None. He's not able to do any more than a couple of bullets in. And now 2 versus 4. And this bomb should be going down shortly. But keep an eye on Jack Frost.
Well, Lithium has been struggling to get the 2 pieces here, but it's going to be Jack Frost looking to do exactly that. Not able to do it all of a sudden. It's Enigma left in a 1 versus 3 for a mere moment before the trade was instant. And now Aerial Gaming 4-2 up.
Well, I was going to say, it looks as though there was going to be a little bit more of a gap between all those gunfights, but literally Adnan just came in and absolutely fried. So this man definitely seems to be a bit of an X factor for this team, Con, to be honest. Every single time that Adnan makes a play, they just seem to look kind of almost like twice the side. If he's having a quiet map, it looks a bit difficult for him, but at the moment, he seems to be well and truly embedded into this series. Obviously, the winner's final game that we saw, he took a little bit of a while to get going, and then towards the latter ends, unfortunately, I think they just gave themselves a little bit too much to do, but Adnan just seems very, very prevalent when it terms of just kind of butting heads with Nixa in terms of just pace and ability.
Well, he's the one that was originally in the Nix's side, and that was I imagine he has internal beef with them, and I think he has a point to prove here. Gets sagged up to a ball here, but Lithium is there for the trade. Nice bait and switch, and now that should be the opening they need for a bomb to go down.
Ooh, bold. Oh, Lithium just sees a name, flies. It's just his bread and butter material, I think, at this point. So Bev's 1 versus 3, difficult position, especially now the bomb's down, so that's made it even more harder. They know where he is. They're going to surely fly onto him here, and the boys in white swarm, and they grab that kill. So Nixa taking a round, and one thing that me and Pablo always talk about is the waft of a round 11, and this one is stinking of one at the moment. They are not really being separated by much, these two.
I can hear that gong ringing already as these guys are just going blow for blow. And again, you said that it's Adnan who can be that X factor. I also view Trip 9 as that. If he has an absolute blistering start, that's when the team can sort of play around that. I suppose everyone from these 2 teams, if somebody has a standout game, that's going to be a tough one to cool down. But right now, still 1 round advantage to Aerial Gaming. They just managed to stay in the lead by the skin of their teeth. But now it seems as though this Nixa side is warming up a little bit more, especially around Lithium, as he's challenging everything that moves.
Well, Raz putting a couple of shots in. Doesn't get the kill. Obviously, don't want to waste too many bullets exchanging gunfights from range, because those 120 are going to slowly start to fall away from him. But Lithium...
We're playing again, peekaboo.
Yeah, this is literally South African whack-a-mole. Pick-a-mole, any mole, and Lithium is... yeah, they're going to spot him, tag him up, and he's decided, okay, maybe not the best game to play over towards mid-tank with these lads shooting back at me.
He's crept up into a dark little corner, waiting to see if they can cross him. And Bevan, seeing if he can open up this mid-map here. But right now, again, it's still very slow and contained from both sides. They are truly just playing for that first blood, and then they seem to fly.
Oh, there's 2 players around here for Lithium. He's not had much luck around mid-tank. Is it going to continue? Needs help. Needs help quickly. Round and round they go, and Lithium comes out on top, but there's a team kill actually that comes through. Meanwhile, I think Enigma spotted him going through dark. This should be a free pick. There it is. Retchy now in a difficult position. 1 versus 3 required. He does have the bomb, but unfortunately he's got bullets to go with it. And Nixa take that round, and Nixa tie it up.
See, the moment there's the first blood, it just erupts. It's like a minute and a half of nothing, and then all of a sudden it's just like 10 seconds of gameplay, and then we go to the next round.
Well, I don't think Covs is on 200 ping. If he's on 200 ping, this is mental, because he's just still going blow for blow with people. God knows what this man's like on host. Well, actually, saying that, I've seen what he's like on host, because he's been doing it over towards EU, but really good work there from him and his team. And, I mean, Con, if you're aerial gaming at this point, obviously you've had a lead. It's now completely evaporated, and it's a very important map that you don't want to drop in the grander scheme of things. So this might take a big mental toll on them if they can't get this one over the line.
Well, here's Bevan already trying to see if he can be that thorn in the side, waiting for Jack Frost to cross him as there's shots rain across the map. But again, this is where you can't falter, right? They had a good start. They just need to keep that going because this is the typical state of affairs. Oh, and that's going to be a kill that might come back to bite you. As Jack Frost holding this back DVD, Adnan waiting in the wings as well. Bevan with that first blood though. Good start. Jack Frost is spotted. I'm pretty sure that he would have seen the head, right? Unless I'm tweaking.
I don't know actually, because I think that was from the other side of DVD, so I don't think he spotted him. So Raz not going just yet. Oh, this should be a free pick though. There's one for him. Out he goes into the darkness, and it will now be a B site hit by the looks of things. And Bevs isn't over towards this back digger area, so if he's going to open this, he's got to play it carefully. Do they spot him? Or they know he's there now. A lot of bullets are going in, and Raz is forced just to try and back him up. He's cooking him something special through the eye of the needle. Can't get the kill though. Meanwhile, you've got number 8 Adnan working his way through the back. This is a big moment here if Enigma can get this kill. Doesn't spot him. He slips through the net.
Timing.
Oh no. Ooh. Adnan, he's got to break the reach out here. Shots in. Lithium gets the pick. 2 versus 2. They've got to go quickly though. Enigma's holding the cross. He's got shots into 1. He needs to try and get more in though because his teammate's going to need some assistance. Lithium's tagged up. He's got to try and double back. He's trying to play his life to wait for his teammate Enigma. He gets a huge kill. 1 versus 1 up against Bevs. Can he get the gunfight win? No, he can't. Bevs gets the kill, and that is a huge round for Aerial.
Man, and that came down to the wire again. It just feels as though the moment there's control for either side, there's perfect timing for Adnan to get on and get that first kill. And the COD gods are smiling both ways, it feels, as we finally get our first team onto a round 5 or score 5. And like you said, that waft is becoming an absolute gale force wind as I fear a round 11 around the corner.
Yeah, feels inevitable now that Knicks probably tie this back up and we get around 11. So Aerial Gaming on the offense. What do they decide to try and do here? B seems to be their fallback if they try anything. But there's going to be 2 players from Nixa, Kovs and Enigma. The trophies down to the tacticals aren't going to do anything. And this looks as though, maybe by chance, by good fortune, or maybe just by a little bit of knowledge of how Aerial Gaming play, Nixa are pretty much set up for this push at B if they decide to try and take it.
Well, Bevan is trying to thread the needle once more, unable to finish the kill. Still a 4-on-4 here, and it looks like they've actually made a good play, and it's going to be none other than, I believe, Adnan, looking to see if he can find a bit more mid-map control, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Jack Frost, the only one on this side of the map, calling for reinforcements, and here comes Lithium.
Oh, he's planting the bomb, is Bevs. He's just going straight for it. So as soon as he plants this bomb, these white arrows are going to have to go quickly. 40 seconds on the clock. Oh, the mantle's not ideal, though. Next gunfight, Adnan is ready and waiting, and they decide, nope, not taking that one, buddy. Retchy, though, over towards the top of blue is going to be forced to back up, and now, what play can they do? Lithium, big first pick, able to take one down. It's going to be a second there for Raz, so now 2 versus 4. They've got to try and make the play here, but keep an eye on Enigma. Big brain play. He just reads it perfectly, and we get that round 11, courtesy of a textbook retake of the A site on Invasion.
Absolutely. Everything went right. Murphy was not a friend of Aerial Gaming there. As you can see, everything went correct for Nixa. They didn't even lose a player in the fray. And now we go to our first round 11 of the Signature Series Grand Finals. Man, what a game of S&D. Certainly different can of worms compared to the first time they met up on this map.
I was going to say, maybe defense has got an advantage here, but we've just seen a really, really good retake there from Nixa that looked as though Aerial Gaming just couldn't seem to lock it down. So the bomb went down at 4 versus 4, I think it was, and then Nixa just didn't drop alive, cleared them all out, and now Aerial Gaming on the offense have got the age-old question, A or B.
Well, it looks like A is the call for now, and Jack Frost poised to get a kill. Man, his shots are so crispy. That's insane. He's tagging everyone up to a ball here, and it's going to be Lithium getting away with his life, getting back into his tried and true mid-tack.
Well, again, just playing in and around rugs at the moment, our Aerial Gaming. Bev's checking in towards this calf area, doesn't see anything. Oh, again, more tags from Raz. Can't get the pick, though. And Kovs is ready to reinforce in case they do try to push down this lane. Lithium currently just waiting for the right time around mid-tank. If he's done with some bad fortune here, somebody might actually wrap around the back of it and get in. He's going to reposition, though. The stun is going to clonk him straight in the head. Here goes 999, and he's actually able to slip away here, but they do manage to get that mid-tank control.
Well, Lithium gets away with his life, getting set up again for a bit more of a creddy angle. Retchy looking for him, but he's not going to be able to make the play. And everyone is behind enemy lines at this point. It's going to be down to Kovs again to deny this bomb plant out over towards A. And he's going to get perfect timing here if he checks it. If he checks it, it's going to be great. Oh my goodness, you're joking me.
Oh, okay. Well, he does get the kill, but now the bomb's gone down, and now the collapse. The white kills looking so good now. Enigma drops the third. Adnan, he's got it all on his shoulders. They're just going to stick the defuse straight away. I don't think he's going to be able to do this. He's laying prone. He's not going to get the shots off the top. Enigma, he's going to spot him. The defuse comes through. Nixa clutch up, and this Nixa roster, they just do not lose. They just seem so good when they're back up, when their back is up against the wall. A little bit of good fortune that was actually started with a bit of bad fortune from Cobs. They just seem so orchestrated when it comes to retaking that A site.
Man, what a... I don't even know what to say to that. That really could have gone either way. But Bevan having a slower one again. And I think now eyes will be turned towards him to see if he can heat it up going into this control. And that's 2 games in a row for the side of Nixa. Not blowouts, absolutely close.
No.
But again, it just seems as though they have the ability to close out maps more efficiently than Aerial. And I think that's just going to be the game changer here, right? The moment Aerial can sort of pull it together at the last second, just get across that line, it could be going either way. But as of right now, Nixa just playing perfect COD. They were down for the entirety of this S&D, but they managed to clutch on up in the end with a textbook retake. And off the back of Cobbs, pretty much turning a blind eye and then double back. And man, that was crazy. If he got away with his life there, I think that round would have gone a different way.
Yeah, I think it's just fine margins. These teams just seem separated by fine margins. Obviously, we saw the search and destroy, last time 6-2, but there were rounds again that were kind of knife edge rounds that we saw big clutches up from the Nixa players. And at the moment, it just seems as though every single time one of the teams needs that little bit of je ne sais quoi to get in, Nixa just seem to have it in abundance across any of their players. It feels as though it's maybe potentially down to the likes of Adnan to maybe make a huge play, get a 2-piece, something like that. But you look across this Nixa roster, they just seem to have that clutch factor in abundance. And unfortunately for the boys of Aerial Gaming, they now find themselves in a position where they could have been 2-0 up off the back of 2 very close maps, and now they find themselves 2-0 down in this best of 7 with Nixa only requiring 2 out of the last remaining maps.
Absolutely, and I honestly feel that a close loss is worse than a blowout. I feel as though if you're going to go down like 249, 250, that feels way worse than getting stomped, because you know that it's like then you know that there's something differently that you could have done to have taken the map home. Same way with this, and I think that came down to just the map control that they had post-plant didn't feel like they were structured very well. Whereas in the first time it came down to that A plant, you could see Rechi was sitting top blue, getting a bit more control towards B, and it just felt like that door was kicked wide open. They got around the back, got the kills when they needed to, and all of a sudden Sadnan left in 1 versus 3, and they're going to hop the bomb straight away. I mean, it's just textbook Call of Duty, especially on a retake.
Well, now this is the age-old question now, because obviously the last time these guys met, Connor, it was the boys of Aerial Gaming that were able to take the control. Same map. It's just a case now you've got to look at them and say, right, okay, you've got to at least emulate what you did in that last best 5, because otherwise you're probably going, right, okay, you're going into another respawn in map 4 in towards a Vista hardpoint. They've at least now got to take this control, you feel, at this point. I mean, we don't like to count teams out. Obviously, we know the talent that this Aerial Gaming roster has got, but at least they managed to take the map 3 to force the distance a little bit further. They've obviously got the opportunity, if they take this one, they've at least got another 2 maps going. They don't just drop 1, but it's a big swing map, this one, you think, now for Aerial.
Absolutely, and they've done it before. Same map. They can pull finger, and I believe that the sides, and there was a bit of confusion about who gets what side with the vetoes, but I think that's all been ironed out now. So I believe that everything should be correct, and if it is correct, that means that the side of Aerial is going to be starting on attack, and if they play correctly, they won't be ending on attack, but it doesn't matter. They managed to sneak this out from underneath Nixa in the previous round. But again, this is all hearsay. We have to wait and see. Whoever's firing harder on the day is typically the team that takes the victory, you know. And right now it's so hard to tell apart from the fact that it's just Nixa that managed to ice up at the end. They just have that sort of game finishing prowess that you need if you want to take on these top tier teams.
Yeah, so the guys are just slowly lobbying up for map number 3, guys. Apologies for the delays. But while we just wait, we'll have a look through the bracket of how these 2 teams got here. So obviously Nixa, they have come through the winner's side of the bracket. Aerial Gaming have had to clutch up. I say clutch up, they just had to slap back Monarch for 3 maps in that loser's final to find themselves in this grand final. So you can see Monarch there taking down Highborn, but Monarch dropping to Nixa, and then obviously that Aerial Gaming Nixa winner's final, if you did miss it, was the one that ended 3-1 and forming this rematch. But yeah, Monarch dropping, unfortunately, to Aerial Gaming, who now find themselves in this grand final. I mean, if you're a betting man, I don't want to put you on the spot, Con, but do you see anything other than the Nixa win on this one? It's a difficult one, but
Yeah, I'm going to play devil's advocate, and I'm going to say that this is where Aerial sort of pulls finger, and I do see them taking the series, depending on how this map goes, right? If they lose this one, then I think as a betting man, I'd put my money on Nixa, but this is, like you said, the swing map. If all goes correct, so there's a huge asterisk to my prediction, if they win this map, I'm going to go ahead and say Aerial wins, but again, that could just be me playing devil's advocate, and I love the story of an underdog, and right now, these guys are so far in the ground, they need to start digging right now.
Yeah, and obviously, even if they take this map, it goes on to a Vista, which, again, Nixa, it was still relatively close the last time these guys met, 252-19, so it was still another game that went the distance, but again, we kind of fall back on that age-old, well, Nixa just seemed to, in those very, very close quarters and very squeaky bum time moments, they just seem to pull like a rabbit out of the hat, but by no means of the word. But, I mean, it's just, at the moment, from what we've seen, it's been bread and butter, beautiful advertisement for what South African COD is, mate. I mean, regardless of how the maps have gone, the quality on display here that you guys have got, especially, is there for all to see. I'd love it if we could see these guys somehow have a challenger circuit, because I think a lot of people would start casting their eyes over some of these guys, because, again, you speak of Covs, his movements that he's made in EU COD and how much of a name he's kind of stamped himself as, and now he's in with a pool of players that have got similar abilities to him, and they are doing exactly the same as him, if not better in certain situations. So you're very, very littered with talent. It's just hopefully a case of when we can see these guys on the big screen, really, in some of these big tournaments as well.
I mean, we are hoping and praying every day. We beg. We are in talks with Activision as often as possible, the CDL, but obviously things are up in the air because, as you know, the CDL is going to dissolve in the very near future. But I think that's actually a good thing. That might open the door for a few more opportunities, but we'll just have to wait and see. And I don't know, man. I think that, like you said, the talent is here, and it is here to be shown, and the viewership is great. I mean, we haven't dropped below 190 or 180 for when we actually in game. So again, testament to you bringing over some of the EU people as well to get some more eyes onto our scene. And I can't thank you enough for that, man. It's great to get as much in as possible. And I love just casting with you, and I love the whole idea of showing us on a bigger stage, and hopefully it does come one day.
Oh, mate, I'll tell you, I've had an absolute whale of a time for some of these maps. Obviously, we need breaks in between to get our kind of heart rate back down. But, yeah, no, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate. I say the quality that you guys have got over here, I say it's criminal that you haven't got some form of light shone upon you. So, yeah, any of the fans that we can send across to cheer, because it's always obvious when there's a CODs tournament going on, because Twitter is just South African COD all the time. And again, with the stream, the viewership, all the people in the chat, interactive as well. It's not just kind of like a derelict series. You see a bit of beef in there. It's got everything you need pretty much for kind of this stage of the tournament: winners, losers final, and then the grand final. So it's not through any lack of South African support, that must be said, because yeah, me and Pablo said that we kind of fell in love with the South African COD scene when we started doing it like those couple of years ago. So no, it's an absolute pleasure on our end to cover as much COD as we can, especially when you've got players like this, because I know for a fact that both of these sides have got kind of players in there that you could easily chip into some challengers top 8 teams. It's just a case of, unfortunately, they don't live here, which is just the rough end of it.
Absolutely, and get the short end of the stick when you live in a third world country, but right now it looks like the short end of the stick is pointed straight towards Cobs, and Jack Frost as Adnan is beating everyone, and the first ticket A already found.
Wow, okay, well, this is a very quick control start. B is looking very, very good. One thing I will say, devil's advocate, my turn this time, Con. We saw this last time with Aerial Gaming. They had, I think it was 2 minutes 15. They've now got 2 minutes 19, and Nixa managed to hold on and just completely pin them back. So, wouldn't count them out just yet. We know how quick you can get that B point done, and now it's just a case of getting that infamously more difficult A point done.
Well, it's got to start with this kill, and Retchy finds it. But again, the overextend from the boys over at Nixa. Oh my word, Jack Frost with some absolutely beautiful shots there. Gets the kill, Lithium and Bitmap. And this is where Demon Trap can get a little bit mixy. And again, you have to think in the shoes of Aerial that you've got to get out of here, you've got to get out of here quick. And that starts with a couple of good gunfights, and they've found the opening potentially towards Enigma. But of course, it's going to be Enigma and back to back.
Wow, and that is a streak as well. That is not good if you're Aerial Gaming, albeit it's only the first round. But this has fallen apart very, very quickly, and the streak now is something that they are not going to want to see in a time or a situation when they're going to have to try and clutch up, because Nixa can now call upon that if they so decide to do so. And they've still got to get rid of Enigma over towards this JCB. His trophy's down as well, which means they're going to have to try and swing out onto him here. But the shots through the digger, whoa! Team shots prevail, and they will manage to just work their way up the map. But saying that, they've still got to get over towards the A site. They've only done half the job.
Well, Ariel has got one player behind enemy lines, that being Richie. He has to find a few of these kills, at least slow the push onto the point, maybe find a bit of an opening here, but Jack Frost posted up as per usual. The human tyrant gets melted, that felt like a frame, and now that might be the door open. Here comes another kill. Enigma, though, staying strong. The trades are in, it's just Enigma. Enigma has to go huge. He is taken down. That might be just enough for them to get in. Now they got to stack. They got to stay alive for as long as possible. Number 8, it's going to be Jack Frost to take out Richie, but Richie, he is just playing a bit of an off angle here, being frustrating to get around, and he has to stay alive behind enemy lines. I'm not sure if he's spotted. He is indeed, but Bevan is there to clean up, and that's going to be the first tick found at A, and it's going to be Adnan with an absolutely outrageous chow.
That's a huge win. That is a massive win. Cobbs is going to tag him up. Adnan needs to stay alive, though, because this is kill number 5 and kill number 6 on the board. Whoa, the nade going to back him up. He's got to play his life, and he can't do it. The trophy isn't inside the hill to keep him alive, and that was a huge kill. It stopped the progress, but more importantly, it stopped the replying streak, and the boys in white do exactly what they normally do, get straight back in. It was looking like Aerial Gaming were in the driving seat on that one. It's been completely slapped out of their hands, and now with 40 seconds left on the clock, and the boys from Nix are pushing up the map, they've got a bit of a mission now to get over towards that E point to stop it.
Oh, here comes Adnan from top blue, able to, oh my word, Jack Frost with a snap, can't quite find the kill, and it's going to be the opening on the other end of the map.
Well, that's
4 down,
go.
there's enough for them to get onto the point, but it's all down to Jack Frost. He has to make an absolute gigantic move. No chance, no one is close. Here comes the full stack. It's going to be in, and just like that, Ariel, you can't count them out either, apparently. Backs against the wall, they're going to pull the rug out right from underneath you, first round. And it is an attacking round going the way of Ariel.
Yeah, big moment there. And that's control. 4 dead. Run! A lot of teams sometimes have the hesitation where they look to try and go, right, okay, I'll push up and try and play some spawn kills. And Aerial Gaming just demonstrate why you just need to get on the point. Obviously, trophy they had on their side. But unfortunately, that 4 stack, that progression goes through so quickly that unfortunately that even Raz wasn't able to get there just to even contest, let alone get the kills. So big opening round there on the board for Aerial Gaming. And now the onus is on Nixer to take an attacking round as well. But saying that, they're all going A, and we saw what happened last time. It was very much everyone in the hill, A done, blink you miss it.
Well, I'm surprised that they didn't throw down the trophy here to at least help them with this push. My goodness, I thought it was going to be Adnan with another outrageous kill.
Goodness, Messi.
Quite. It's backwards and forwards we go, but A, first tick now found. Make it all 4 down. It's going to be A, all she wrote. And it looks like anything you can do, we can do better, said Victor.
Yeah. And they leant forwards. A is done. B has got Enigma over there, but it's going to be down to Aerial Gaming. This is a big moment. If they can clear Enigma out and maybe just push up here, this is their opportunity to maybe form a bit of an annoyance out of a few of these players. So Dark is going to be watched by Retchi. You've got number 4 in 999, ready and waiting. And now he is over here. He doesn't have a trophy next to him, I don't believe. So it's going to be difficult if they do throw nades, but they don't, and they don't check it, unfortunately. Shots in. 1 for 999, 2 for 999, and they will need a bit of an ambulance there because there are 2 corpses right outside of Ice Cream, and he's done a very good job there. And this 1 minute 50, with everyone in position, might tick away very, very quickly.
Absolutely, and here we go. A bit more information being held. He finds another, maybe working his way towards some streaks here. Enigma trying to do his best while Jack Frost flies out the corner. And it looks like Richie taken out. But again, Lithium was the only man pushed up. He was far behind enemy lines. Here comes Bevan, though. Trying to cut them off as they spawn. He finds 1. He finds 2. Looking for the 3rd. He knows he's nearby. Ring around the rosy we go. But the tank offering no cover. But Adnan is there to pick up the pieces. And now the life count actually swung in favor of Aerial Gaming. A minute 20 to work with. But we saw this very much on the other side of the map for Aerial. It just takes 4 down, and all of a sudden things get mixy. And of course, Trip9 staying alive by some miracle. Adnan to help him out.
Yeah, he's got his teammate watching over the cross. Adnan doing the Lord's work, helping him out. Sees his mate needing a bit of assistance, and that's exactly what he provides. They haven't got anywhere out of spawn at the moment, so 1 minute of that 2-minute clock has now completely evaporated for Nixer. And we're going to see a streak coming down here. They're going to invest it. And I tell you what, this might be maybe not the best investment going for that man over there. But they are going to now have to try and bully their way straight down this B Street side. But what they've done is the hard part. They've got the man out of that digger. And that team kill might actually be absolutely chronic for them, because it's just going to stop them potentially getting the 4 stack. But look at those white arrows. They are flooding.
Well, Trip9 is the first to fall, but Retchi poised to make the play. Retchi finds 1, can't quite find the 2nd, but Bevan's from the top ropes. He's trying to swoop like an eagle. He's going to find the 1st. Kaka for the 2nd, not able to find it. But Adnan is there to pick up the pieces himself. He's alive by some miracle again, but again, you can't count them out. 4v Trip9, I can't even comprehend what's going on onto the point we go. First tick about to come on through.
Oh, well, if Retchi's going to hit this pinch, he's got to do it quickly, and he's got to get a lot of players out from this one. There's going to be 2 players laying prone right in front of him. There's one onto Raz. There's the second on. Oh, no, he's just got the first. Oh, and Enigma Sigma absolutely fries him, so he doesn't get the kill. The progress is still coming through. The second tick is almost done. Big kill, though, from Bevs. 10 seconds is what remains. Covs is the only man near the point to maybe contest this. But again, he's behind a couple, but they sniff him out. They bag him. It looked as though Nixa might have been in the driving seat towards the latter portion of that round, but they don't. Aerial Gaming hold that B site.
Man, and it came down to it, and there was a TK in there but if there wasn't a TK, I fear that it might have been Nixa that came out on top there, but Reggie fumbling the ball, but it doesn't matter, his teammates were there to pick up the pieces, and Bevan from the top ropes, Kakard will be, and he is out here to get some kills.
Well, tell you what, the control was close last time, and at the moment, it's not looking very close at all. Nixa now trailing by 2, and Adnan, the man who has provided in respawns for this team multiple times, 14 and 8 from him. Bevs just ever so slightly positive at 12 and 11. Retchi 12 and 9. And 999, the only negative salt on the body. But it looks as though they're going to head over towards B and then look to try and do what they did before. Con just transition straight to A, but they need to win the gunfights first.
Well, they need to find the first one. It's going to be Trip9 that does exactly that. First tick has to come on through here, but here comes a contest. Won by Adnan. And man, these kills are like, you get a frame and you're going to be punished. And look at Trip9 on the other end of the map, trying to split the resources, but Jack Frost not falling for it right now, but Trip9 doing it all himself. As we get to see a double cap coming through, first tick found, now 2 players on A. Lithium and Co have to run and they have to commit to something, but it's going to be shots, but no kills. And it looks like A might just be captured right now.
They're all trying to cross over, but they're getting tagged up while they do it, for saying that how on earth have Nixa got these kills? They've killed absolutely everyone and their hamster inside that A point. You thought for a second there, having the cross was surely going to enable them to bag up what remained of those players, but they weren't able to do it. The coordination of the Nixa push is just something to behold sometimes, and we've seen it yet again there. Cos and his boys, they do like to leave it very, very close indeed. But now Cos is going to try and play the pinch, but look at Bev, smarter to it. Nice work there from Bev. He's got to try and hold dark as well. He's not able to do it. Those arrows from Aerial Gaming on the point, but they're being mopped up left, right, and centre.
Now with just over a minute to work with, it's all down to Adnan, but he doesn't miss. His shotgun is looking a little bit small, but it doesn't matter. He's looking for the second onto Enigma, and it's going to be another two-piece for Adnan. It's coming down to the wire. 2 ticks found at A. Now the B site potentially clear. What is going? Okay, at the last second, skin of their teeth, they get it, whatever. Doesn't matter. Now they got to run from point A to point B, or vice versa. 2 lives in the back pocket here. Jack Frost getting aggressive, can't find the first kill.
Lithium's here though. Another body who you don't really want to be taking this shower, but 999 doesn't hesitate. The call that he's weak comes through, and on he goes. So, the calm before the storm, potentially. 14 plays 16. Not much separating these guys. And now, it's going to be down to try and retake that site. Adnan's got some really good timing here. His map has been impeccable so far at 19 and 12. Make that 20 and 12. As the trade is surely going to be there. Yes, it will. But you've still got the boys of Nixa still holding a little bit of map control off the back of Raz here in towards middle, but Bevs sniffs him out, bags him, and now they're going to look to try and progress up just that little bit further.
Oh, the timing for Cobb's just not there, but Enigma on the other end of the map trying to make it as difficult as possible to work his way up the street here. The taxi is full, and right now it's going to be Lithium on the other end trying to get a bit more established. Just on a minute to work with. 3 lives between these 2 teams. Lithium poised to make a bit of a pinch here, but Bevan through the mid-map might be able to find 1, and they only need to put 2 players on the point, and it starts with 1 kill. Adnan cracks the door wide open, but Lithium with the potential perfect pinch.
Meep, meep, off he goes. Lithium, sneakers on. He's not actually going to get anyone because Reggie's going to shut him down. His teammates manage to do the damage instead, but they do manage to get out 2, but Bevs is still here, and I don't think they know he's here, so Bevs gets 1. Surely not a second. Oh my goodness, big kill from Bevs, but now they've got no respawns remaining. This needs to be pinpoint perfect. In towards Ruggs. Renetti, doesn't matter. 999 able to grab that pick, but now they need to touch. They need to get on. Adnan can't manage to touch just yet. The nade might take him out of this position. It's going to force his hand, but he's able to grab 1 pick, but now unfortunately it is just on Bevs. He's got 1 MCW and a dream to work with here. He's got 10 seconds on the clock. Needs the 1 versus 4. And it looks as though the boys have got this one on lock. And he should be dropped.
Goodness, and that was still 5 ticks to their name. So they are up in ticks. But wow, the start of that round was backwards and forwards. And then eventually, like you said, when Nixa lean forwards, it's very difficult to get them to sit back into their seats. As right now, the kills are going either way. But back onto defense, go Aerial Gaming. And if they can get that Demon Trap going, it is going to be a tough one. It has absolutely become Aerial's map to lose.
Well, 2-1. Covs on a 4. Not a betting man, but wouldn't surprise me if we see round 5 here off the back of that Nixa clutch. So, Aerial Gaming on the defense. And Nixa switch it up. B's going to be the site, and Adnan and Rechi are going to be very, very busy, that's for sure.
Well, everything is thrown at them that can be thrown at them, but Rechi manages to get through, looking for another one of these kills. Cobbs is close range, unable to get the second onto Enigma there, but it's going to be, I was going to say Bevan with another one, but he can't quite find it. The trade is instant. Here comes Adnan looking for a few more of his own, and Trip9 round the back trying to get comfy around that TLB. He is absolutely forklift certified, as right now he's trying to take these guys down and out of the construction site.
Yeah. Lithium spotted, Lithium bagged. Now they've got a problem because they need to try and deal with him. But actually saying that, he's all the way over the other side of the map and 2 players are progressing over towards A. So if he doesn't get any kills on these players on respawns, they're going to be a man down because 4 players on the side of Nixa, they are going straight for that site. So 999, he's got to get involved. Rechi, though, with a big kill, at least stops the flow for now. But now on the point flies Adnan. How many can he get? Of course it's 2. 2-piece and a biscuit. How many times have we seen this boy drop those boys from Nixa time after time? But it is now going to enable Nixa straight over towards that B point once again. But keep an eye on 999.
Some streaks coming through here. I'm not sure from who.
I think it was Raz. I think it was Raz that called it in, but he got nothing.
But again, Trip9 has just been such a thorn in their side. Whenever he can get behind enemy lines, he's there, cutting them off as they move. And here comes Rich with some nice shots, but alive for a moment before he is traded. But Bevan trying to pick up the pieces. Enigma's there, also weak to a ball here, but Trip9 is there to try and find a few more. Into DVD we go, trying to see which one he wants to rent. And it's going to be Adnan opening it up with a bit of a Kobe. I heard him yell it before he threw it.
Just full on yeet. But now Kov's got to kind of mop up the mess that his teammates have left around in the That's 200 ping, by the way. He just shoots nukes sometimes, that boy, and he's proving it again once more. Nade for the cross. Nixa have got to go, otherwise this map is done. They're getting caught. Another team kill comes through from Nixa. They do manage to get one man in Raz on the point, but they've got to try and keep him alive here because the Sharks are starting to form around him. He's got to stay alive. They naded him off it. It's now going to be down to Lithium to touch the point. He's got no way of getting anywhere near. Kovs can't do it, and Aerial Gaming, they survive that map. They take it 3-1, and we've got a series.
My goodness, and like I said, this is where the momentum can shift. The swing game mode is in, and they take it even better than the previous one as they take that map 3-1, like you said. And now, man, this is where we get to see Aerial, where they have to pull finger because they've shown what they're capable of, and now they just need to keep that fire burning. Otherwise, when the side of Nixa leans forwards, you're going to be in a bit of a tough situation. And man, I am a firm believer in lag comp now because it does not look like Cobbs is on 200 ping. That was insane.
I know that he just absolutely fried him in that one. I don't know what. I think that Renetti just doubles damage the more ping you have. It's like a factor, isn't it? Over 100 ping gives you about 1.5. 200 ping, I think, gives you double damage because he's absolutely melted in that final kill. But unfortunately, his team aren't going to get anything from it, and it will now be 2-1 here for Nixa. So, I mean, first impression, Con, is that we've got a series. I'm glad we've got a series because I woun't have wanted to see a 4. I don't think it would have been just here to the Aerial Gaming guys. But now we're back on Vista. It was 250-219 the last time these guys played this map. So again, very close affair. And we might just find ourselves in the situation where the Aerial Gaming lads tie up 2 maps apiece. So who knows?
Yeah, we're going to be looking at Adnan and Bevan, right? They had fantastic players there, and now they're going to be the SMG duo. And this map is so SMG heavy. If they can shoot their shot like they've been, I think we're absolutely going to see a 2-piece kind of game mode here. And man, what are the things that you feel that they changed fundamentally to get going into the series, to at least even find one of those maps?
I think it was just aggression. I think they gave the boys of Nixa potentially a bit too much respect in the first one. I think in that one they had no hesitation really in getting straight across to that A point and just flying at them. I think Bev's played quite a big factor as well by taking up some of the positions that he does. He doesn't just run straight through the center of the map to try and hit the quickest route. Sometimes he'll sacrifice maybe 4 or 5 seconds. But then I think he had the boys of Nixa just second guessing where they were coming from, because there was a few occasions where those Aerial Gaming lads instantly pinched around the back of JCB when the guys from Nixa were trying to get on that B point, and it looked as though they weren't wise to it. But then on the flip side, when Nixa tried doing it, Bevs was the man watching the back of the Persian. He was always picking up the players that were trying to work that flank. So I think he's been a bit of an X factor in that one, because obviously he had a couple of slow maps leading up to that one, but he's well and truly arrived in this one, and his team now put their first chalk mark on the board in 2-1.
Absolutely, and they do have those favorable spawns going into this. Of course, it's going to be the side of Nixa in first. But Lithium getting aggressive as per usual. Enigma there to help him out. 2 or 4 for the side of Aerial. But straight into the point we go. It was looking like it might have been a bit more mixy around the point. But Nixa finding all the kills they need.
Nixa doing Nixa things, really. A lot of players on the side of Aerial Game are going to try and push down this platform side, but they're going to be met by... Ooh, never mind. I was going to say they were going to be met by Lithium, but Lithium just got absolutely fried and finds himself in the respawn timer. So they do manage to clear this one out. It's going to be interesting, actually, on this map, whether Aerial Gaming are as easily broken as they were the last two times these two teams met on this map. There were so many times where they'd won the rotation and they just kind of allowed Nixa just to bully their way back in. But this man is just...
He everyone.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to be bullied, really, I think, at this stage, Adnan. I think he just wants to go, boys, please. Can we just pull our finger out a little bit? 5 in a row and now 1 off streaks.
I don't think that kid did justice. And here he is looking for some more. Oh my goodness, gets a snap. But it took 2 players to dethrone the crown. As we can see them on the rotation already. 1 trip 9 in the back. Here comes Jack Frost looking with that Renetti shotgun. Holding his trigger as you should. Giving away his position. Finds 1. But here comes a swoop from above. Not quite, actually. As trip 9 playing rather cleverly. But he might get punished for it. Indeed, Jack Frost staying alive for now.
Yeah, Raz with the old breach and clear. The old single-player campaign, stun through the door and just fly, and that's exactly what paid off for him there. Speaking of flying, Adnan's going to get on towards the point. His teammates are going to have to do a lot of work around him, though, because they do manage to spot the ankles of him, but now watching over the top is going to be Enigma. He's only going to be able to grab 1 pick, though. Raz is still lurking here, somehow manages to play his life, looks to try and get on the point, perhaps a little bit preemptively, but you've still got a little bit of scrap time, which it looks as though Kovs is going to be able to secure. The rotation over towards the new hill, though, has got a few bodies here. Retchi already there. And Lithium working the pinch. Adnan has no idea. There's 1 for him. There's 2 for Lithium. And that is exactly what you do not want to see if you are Aerial Gaming. You've got a lead. But the boys have just completely battered them on that rotation.
Well, Lithium again poised to stop this bit of a pinch coming through here. Trip 9 has to make the first play, but he gives away his position. Here comes a double child. Retchi with a nice win there, but unfortunately it's a TK. That's going to take out Bevan. So a bit of a staggered push. Here comes Jack Frost, unable to get the one that he needs. Enigma and Co. flying through art, trying to see what they can buy. But it's going to be Cobbs with 200 ping or not. The kills come through for the side of Nixa. All 4 down. And this is looking like a lead change for the side of Nixa Gaming.
And now they've got to try and push in through the front of the hill again. How many times they're going to try and do it, though, we'll have to wait and see. With only 20 seconds remaining, Lithium's watching that push. Not that time, but Adnan, his equivalent on the side of Aerial Gaming, is going to manage to trade that out. There's only 10 seconds of scrap time, but saying that 10 seconds sometimes is what separates these two right at the grand scheme of things. And it will be a nade that clears him out. But again, that rotation con is so close. Literally hold the back spawns. That's all you need. And Bevs is going to have to do a lot of work towards the backside of the map. Able to get 1, but that's all he can get.
Well, that is enough to get the spawns at least in effect here. Here comes Cobbs. He's going to cut the first one down. A little bit more utility being used here, and I like that. There's something I often talk about at these top level teams is not enough utility is used. Oh my word, I thought he was going to find a second. Not quite, but it doesn't matter. Time still ticking over here for the side of Anixa, and it was Enigma alone in the point. He is taken out. Here comes Jack Frost from the top ropes to see if he can find a 2-piece, but again, these teams so closely contested here, not nearly what we saw from the first time round.
Oh. 1 chal onto Raz, 2 chals onto Raz. The team shots impeccable from Nixa. And now with a 20-second chunk of time on that remaining hill. Although saying that, Bevs is just lurking. He can't get through both of them, though. Bit of an ask there for him. Retchi is going to be on the rotation, but again, he's going to be on his own at the moment. It feels as though the Aerial Gaming players are just a little bit isolated, but it doesn't matter when you've got a 1-man army. Retchi just batters through both of them, and Aerial Gaming in that prime rotation.
And that was an actual, that was a tiny adjustment that most players wouldn't have done. He, instead of wrapping around straight to the point, he gets into the cubby, he plays his life a little bit longer, finds a 2-piece, and now it's going to be them flying towards a rotation. It was Cobbs on the pinch taken out, as well as Jack Frost. So straight back into this game with a little bit of control is going to be the side of Aerial Gaming, but they have their eyes locked onto the back spawn, because by some miracle, Lithium gets a god tier spawn.
Yeah, he's been lurking here for a while. But he's surely going to get spotted. Oh, Retchi. Oh, he turns at the worst time. Lithium 5, Lithium 6, cruise missile ready. And when it looks as though Aerial Gaming are in a prime spot, all of a sudden something magical is formed from this Nixa roster. And that's exactly what we've just witnessed again here as Lithium grabs 6 in quick succession. And now the cruise missile is looking very, very useful indeed. Saying that Aerial, though, back on the time. But we now get ready for the rotation to the neighbouring hill back in towards P1. You've got 999 working his way around the back, and that's a big set of kills coming through for him. And now he finds himself 1 away from a cruise as well.
Well, he has to come up against Mr. Lithium. 1 framer, but he gets away with his life. The nades are in. Time still ticking over here for the side of Nixa, but no streaks for you. Trip 9, as 2 will fall for the side of Aerial Gaming. But here comes the push through mid. Lithium staying alive for as long as possible. His teammates are there to help him out. No one in close succession here for the side of Aerial Gaming, as it feels as though they're just starting to spread their tendrils all over the map. Lithium melting everything that moves.
Oh, same outcome for you. Any more? Retchy, we can do the same thing again. This time he pushes out with the nade, so he just backs him down a little bit. But 7 in a row from Lithium, and 21-9 is looking very, very good indeed. And Nixa have got the lead to show for it as well. Saying that though, Raz is going to fall, and it will now be Lithium that will finally get taken down on a 7 streak. So some important kills coming round, but now they need to try and win that all-important set of engagements on the rotation. Kovs somehow gets away with his life, as number 8 in 999 is going to try and push him out of this one. Kovs just spinning like a Beyblade, not able to land a single bullet, and now we see this streak invested.
Streak invested for nothing but information as Adnan stays alive. He gets another kill there. Here are players behind him. He's going to look for it, but it's going to be Trip 9 in the back. Shots all round, unable to finish the kill. And eventually it's going to be the Renetti that draws the final blow, and Bevs from the mid-map able to stay alive for a little bit longer. 3 will fall for the side of Nixa. A bit of control. Aerial Gaming trying to get back into this. Bevan looking to order some burgers and potentially find a few kills. He's going to do exactly that, finding the first. He knows there are more nearby.
And he sides with the burger. There's one. Chips. Any gravy? Oh, no, not quite. Kovs trades him out. And it will be Aerial Gaming with 2 players on the point, but make that none as they get completely evaporated off of it again. So 20 seconds of scrap time. How many times are we saying that the scrap time is important for the way these 2 teams are going? But they just keep seeming to prioritize every single second. Enigma, some nice shots there into 999 to shut him down. Retchy, if he wasn't weak, wouldn't have won that one. But it will be the initial hold of the next hill going in favour of Nixa and this man Kovs.
Well, there was an unfortunate TK there, which will slow the push a little bit further. Kovs, man, I am telling you, this does not look like 200 ping to me. It's insane. It's like 1 frame. Anyways, looks like Jack Frost around the bottom. Again, Renetti in hand. He doesn't need any other weapon as he almost finds a second with the Renetti, but he swaps to the MCW, and here comes Adnan from the bottom, trying to find Lithium, not able to do so. It's still, again, lead developing quite significantly here for the side of Nixa, unless the trades are quite quick, but not quite, as Trip 9 staying alive for now, but he is eventually taken out. Lithium picking up that scrap time. And as of right now, this side of Aerial needs to get back into this game. They need to find a full 60, including scrap time.
I mean, when you look at the slaying that's coming through from the likes of Lithium and from Raz, it's not necessarily the biggest margin. Obviously, Lithium positive 12 is looking very juicy, but the rest of the team not exactly doing anything emphatic, but they just keep winning those important one-on-ones. We see it again on the minimap as Enigma is able to win 1 gunfight in the back towards the next hill. Still 5 seconds before this new hill pops, and Adnan is probably going to be the man to maybe try and grab a pick out of one of these players. But you've got Bevs pushing through the front. Can they coordinate the push? Bevs tagged up, but not killed as of yet. They're trying to isolate Enigma out the back. Out they fly. Enigma gets 1. The trade, though, is it near? It's not near enough. A full white kill feed, pretty much bar 1 on the side of Aerial Gaming. And now Nixa, they are in the driving seat, and they are charging that scoreline up to 250.
And it's going to come down to the next set of kills here, as they can win it quite comfortably on this hill. Adnan finds the first, but it's going to be a bit of a staggered push coming through from the side of Aerial Gaming. Adnan with a huge two piece. Actually, Bevan is there to pick it up, so time's still ticking over here. But they need to find a few more of these kills as Kovs around the back in the DJ booth, getting a few more of these kills, getting a bit more of the time. Retchy trying to make it happen here. But this the engine revving too loud from Kovs as he finds a few more with the help of Jack Frost.
And this rotation is everything now for Aerial Gaming. They can rotate, saying that, but more importantly, they've got to win the engagements, and that is one that they lose. Are they going to lose a second? It looks as though Adnan right out the back is going to be there for his teammate to make that trade. He knows, though, that it's going to be Raz ready and waiting. Renetti out. Nice shots. Able to make that one work, but keep an eye on Kovs as well. Retchy's looking to get set up, but they need to try and hold this time pretty much the entire hill. 1 Nixa break, Colin. This map's done.
Absolutely. They need to play some perfect HP here, and here comes Kovs, sneaking his way on up, knowing how to play it correctly. Retchy finds 1. Kovs is alive by some miracle. They know where he is. Bevan finds him. 3 will fall. Jack Frost alive once more, trying to make the break here. But again, you still need more time to look at that rotation if you are on the side of Aerial Gaming. You can find these kills, and they're doing a fantastic job, but they need to find a few more. Okay, Bevan, we see you. That's a nice little two-piece there, beginning to warm on up as they have to play for this rotation. Still winnable for the side of Nixa. Goodness gracious, on the previous hill, but it doesn't matter. It looks like they might be able to chalk it up. Anon here first. Anon finding the first blood, but he gets traded pretty much instantly, and now it's coming down to the wire as Jack Frost will be picking up this scrap time, and this might be all she wrote.
Yeah, Enigma's here. They've rotated. They're ready. That scrap time puts them within 5 seconds, and touching distance, they're mopping up around Aerial Gaming. They try to form the resurgence yet again, but how many times do we see Nixa in the latter stage of the hard point just charge away from them? We see it yet again there, and now they find themselves one map away from being crowned champions of the Lithium 42K Signature Series.
Man, again, it's just unable to finish off the map. They have absolute streaks where they do the right things, but then again, it comes down to like Lithium or Raz finding a two-piece, not trading them, and it's just a tough scene all round. And I mean, what can you do, right? We've spoken about this pretty much dead at this point. It's just you need to get that ice. You need to be able to clutch on up. Going back over towards S&D now, and it was around 11. Maybe this is where they can topple the Titan a little bit more. But again, you need to be able to win your respawns.
Yeah.
Both control and HP if you want to get into this game.
Well, Nixa 3-1 up right on the precipice of being crowned champions, and it is now going to require 3 out of the remaining 3 maps for Aerial Gaming to take if they are going to, unfortunately, take this. But now, good opportunity on a map that we've actually not seen, Trout. This is the first time that we're witnessing a high-rise search and destroy. Not exactly the fan favourite is this one. But you've got to look at the likes of Lithium. I've not seen him play this map, but it wouldn't shock me if he hits bottom pipes and bottom blue very, very quickly on this one.
That's
so he's gonna that doesn't shock me in the slightest. Literally Roadrunner, get the older sneakers on, off he goes. But yeah, they've got an opportunity here. Obviously, we've not seen both of these teams on this map as of yet, but it's one that the boys of Aerial probably, again, I mean, I've kind of rung it to death. They're going to need a strong start here. You don't want to give Nixa a good 2-3 round advantage on this.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're going to have to wait and see if they're able to hard counter, and it seems as though just at the finish line, both S&D and HP, they're just unable to get that last little bit of burst out, but maybe this is where things change, and that's exactly what they need. As soon as we load on in, I'm going to have to run to the bottom. Sorry, chat. I'm going to have to give me 2 seconds or I will die. So it's all good. Luckily, SD nice and slow. We get to see what the pace is looking like from the side of Aerial Gaming being on the back foot. And Nixa looking to put their foot on the throat of Aerial Gaming to choke the last bit of life out and close out the series in a 4-1 fashion and take home. I think it's 29,000 Rand is the first prize.
Yep. That's a lot of dollar bills, that one. Well, round 1 underway. Aerial on the defense. And there you go. Just like clockwork, Lithium straight through bottom pipes. The explosive canister is actually going to make sure that he just holds up for the time being. And Adnan gets the first blood, so a big moment there for him. Oh, just Bev's here that he's right underneath him. Lithium, they're literally going to bump heads. Bevs, though, spots him, drops down, and he's able to get that pick. And it will be a position now where Nixa find themselves on the back foot. 2 versus 4. Enigma and Kov's next pick, you fear, has to be theirs. It's not, and now Enigma has it all to do. Adnan spots him, Adnan bags him, and Aerial Gaming with a very strong opening round. A much needed one at that, to be fair to them. So I don't want to allow this Nixa team to start running away with this. If you guys did miss map 2 in this best of 7, remember being the grand final, it was 6-5 to Nixa, so every single round on this map is going to be so important to both of these respective sides. And a pretty much pinpoint perfect opening round for the boys of Aerial Gaming by not dropping a single life. And this man on your screen, Adnan, has been absolutely pivotal to this Aerial Gaming roster. 2 in that round, and his boys now on the offense. So 999 with the bomb in hand, but he's not going to force it over towards a particular site as of yet. There's going to be a very heavy hit over towards this heli side of the map, and you've still got Adnan. Oh, Lithium's ready, Lithium's waiting, and this time Lithium gets the first blood, so nice work from him. Patient enough to back up as well. They do have to be careful, though, because Adnan is just still lurking outside. Enigma's going to be a freebie for him, so now 3 versus 3. And now with 999, Slowly maneuvering that bomb over towards this side. Is he going to see the gun of Cobbs? He's not going to see it. And Cobbs, I thought for a second he wasn't going to get it there, but he's able to put the smoke down. Is Retchy going to try and push through this one here? Retchy's actually going to dip over towards the top side here of Propane. So a couple of gunfights are going to ensue. His teammate falls. Retchy finds himself as the last man standing. He's still got Cobbs underneath him. I don't think he even realizes that he is going to be there.
Well, he does get a little bit of information, at least he knows that one of the players in top heli, and I'm back, and I get to see that one round has gone the way of Aerial Gaming, but as of right now, 1 versus 3, bit of a mountain to climb, and he doesn't have his mountain shoes on!
Ooh.
Wow, okay, that was an interesting loss of a gunfight. Goodness gracious, Covs.
200,
man doesn't miss.
200 ping, mate. It's the new meta,
Yeah,
I'm telling you. It's just absolutely evaporated him. Or maybe it's just the Rival 9 meta, I don't know, but either way.
Could be.
They tie it back up. Yeah, first opening round. Very convincing actually from Aerial. Nobody died. And then all of a sudden Nixa find themselves tying it back up. But yeah, I think I've got a feeling every single round is going to be gold dust to these respective teams on this map. It might be, again, another one that just goes all the way down to the finest of margins because you've got such similar ability on both sides. And yeah, this map is proven to be a bit of a headache to some teams with all the explosive ordnance that is in and around it.
I have been killed in spawn by the
propane tank.
Propane, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I thought that he was going to miss his jump if he gets to the end. Looks like the parkour skills are in, and it looks like Adnan is going to be able to find that first blood. Bevan looking to do what Cobbs did, and Cobbs receiver of his own medicine, and right now it's looking like 4-2 up to start things off here for the side. Oh my goodness, it was 4-2 up, 2-2 in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, he's so quick, Lithium. Grabs the pick, nowhere to be seen, literally. All you see is the dust emerging from his shoes as he jumps away from you, but bomb is now going to go down, but nice angle there from Adnan. He's able to spot it. He's not able to plant the bomb, and now what is Raz going to try and do here? He's got 999 just waiting around the corner. He's going to have to try and check it. 999 spots him, shots in, and he gets the kill. So Aerial Gaming replying back to sender, able to take another round 2-1.
Man, it looks like defense might be the name of the game here. And that was a bit of a chal. I got to respect Raz's second chal here. Goodness, he was looking. He was ready for that fight. He even got a couple of shots in. But again, like you said, these two teams are so evenly matched at the moment. Just have to wait and see who's got a bit more ice in the veins.
Well, Nixa, as mentioned, they're one map away from doing it. And Aerial Gaming desperately trying to cling on with Deathman's grip at the moment because they need all of the remaining maps. Not quite a reverse sweep. But it's going to be very, very close regardless. And it looks as though bomb in the hands of 999 isn't going to push up the map unsurprisingly fast in high rise because it feels as though you take 10 meter step forwards and all of a sudden you spot the entire team. So Aerial Gaming just playing for that opening bit of information, and Enigma's literally going to have his hairline poking through, not able to get the pick, but a lot of information to go for it.
I swear, Adnan's just farming damage stats at this point. Eventually, Tripline finds the first blood as he's tagged everyone on the map at least twice. Bevan gets some... I was going to say Bevan gets some insane timing catching Lithium with his gun up, but it doesn't matter. Lithium, with the pace of a demon, gets the first blood. Bomb now going down. What's this timing going to look like? Tripline gets away with his life. And now the timing is perfect, of course. Lithium, the god level timing, and onto the bomb we go. Surely a defuse.
Oh.
Does he see it? Does he see it?
Oh.
First blood is in. Jack Frost alive, but at what cost? Richie just trying to bleed that clock now. Staying alive for as long as possible. He knows they're nearby, but it's got to be everyone and the kitchen sink thrown at him. Eventually, Jack Frost draws the final blow with his typical weapon there, the Renetti, the shot netty, as he gets the kill in the end. And blow for blow, man. Even Steven. Nixa with another round.
Yeah, a little bit of squeaky bum time there when Richie got the kill and just backed up a little bit, and then that man was pushing up those heli steps. I thought for a second he might be able to snap onto him, but a little bit of baiting coming out from both of those remaining players just to try and, almost like to me to you, one shot from one shot from the other, slowly whittle him down. And then they managed to finally get that pick. But Nixa at the moment going back and forth with Aerial. And it looks as though Adnan is just not slowing down anytime soon. 5-2 from this man. He's doing his utmost to keep his boys in this one. God, he's literally on his knees for some help right now.
He's begging, absolutely begging. He's praying, and it's going to be none other than Covs tagged up all the way down, but not able to be taken out. As you can see, Richie shooting everyone and everything. But here comes Covs. Goodness, I thought he was going to slide off the edge there.
Oh.
The confidence of these pixels, man. I gotta respect it. Anyways, looks like in the mid map, it's going to be a couple of shots raining true, but no one falling as of right now. Covs again staying alive, and no first blood as of right now. But Bevan poised to get a bit of a pick here.
Yeah, Enigma's managed to get on the B bomb site, so I assume they're going to try and invite someone to go and help him out, and he gets the first blood as well. Is Bevs going to just push this? No, he's going to be forced to back up, so the bomb site is now in their control. The next pick's going to be the big one. Bevs is still lurking to the underside of pipes. There's going to be a lot of players ready and waiting on his right-hand side. It's just a case of who gets that first engagement. Up towards the high ground he goes, and he's going to drop right on towards the head of Enigma like he did onto Lithium. There's shots into one from Bevs. There's a second from Bevs. He's hunting down for a third as well. Lithium now makes it a 2 versus 2. His teammate in Covs slowly trying to reinforce, but they've not got a huge amount of time to defuse. There's 20 seconds on the clock.
Well, Cobbs is in the perfect spot here to deny him. Trip9 is spotted. Trip9 tagged up, but not killed as of right now. Retchy looking for another. Does he make the read onto the front? Lithium tagged up again. Lithium taken out. Now it's Cobbs. A 1 versus 1. Retchy v Lithium. Here comes the... Oh, pros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
Oh.
Pros don't fake, and sometimes that works both ways, as it's going to be a Nixa taking the lead 3-2.
And that's the first time Nixa have taken an offense, I believe, as well. So, big round there. Big clutch from none other than Big Cobs. Every single time he seems to have a magic moment up his sleeve, and that 1 versus 1. So it doesn't have to be pretty as long as you get it done. But yeah, really good work there from the Nixa sides, and potentially, you don't want to say it if you're an Aerial Gaming fan, Con, but might be turning the tide a little bit here. The first time we've seen that break, and the first time we've seen them take the lead in this.
And well, this is where you've got to really like clutch on up here. Again, farming damage. You get to see Adnan hitting everyone. I'm pretty sure he's got to have like a 3k damage indicator here, but maybe that's enough. It gets even more damage with that nade. But again, first blood, oh so crucial. And Cobbs flying on forwards into the spawn we go, and he knows there's somebody else nearby.
Smoking out his retreat. Well, meanwhile, 999 though gets a pick. They've got a lot of control. Lithium's going to be completely isolated here as Adnan finds the high ground with absolutely no retaliation there from Nixa. So, a little bit of round and round they go. I'll tell you what, these two players from Aerial Gaming have pushed all the way up towards the A site with no one on the side of Nixa realising this. Surely there's going to be a free pick for at least someone. They haven't managed to spot either Covs or Raz. So it's
just done a big ring around the rose.
Yeah.
That pretty much swap spawns at this stage. You can see Jack Frost still hunting. The bomb should be going down now on B uncontested. It's going to be Cobbs tagging up everything. At least I know where one of the players is. Now they're going to commit to the plant.
Well, big pick from Raz. Bomb goes down, 2 versus 2. So Aerial Gaming, are they going to try and push out one side, or are they just going to try and hold one side and the other? Completely 180ing and holding the other. So 999 in towards the corner of the site, and meanwhile you've got Adnan in that infamous spot to be able to watch the bomb, but 999 wins the first engagement, and now it's all on Raz, but he gets the first gunfight win, and he's just going to stick the defuse here. So Adnan, he's got to fly. He's halfway through the progression already, jumps over the top. The hesitation, though, isn't going to punish him regardless. Aerial Gaming take that round, and they take an offense. They tie it up, and the waft is well and truly smelly now.
Absolutely. I mean, this is absolutely reeking of round 11 at this stage. And again, pros don't fake. And like I said, works both ways. Much like in the previous round, it was Covs that made that read. It was Adnan in this one. So 3 apiece. Even Stevens, blow for blow, whatever you want to call it. It feels as though these guys are just absolutely reading each other's plays to the best of their ability.
Well, Bev's currently 4 and 5. Retchy, he's had a bit of a slow series so far as Retchy, but if they can get him firing, then that might be the main factor for them to potentially just squeeze their way and edge their way through this map. But Nade's going to fly out. Covs is going to smoke, and he's going to push straight up the left-hand side of the map here. Is he going to get some good timing? Adnan is so in the open. Or did Retchy spot him? That's the question. No, he didn't. Covs is laying prone. Whack-a-mole is probably going to ensure any second because he's just literally going to pop his head up and maybe get a pick here. Bomb goes down. They have no idea he's here, and he might be the one to make the play.
Well, he's just backing up a little bit now. Bevan in his typical Bevan spot. Doesn't work a second time as Lightning tends to only strike once. But Enigma finding the first. Bevan giving away his position, and he's going to get taken up by Jack Frost. Excellent read there. And here comes Cobbs from the left wing. A little quick peek. Whack-a-mole. And 999 now left in a tough spot. 1 versus 4.
Yeah. I would not want to be this last remaining player with 4 Nixa players knowing my exact whereabouts, and most of which with assault rifles staring right at my bonds. So Nixa take that round, push themselves back out in the lead. And a little bit of an innovative play there from Covs there, Con, just smoking that side, pushing up the left side of the map. They had no idea he was there. It's fine margins and kind of big brain moments like that that can separate these teams when it comes to those games that push round 11. And Covs has just demonstrated it once again. The man just seems to have an ace up his sleeve all the time.
And yeah, I would not want to play him in poker because he doesn't even give up a little bit of a poker face either way. He just knows what to do and when to do it. Even on 200 ping, the veteranship, we speak about this often, and he's had the experience of challenges, so he knows what to do it at a pro level, whereas some of the South Africans have not been exposed to it. But Adnan, pushing up aggressively, unable to find the first pick, as it's going to be Enigma who takes out Bevan.
First bloods all over the place on this map. Can be difficult to keep track of who's going to drop first, but unfortunately for Aerial Gaming, they will be the first body down. So 999 down through lower pipes. You can see there that Lithium alongside his teammate over towards those elevator side. Still waiting. They need this returning pick though, Con. You feel if they don't get this pick, it's probably going to be round done and dusted as they slowly edge their way up the A site.
Oh no, nothing but information being held at this point for the side of Aerial Gaming, and that stun almost does it. Smoke is out, line of sight cut. But here's Trip9, poised to take out Covs as soon as it runs out. What's this going to look like? What's this going to look like? It's going to be Covs taken out, Adnan they find another one. 2 versus 3 all of a sudden swung in favor of Aerial Gaming, but you can't ever count out Jack Frost and Enigma. These two have done it before, and they are poised to do it again. What's this time going to look like? Bomb going down on A.
Oh, Enigma, he can't see him, but he spots Adnan, can't win the gunfight, tags him up, backs out, and now you think it's going to have to be Raz that makes the play. He gets one, he dips out as well, so they're second-guessing themselves now, Aerial Gaming. They're trying to watch all these lanes, because it's going to be Enigma now pushing from this hut side. But keep an eye, here comes the Jack Frost, the ice in the veins once again. He's able to get that pick. Adnan, has he got eyes on Bomb if he goes and jumps up here? He does, spots one man, bullets in, he can't do it, but the man with ice in his veins time after time can. It's going to be Jack Frost, 9 and 4, Bomb defuse, Nixa, tournament point.
Man, this is where it's all she wrote, right? This is where you can put no stops in place. If you are Aerial Gaming, you have to bring it all or nothing right now. You are one round away from being sent home. But dare I say, the 5-3 curse coming through?
It's just so easy to jinx it, isn't it, on this game, especially on high rise with how brutal it can be for just scenarios in the environment that just kill you randomly. So we'll hold our horses just for now. But Nixa, they look very, very good for their money. And this man on the screen, again, in Search and Destroy, is just proving to be an absolute menace for them. They can't keep him quiet.
Absolutely not. He has got a loudspeaker, and just like Adnan farming damage, and I think he converts a few more of those shots into kill, like you see with the stat line. Well, on attack they go. They have to get this bomb down. Enigma trying to find the first. Enigma aggressively takes on Trip9, but it's just information had. Enigma taken out by by Adnan, excuse me.
3 versus 4. First blood is what they needed. Oh, but it's going to be again Raz that replies with 1. The explosive barrels are going to tag a couple of bullets. Doesn't get the kill, though. So now, what do they decide to try and do with this bomb? Lithium and his boys look as though they're toying with the idea of taking it over towards A. Retchi is going to be here, but the next gunfight is going to be massive. Covs peeks for info. The smoke again from Covs is out, and it looks as though they're doing a bit of a bait and switch. Smoke by A over towards B, potentially. Oh no!
Well, Adnan finds 2, and that's going to be that play stopped dead in his tracks. Jack Frost has to find the bomb, get the kills, and they know where he should be, and Adnan gets the timing, and here comes the shots, but it's going to be none other than Jack Frost almost gets a kill, though. A little bit mixy, does have that bomb in hand, though, and here comes the Chal, and oh my word, I think that was a bit overzealous there from Adnan. Don't chase the singles, wait for your teammates. And Trip9 sees another and gets away with his life. That's a bit more restrained, was exactly what you need.
And look over to the right side of the screen as well, Con. He's got that 6th kill, which gives him streaks. That is not ideal there. If they take the round, it might be... Oh my god, it's now a 1 versus 1. Is he going to have time to plant the bomb? It's 5 seconds. Ooh, it's going to be very close. Is bomb going to go down? I think it might just about. Bomb goes down. 1 versus 1. Jack Frost for all the bread. Is he going to ice up one more time? 1-on-1 versus Retchi.
Well, a 1 versus 3 here in the works. Jack Frost for all the beans, like you said. I'm pretty sure I can hear that toaster just about to ting here, so you can have it on bread. And it is going to be streaks. Oh my goodness, that actually might do it.
Oh, he just get the kill. He knows he's there.
Seconds, though.
Oh my goodness, surely. Surely there's no way. Retchi, stun check. He knows he's in there. Is he going to make the chow? He's just milking the time. He knows he's got to make the chow. And Jack Frost, the name is so fitting. He's iced up absolutely everywhere, all series long, all day long. Nixa take it 6-3. Nixa take the tournament.
No, 4-1. What a series it was. And I'm going to go ahead. I don't want to be that guy, but I'm pointing fingers right at Adnan. That killed the play. Hunting that kill just unraveled it perfectly for the side of Aerial Gaming there. I mean, You put Jack Frost or Raz in a situation where he can isolate players, he's going to get those kills 9 times out of 10, and clutch to 1 versus 3 in a round 10. You can't ask for anything better. So absolute huge GG's to the side of the Lithium and Co, also known as Covs X Nixa, as that was a fantastic series nonetheless. Good day of COD. 29,000 Rand in the back pocket for Lithium in his own signature series.
Yeah, man, it's been an absolute banger of a tournament, let's be honest. Obviously, commiserations there to Aerial Gaming. They played them very, very close in some of those maps. On other days, they might have been able to swing 1, maybe 2, but you've got to look at this Nixa roster. Obviously, it just feels though, even if you tie one hand behind Covs, he's still going to just beam you regardless. To say the performance of the man on 200 ping is just absolutely phenomenal, and him and his boys, rightly so, going to be winners of this signature series, mate, because I mean, you couldn't really look past them. Let's be honest, they looked brilliant all across today.
I couldn't agree more, man. So they deserve it. They played the best on the day, and that's who takes the trophy. And eternal bragging rights, as that's 2 very large tournaments in a row that the side of Nixa has taken home, and they are cementing themselves as the dynasty roster, even with an international player. And you can't take that away from them, right? It's just too good not to. And again, huge thank you to Nixa and Meta Zero for getting this all together. And thank you for hosting it on your channel. And thank you for casting with me. And thank you to all the viewers. You guys are fantastic. It was a great day of COD.
Oh, mate. Been an absolute pleasure, buddy. Absolute pleasure. And I say, as you mentioned, shout out to everyone in the chat. The South African compadres are always here to support the Call of Duty scene as and when, and it's been another beautiful demonstration. I'm glad the games have been as entertaining as they have, and that the COD kind of showed the love that it deserved, really, because it was a brilliant series, a brilliant day for Call of Duty. But it is going to be Nixa on top. Congratulations to those boys. Commiserations there to Aerial Gaming, and again, shout out to Nixa and to Meta Zero for putting on a brilliant show. But that is going to be it from myself and Connor. Thank you very much, buddy, for having me on in the South African scene, mate. It's been an absolute blast.
Thank you for having me on your channel. It was a blast casting with you, and I hope to do it again in the future. It was so much fun, man. I had a great time.
Yeah, so again, thanks again, guys, for everyone who's tuned in. It will be Nixa on top on this one, but we'll have to wait and see how the other tournaments down the road are going to unfold. But yeah, thank you very much, guys. We will see you all in the near future.
Cheers.